Hey everyone, welcome to this Digital Marketing Foundation course by Simplilearn. Today, every businesses want attention online, whether it is a startup or an e-commerce brand or a coaching business or a SaaS company or even a personal brand. Digital marketing is what helps them reach the right audience, build trust, generate leads, and grow faster. But digital marketing is no longer just about posting on social media or running basic ads. Today, marketers need to understand content, SEO, websites, paid campaigns, analytics, automation, and also even AI tools that make marketing faster and smarter. That is exactly what we will cover in this course. We will begin with the basics of digital marketing and understand how brands promote their products and services through digital channels. Then we will move step by step into important areas like content marketing, website planning, UI and UX basics, WordPress, SEO, keyword research, video marketing, influencer marketing, search engine marketing, social media marketing, and analytics. You will also understand how tools like Google Keyword Planner, Google Ads, WordPress, analytics platforms plays a key role in digital marketing. AI tools are used in real marketing workflows also. So we are also going to explore that. And the best part is we won't keep this only theoretical. You will learn how these concepts are applied by real brands to improve visibility, attract customers, run campaigns, and measure results. So by the end of this course, digital marketing will no longer feel like confusing mix of platforms and tools. You will understand how full digital marketing ecosystem works and how each part connects to business growth. Now, before we move ahead in the session, just a quick info, guys. If you are interested in building a career in digital marketing, then the AI-powered digital marketing certificate program by Simplilearn is a great opportunity for you. This is a 5-month live and interactive program which is offered with SP Jain School of Global Management, which helps you master 3 A's of modern marketing: AI, automation, and analytics. You will learn digital marketing fundamentals, AI-powered content marketing, SEO, search engine marketing, social media marketing, affiliate and influencer marketing, e-commerce marketing, and mobile marketing. You'll also get hands-on experience with 50 plus tools including ChatGPT, Canva, SEMrush, Google Ads, GA4, Power BI, MailChimp, and many more. This program includes 7 projects, 15 plus case studies, mentor support, SP Jain Global Faculty Masterclass, Meta Blueprint expert-led sessions, and a free Meta voucher worth of $99. And also you're going to get Google Ads credit, which is going to help you run your first live campaign. So guys, if you want to become job ready for the future digital marketing jobs, then click on the link below. The course link is mentioned in the description box. Now, before we move ahead in the session, we have got a short quiz to test your knowledge. Which digital marketing method helps a website appear higher on the Google without directly paying for every click? And your options are SEO, email writing, graphic design, or offline marketing. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So now, what exactly is digital marketing? Guys, first thing in digital marketing, before I start, no need to mug up anything. Okay, so like this industry doesn't expect you to mug up any definition. Whether you go for the interview, whether you do your presentation, whether you speak to your client, right? If you know the concept and if you can explain it in your own way, that's completely fine. And I mean, no one would expect you to give a proper definition with some exact words. No, you can explain things in your own way as well. Just try to understand the concept, the logic behind it, and I think you're good to go to explain it to someone else as well in future. So now, what exactly is digital marketing? Starting with the most basic thing. Okay, basically you can call it as one of the form of marketing, where you're trying to promote a brand, product, or it could be a service to digital medium. Okay, that's what we call as digital marketing, the most basic way to define it. Okay, now digital marketing, to be very honest, was popular. It is not that it's something completely new, but I would say, like, I joined digital marketing before COVID, obviously. So before COVID as well, I think people kind of knew about the industry, but it wasn't that popular. what happened was, at least for India location, for other countries might be something else. But after COVID, because the close the offline medium was stopped, the only way for a brand to grow was to online mode, and to grow to online mode they have to do online promotion, and that's where I saw a bigger boom in digital marketing. So I remember during COVID time, I saw a lot of brands integrating themselves into the digital world in India. They started creating their website, social media. They thoroughly started creating content, doing paid ads, and 10 other things into digital marketing. So I'm not sure about other industry, but during COVID time, at least this industry was doing pretty well compared to the other industries in the market that I knew. So, and after that there was like, obviously you are seeing that boom that's going on. Like, I'm not sure how many of you watch Shark Tank, but whenever you watch Shark Tank, and whenever you heard, like, if you listen to any of the pitch that the founders talk about for their brand, when they talk about marketing, rarely anyone talks about the offline side of it. It's very digitally heavy. Okay. So you can see that shift clearly. You see now, irrespective of what kind of brand you join or what kind of industry you work into, everyone needs marketing. And like, as I said, like, nowadays I think 70-80% of market share of marketing is into digital, right? 20 might be offline. That too, when you talk about startups, they are heavily into online side of it. Okay. So like, you can work. What I like about digital marketing, okay, this is what I personally like, that let me just open a Word doc as well while I speak. So what I personally like about digital marketing is that I can work with different industries. Okay, that's first thing. Like, I never got bored into this industry, because every year I might be working, like, Adobe has been someone for which I'm working very constantly for the last few years. But before that, I used to juggle between working with so many different industry, so many different categories in general. Okay, so there used to be time where, at a time, I used to work with one BFSI, one e-commerce, one edtech. So you will never feel bored. You would never feel that, oh, I'm doing some repetitive tasks, nothing on those line. Okay. Like, uncertain is the word for this. Like, when I say uncertain, basically you are, there's a lot of diversity in your work. Okay, so this is what I'm someone who personally like that, but otherwise I'll get bored. Okay. Second thing, so when I say diversity comes with different, industry or brands you work with. Okay. Diversity also comes with different platform that you work with. Okay. When I say platform, you work on Google, sometime you're working on Instagram, sometime one time you're talking to an influencer. So, like, there's a diversity of work when it comes to platform as well. There's a diversity on region as well. As I said, the experience that you'll get when you work with the Indian market is completely different experience that you'll get when you work for a Japan market or a UK market or a US market. And the good thing is, as a digital marketer, you can sit anywhere and you can work. Like, again, the next thing that I personally like about digital marketing is the flexibility that it gives. Okay. Like, I know I travel very oftenly and I can work from anywhere. That's a very good thing. I personally feel there's no restriction as such that I have to go to office, and if I work, I think the companies are also very supportive on those lines, so you have that flexibility over there. Okay. Next thing about digital marketing, guys, that you would see is, people don't only just do job. Okay, so like, when I talk about career wise as well, we only think about job as a career into digital marketing. But trust me, when you join this industry, you will see people exploring 10 different things. Okay. For example, sorry. So, like, let's say you are doing job, but apart from job, let's say, what else you could do. You can do freelancing, right? You might have heard this term very oftenly. Freelancing is basically, like, in a job you are doing all the operation task while you're representing a company. But in freelancing, once you get an experience, you can yourself work with the brand directly without any company in between. Okay. uh, there are many people who do consultancy in this as well. When I say consultancy, now in freelancing, you have to do execution. plus client handling and all of this kind of work. But in consultancy you are just providing your strategies, okay, you are not doing any execution as such, right? So you, if you have that kind of experience, you can just act like a consultant where you will provide the strategies, you will give those insights, but rest, the execution part is not your headache. So if you're someone who get very bored that okay, I don't want to take that headache of execution, do consulting, okay. Apart from this, people do training as well. When I say training, it is like the one what I'm doing right now. There's corporate training, there's with one with edtech. Colleges have nowadays a proper subject of digital marketing, by the way. So this is there in the picture. Now people start their own business. When I say proper business, I mean they'll start their digital marketing agency, or they might start their institute, right? They can do something on those lines. Now there are many people, what they do, they collaborate with other businesses and work on revenue sharing model. So that's how things work here. So you can, and I mean, as I said, digital marketing is applicable in every industry. So whatever industry you personally like. So I know many people who only collaborated with those businesses for which they had an interest. For example, I am someone who's very interested in healthcare brands. Okay, so I would only collaborate with those businesses because the thing is I know marketing, and second thing is I know the product, I know the industry, I have that passion for that industry, right? So that's how things work over here. Now earning wise as well, people take some fixed monthly charges. There are brands, there are some people who work on hourly basis as well. There are some businesses who work on revenue sharing model. So it's up to you, like there's a lot of flexibility over here is what I would say, okay. So I would say the pro about this industry, like the pro part about this industry is the diversity. I call diversity as a pro. Uncertain is not the word, but how should I say, you will never feel bored. You will get exposure of different brand, different industry, different platform, different region. Flexibility, a very good thing, you can work from anywhere. As I said, you're not just restricted with job, you have all these other things that you could do, okay. One thing about digital marketing, and also one more thing, you can be like, so when we talk about people, there are some people who are number people, or a creative person, okay. So let's say if you are a number person, you can join this industry. Even if you're a creative person, you can join this industry. So this industry has space for both the kind of people, number and creative both, okay. But one thing about this industry that one should be comfortable with is it keeps on changing, okay. When I say keeps on changing, basically, let's say whatever you're learning today probably won't remain the same, exactly same in next year. Things would change, okay. So you have to evolve, basically. You have to upskill, upgrade, whatever word you want to use, quite frequently, I would say. The reason quite frequently, because if you want to keep on earning that kind of money, you have to keep yourself upgraded, otherwise other people won't entertain you on those lines, okay. Next thing, and I also personally do that. Like, I mean, it's been 7+ years, but trust me, every year I have to give my exams, okay. So what I personally do is, because I want to stay relevant in this industry, every year I give my exams, or different for different platforms. Obviously, when you work with good brands, they sponsor those kind of upskilling and upgradation for you, so that can be done. But you should be like, if you're looking that okay, I'll join this industry and then for the next 10 years I don't have to upgrade, I don't have to upskill, I don't think this is the industry one should join, okay. So that's how this industry function, okay. These are like some common things that you would see within this industry. Now also, coming to the next part, so what all digital marketing consists of, okay. So digital, by the way, one more thing about digital marketing is there are a lot of aspects of digital marketing that you would do, which also includes business decisions, okay. So there are a lot of section of digital marketing where you're not just doing marketing, you're taking some business decisions as well for the brands, and I'll talk about this later on. So that is also a very good thing, that you get skin in that game, like you learn business side of it as well, okay. Now what all do we have into digital marketing? Let's try to understand this. So there are different departments, okay. um let's start one by from so I'll I'll give a ranking from the most popular or the most high paying to, the one who goes at the lower end. Okay. So currently the most popular one is performance marketing. Okay. People have given different terminologies for this, PPC, SCM, but like the current trending one, everyone call this as performance marketing. You have SEO, you have social media marketing. Now in social media marketing as well, it's divided. Like some people only work towards the influencer side of it. You have content marketing. You have I think this much. And when I say social media marketing, this is pure organic. We are not talking about paid. Performance marketing includes the paid side of it. Okay. We have programmatic advertising. I'll give you an idea of all these aspects, don't worry. And then we have something called as analytics. Email marketing is also part of it, so here I'll write plus email marketing. I think these are like your major departments when we talk about digital marketing. Okay. Now the highest to lowest looks like this. I won't say this is lowest, but still. Okay. Now this is a major department. Obviously, there'll be some small nitty-gritty work, but for that, there's no department as such. Everyone works into the same section only. Okay. Starting with performance marketing, guys. So what exactly is performance marketing? Now people have given different terminologies to it, but basically wherever you see some ads showing up to you. So let's say you're watching a video on YouTube and you see an ad that you can skip, or you're scrolling on social media and you see some ads showing up, right? You go on Google and you search something, you see some ads coming up. Anywhere where you see ads or sponsored or promoted, that is part of performance marketing. Okay. So performance marketing is nothing but basically promoted, sponsored, or your ads, whatever you would want to call it. Okay. Now performance marketing in itself is a very big department, because like all the online platforms gives you an option to promote your brand and you can work on them. Okay. I'll give you a list. Like right now, only when I'll write the list, you will be like, okay, there's so many things to learn over here as well. Okay. So first thing, you as a performance marketer, you have to, like, there's a lot of number thing that you should be okay with, plus there's some creative role as well that you can work on. Okay. Now in performance marketing, people work into different like there's a lot of things. So starting with search engine, so you work on platform like Google Ads, Microsoft ads, Yahoo ads, etc. You work on social media paid side, which is you're running ads on Instagram, uh, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Twitter. You have TikTok as well, though it's banned in India, but for other location, it's very popular. Whatever you have, your WhatsApp. Let me see if I'm missing anything. You have Snapchat, right? So all of this are part of it. Your YouTube is over here, so I won't count YouTube separately, but YouTube is part of the search engine. Then you work on aggregator e-commerce as well, like Amazon, Flipkart, etc. You work on OTT platforms as well, like your Netflix, if you want to show ads on Netflix or Prime or Hotstar, whatever it is. Okay. You work on payment platform as well, like your GPay, Paytm, Cred, etc. You work with affiliate plus email marketing plus SMS as well. Okay, so there's a lot of thing. Okay, you work with some publishers as well, like Times of India or In Shorts or other news app, etc. Okay. So there are a lot of things over here. I might have missed out few things because I mean it's a very endless list, but you as a performance marketing itself, you have to work, like you me working for 7 years, there's still some platform that I still didn't got an opportunity to explore on. Okay, so I won't say that I've explored all the platforms. There are things that you'll miss out because things keeps on coming. Okay, like now we have Apple ads and Samsung ads as well in the market. Okay, so I got an opportunity to only work on the Apple side, but okay, there are Apple ads, there are Samsung ads. By the way, ChatGPT and all this AI platforms will also have their ad integration, might come in future, so that is also something that has been expected. So performance marketing itself, it's such a big department, okay, where you're working on so many different things. Now, by the way, all these platform names that I've wrote, they keep on getting updated. Okay, so it is not that okay, I've learned Google Ads today, it will remain the same next year. No, there would be upgradation and I have to be updated with it. Now, why this field or why this department is popular? When I say popular, I am saying that it is popular plus high paying as well. Okay. Uh, Now, why is that so? Okay. So the major reason over here is only way of marketing where you can quickly grow your business. Okay, so other form of digital marketing are much more slower when it comes to growing the business, like if to do SEO, or if you're doing social media organic. Programmatic is different, we'll discuss this later, it's not part of it. But like the three major thing of digital marketing is performance marketing, SEO, and social media. So if I compare all these three, the only one which can quickly grow your business is performance marketing, because your social media and SEO thing will take time. Social media at once inside, let's say you create a very viral content or you do a very different collab, then yes, it can go viral and can quickly grow your business, but that doesn't happen every other day, right? I mean, it's very uncommon, right? So SEO, social media takes time. Hence, all this new age brands that are coming into market, all the startups, everyone who want to grow their business very quickly, they prefer performance marketing. Okay, so it is popular, it is high paying, but high pressure compared to other departments. Okay, when I say other department, when I'm comparing it to SEO and social media, and but what is the reason, what do I mean by pressure? Because as I said, this is one of the most popular way to quickly grow the business. The brands obviously wouldn't take chance, wouldn't allow any major mistakes as such. Okay, second thing, the brands pay two ways on performance marketing. Okay, first one is service charge of the performance marketer. Okay, so basically, let's say I'm a performance marketer, the brand would pay me for my service charge plus, payment to the platform for running ads. And trust me, the amount that brand spends are in crazy. So now in this, like for SEO and social media, still you're giving service charges and a very bare minimum amount to put things on platforms or getting some tools and all of that. That doesn't cost that high. But here the cost is not only like first thing they're giving me for my service charges. Apart from that, they have to heavily spend a lot of money on Google or social platform to show their brand product, to promote or to sponsor that brand product. So they're paying double the amount, so they expect that kind of business growth, they expect that kind of revenue jump. This department has like both. I am now okay, performance marketing again, would it get automated? How AI is coming into picture? See, AI is being used in all the aspects of digital marketing. I mean, the most popular saying, AI will replace those people who don't know how to use AI, is very true. Okay, because AI will get help, will at least get rid of your repetitive tasks. We'll discuss about this later. But like still, even if like you join this department, trust me, it will take a lot of time for you to work on all this tool together, because not every other brand is showing ads on Amazon or Flipkart or GPay or payment, right? No, even if you're working with a very big brand as well, right? So you would never get bored, you will get a lot of insights on the business side of it. You will get really great with your numbers. A high pressure department. In India, it is little bit high pressure compared to other international market. International markets are not as high pressure as Indian market, because in India we still have some frugality from the brands end. But still, like if you want a lot of learnings, a very very different kind of learning, you should first experience this with the Indian brands, and then when you go international, you can go and like do more deep dive research. Okay, So that's all we have under performance marketing. Moving next is your SEO. Okay, SEO is all about, you know, so I'll just quickly show you a classic example over here. I'm searching for health insurance, let's say. So can you see sponsored result? This is basically performance marketing. Whatever falls under sponsored result. So one, two, three, four. These are all part of performance marketing. If I hide this, like you can see some website which have been ranked. This is part of SEO. Okay. So SEO in a very simple term is to rank website or your video on YouTube, or or organically higher on the result page. Okay, that is what we call as SEO. Basically, you are not paying any money. Okay, so for Google, all this brand HDFC, Policy Bazaar, Ditto, and Bhupa have same are giving some money to the Google Ads platform to show their ads over here. But for this, for Policy Bazaar, or again for Tata AI, Star Health, they are not paying any money to the platform to show their website. They have organically reached this benchmark. So in SEO, you have to make sure that your website rank higher, and not just on any other page but the first page, because nowadays people don't have that kind of patience that they'll go and check till 10 page. Correct. Now SEO has also changed a lot. SEO, earlier it was all about getting it ranked higher on the search engine. Now but people also want, you know um AI optimization, because now you get AI answer, right? So you have AI, Geo, whatever it is. Basically, the whole point of them is that now, because AI also gives you a summary answer. Okay, let's say I'll search for best health insurance. Okay, not sure why I'm not getting any summary right now, but yeah, like this. Now here, I would want my brand to be shown, right? So now it is not only about ranking your website higher on the search engine result page. Brand also want to rank higher on the AI answers, right? And that's how SEO has shifted. So one major difference that people have seen on SEO was, see, don't you think before AI, if you wanted to do any research, you used to go on Google and search. Let's say Soumya want to buy a laptop. He would go and search best laptop under 50K. Would you not go on Google and search about it? But now that shift has come to the AI tool. So now for research or for education purpose, hardly people go on Google and search, because they have to find out from all the answers which answer they should go and refer to. So they directly go to ChatGPT or Claude or Perplexity or Gemini or any other AI tool. They ask over there that, okay, best laptop under 50K. Don't you do that, guys? Have you seen that shift amongst yourself? That few months or few years back, you used to go on Google to do all this kind of education based research, right? Your awareness based research. But now you go to the AI tool to search, ask such kind of questions. Yes, no? Correct. Miranda, you don't go to AI tool to ask any do you still use Google a lot compared to AI tools? But like, what is the breakdown? So see, I'm talking about the research stage, like when you are at an awareness stage. So you go on Google and you list down from so many websites, and then you choose, is what you're saying. Like, you still don't completely rely on AI much, is what you're trying to say. Okay, interesting. But the cases are again very few. Like, out of all the answers that we have seen, it's only Miranda probably who's still relying a lot on Google compared to the AI tool. Okay, obviously he would have his own reason. Could AI obviously does give a lot of wrong answer. It also hallucinates you. There are 10 things that the AI does. But again, correct, correct, correct. I also agree. I use AI very frequently, so I know it hallucinates you. Sometimes it also gives some wrong answers because the model is still getting trained, right? But there are some AI tools which does a really good job. I really like Claude personally compared to ChatGPT and all of that. I've been using Claude for a very long time, and I had a very great experience. But coming back, so again, I'm not like, obviously there are people like Miranda and who are still not having that kind of trust on AI, but there are many people who have shifted towards using AI compared to asking questions on Google, right? So what this created an impact was, the queries that like what people saw that okay, now from education perspective hardly people are coming on Google. People are going to Google, but on for a very transactional kind of queries, like I don't remember last when did I went here and search for best health insurance. I didn't, but I do a lot of transactional kind of questions. Like let's say buy a Dell Elite Book laptop. I would ask such kind of transactional questions over here. But I would like the shift is more that okay, people are still asking transactional questions or queries, but they are not asking those kind of educational queries anymore, right? I'm not saying everything has been stopped, but they have seen a very um, steep decline in those kind of queries. So now so sorry. So now the whole point for brand is that they want not just their website to rank here on the search engine result page, but also on the AI answers. Okay, and that's how SEO is getting shifted. Correct. So that's one thing in SEO, but SEO is still I mean, you would still need SEO. Like SEO won't go anywhere. Still would want, because see, people are smarter nowadays. They can differentiate what is ad, what is organic. Okay, on a very serious note. So what happens, like there like one some percent of your brain would trust a organic answer more than a paid sponsored content, right? So it's not that you don't have to do SEO, you have to do SEO, but you can't just completely rely on SEO. SEO takes time to grow. Okay, so till that time your business can't get impacted. So what brands do, they start their business heavily with performance marketing, and side by side they do SEO, side by side they do social media organic. And when this SEO and social media organic grow, let's say in the next 2 or 3 years, what they would do, they'll decrease their amount of money that they're spending on performance marketing, and they'll go get their reliance on SEO and social media. That's how things work. Okay, but if you're a new brand, new business, new product, new service, and you think SEO and social media will help you to grow your business very quickly, very rarely that would happen. You'll have to rely on performance marketing to do that. Okay, so the ideal strategy for a new brand has always been they heavily spend on performance marketing. While they're heavily spending on it, they try to grow SEO and social media side by side, and later on, once they both get equal, they try to reduce some spend on performance marketing, because performance marketing will only work when you're putting money. Once you stop putting money, your performance marketing will have zero impact, right? So brands don't want to blindly get dependent on performance marketing, because it like you spend a lot of money. I mean, brands spend in crores and whatnot, like obviously based on brands capacity. But there are many brands whose business 30 or 40% cost comes from performance marketing, like they're heavily reliable on this particular section of digital marketing, right? So to reduce that dependency, they are realizing that SEO and social media is also very much important, the organic side of it, and they're doing it side by side. Okay, now when you do any form of digital marketing, because it involves number, analytic is also very important. Okay, so there are basically in analytics, you don't run any ads or you don't do any marketing, but you analyze the data. Okay, analyze the data, get some insights from there, create a strategy, and pass on that strategy to the people who are working on the operation side of it. So analytics, obviously it's required, it's all digital, it's all number. So you need to analyze the data, get some insight, get some strategy, and share it across to the people who are working on it. Now, what is programmatic advertising? This is also one of, by the way, social media. We all know what is social media. Basically, all brands who post different thing on their page and all. Obviously social media also, in the like it is divided. There's influencer marketing where you do collab with the influencer, could be paid, could be organic as well, you never know. Content marketing is basically all the content that you put on your social media platform. Okay, the strategy behind it is part of content marketing. So social media consists of all this mix. I would say a very creative field. Okay, SEO is both creative plus number, but social media is very creative heavy feel. Like you should have that creativity within you, I would say. Now, like for example, okay, I won't say if you're not a creative person, don't join this field. I am also like, if I compare myself with the industry benchmark, I won't call myself a creative person, but I still learned this. Okay, so people like me who don't come up with lot of creative ideas, and it could be possibility, what we do is like we try to study other brands, we take some inspiration from other brands, so we do a lot of competitor analysis to get those kind of creativity within us. So it is not that, okay ma'am, I'm not a creative person, then I won't join this field. No, you can. Okay, then you'll have to do a lot of computer analysis, you'll have to read a lot of things, you'll have to see what brands are doing, and you take idea from there if it doesn't come naturally to you, right? So that is also one of the way to work. Okay, now coming to the last part, which is programmatic advertising. Okay, now programmatic advertising is basically, um okay, here also you are running ads. Okay, basically ads, or you call it promoted content, uh, or sponsored. All of this has been done here as well, but on premium inventory. So what happens is, in performance marketing, lot of things are accessible to any kind of brand. Like you can work on Google ads, and you can show ads on YouTube, whether you're a small business or a big business or a normal mid-sized business. So then what happens that it's very difficult for a bigger brand to differentiate themselves. So then they came into picture called as programmatic advertising, where yes, you are trying to show your ads, but on some premium content, okay, or a premium inventory. You're not showing your ad randomly anywhere. You're choosing very when I say premium inventory, basically, expensive inventories. Okay, there are a lot of expensive inventories digitally where you would want to show your ad, and it's part of programmatic advertising. Okay, uh, uh, I won't say it's a new field, it is there in the market, but and there's a very big gap, by the way, over here. Okay, so there's a lot of demand, but less quality supply over here. Okay, because not everyone know about it. Okay, and one more thing, the demand is mostly from big brands. So you don't want to get into that clutter, you don't want to work with smaller brands, and you want to work on something that is very specific to bigger brands. Currently programmatic advertising is what it provides. Okay, so programmatic advertising is not done by every other random brand. Only big brands can do it because it needs that kind of money as well. So if you want that kind of exposure, you can do programmatic advertising. It is not new, it is not it's just that not everyone knows about it. So there is a demand in international market, but I see supply wise or skill wise there's a lot of gap. Okay, so I mean, this is all major part of digital marketing. Now, apart from this, we have email marketing, we have SMS marketing, WhatsApp, we do affiliate marketing, but all of that is part of performance marketing only. There's no separate department as such for it. Okay. When I say affiliate, by the way, you would have seen on YouTube, right? Those influencers, um, who share referral, who say, oh, you try to use my code, get this offer. So in affiliate, there are different ways you can do marketing, but we'll talk about this later. But again, your SMS, email marketing, all of this are part of performance marketing, and there's no specific department for it because all of this is automated, right? You don't need so many people to work on email or SMS or WhatsApp, it's all automated. Okay, now, um with within all this part of digital marketing, guys, AI is been integrated. Okay, I'm not saying AI is not being used. And if you would ask me, am I happy, am I sad about AI, I'm happy about AI. Okay, because I hate doing boring repetitive manual tasks. Like I am not, for the initial years of my career I did it because that was a need. I was an intern, I was at an executive position, so I had to do it. But I find it very boring if you just tell me, Jigisha, like to do one kind of task for a very long duration. I can't do that. Okay, I need that. I need strategy, I need brainstorming. So with AI coming into picture, I got rid of all those manual tasks. So anything that is very manual, repetitive, it got automated. At least it, by the way, not every brand is able to do it, only some brands are able to do this. And the brand that I work with, uh, they have automated a lot of manual repetitive tasks. So I'm happy because that gave me more time to look into strategy, client handling, relationship building, and 10 other things. Okay, so I'm in favor of AI because I don't have to do those boring tasks anymore. Okay, and you will have to integrate AI. Okay, without like it is mandatory. Like AI integration in digital marketing, I would say you should do from day one. Okay, so for initial few months, do some repetitive tasks just to get an hand and understanding on it. But rest anything that is manual or repetitive, like doesn't need creativity or strategy, I believe should be automated, and that's what AI is doing. Okay, so I'm someone who's very happy because I have so many things to learn. Okay, I'll be only able to learn all this so many things when all this manual tasks get rid of it. And trust me, you can't survive the market if you are just doing some same repetitive tasks. The world is very uncertain, it is changing. The jobs are changing, the way people work is changing, and you have to adapt accordingly, and one of the adaptation is AI integration. Okay, so the classic line that AI will replace those who don't know how to use AI is pretty true. Like I'm seeing a lot of impact over there. Okay, sure. Did the Okay, anyways, could be some problem. Coming back to the other part. Okay, now in digital marketing, guys, as I said, either you can work, there are different ways. Like as I told you, either you work with the brand directly or you work with the digital marketing agencies. Okay, now all my career I worked with an agencies. I didn't work directly with the brand because I want that exposure and diversity. As I mentioned, obviously everyone has their own requirement. By the way, you can work with the platform as well. Okay, so you, if you are doing job, okay, I would say you can work with, okay, so you can work with some established well-known brands. You can work with digital marketing agency, you can work with platform. When I say platform, you work with Google, you do get an opportunity to work with Microsoft, Apple, Samsung. They all have, because they all have ad section. And to, so now here with this platform, you won't, like if you join Google, okay, you are not joining Google to promote Google, but you are joining Google to promote the ad section of Google. Basically, you will sell businesses that they should use Google ads. Okay, or they should use any other platform that Google has developed when it comes to ads part. So once you get that kind of experience, you do get hired by Google, Microsoft, Apple, Samsung, and there are many other platform who have this section. Okay, startups again, they also have an opening. Digital marketing agencies are basically all these brands or all these startups. They do have in-house digital marketing person, but how should I say, they don't have that kind of capacity where that in-house person can handle everything. Okay, so a lot of brands, a lot of big brands as well, though they have enough people, they try to outsource some of the part to a digital marketing agency. And there are many brands who outsource everything about digital marketing expect to an agencies. Okay, so now this agency, there are domestic as well and international as well in the market. I would say to take an experience of both. I'm more in favors toward the agency as an employee, because I think I this industry need diversity. This needs, like you should have an experience of working with different platform, different industry, different brands. And I do get that when I work with an agency. I won't get that exposure when I'm working with a brand or a startup, because when I work with a brand, it's just one brand I'm working with. When I work with a startup, it's just one startup I'm working with. So what many people follow is they start their journey with an agency. While they're working with an agency, they figure out, they find out, okay, what industry they like working with, what platform they like working with. And accordingly, after, like 3 to 5 years, they do the switch. Like they might join a brand side. Let's say you are someone who really like cars, so you might would want to do digital marketing just for Mercedes, and you would join Mercedes as a digital marketing manager, right? But you are, let's say you are someone who always had a dream to work with, so all this Fang and Mang companies, then you would directly work with Google, Microsoft, Apple, or Samsung. You can give some interview and you can get hired over there as well. You like to do a lot of hustle and all, then you have a startup culture which is also heavily does a lot of digital marketing. So that's how work wise things can be done. Okay, um I think I have given you like a very good summary about digital marketing and how things work. So over here, let's just go to some theory now. Okay, so as let's just understand some basics, that okay, what are the roles of digital marketing, guys? So role wise, um, you as a digital marketer has to establish an online presence for your brand. That's the first thing. Okay. Now, while you're creating that online presence, guys, you have to create some personal connection with your customer as well. Okay. So when I say personal connection with your customer, but in a digital media, okay. So let's say you will create a lot of customized content. You will say you will send personalized messages, emails, all of that. Okay. When I say connection, personal connection, I don't mean you go offline and meet them. It is more with respect to how personalized communication or ads or marketing you can create for them, because in digital you can do that. It doesn't cost you much. Like if I ask you create a billboard for one of your customer, it will charge a lot. But if I ask you send a customized email to one of your customer, it's very dirt cheap for you to do that. So that's what I mean by creating or fostering a personal connection. um you have to do marketing in a way where you can retain your customer. Retaining is basically, uh, you know because nowadays customer has so many options with respect to brands for every category. It's very difficult for the customer to retain as in like to make them stay with your brand. So you have to do marketing in a way where they are retained as well. Okay. Now how that is done, it is not just done by showing ads or giving them offer, right? That every other brand is doing, don't you think so? See, product quality can't be compromised, quality can't be compromised. That is not even a question, that you will deliver the best. But in marketing form, you would say, okay ma'am, I'll provide more offer, I'll show more ads. That every other brand is doing. What extra you doing? So hence that's where value comes into picture. Like, you're trying to educate them, guide them, follow up them, doing some personalization. So you do all of this, that gives you an edge when it comes to retaining your customer through digital media. Okay. You also have to adjust a lot with the current marketing trends, like any marketing trends, any movement marketing that's going on. You have to integrate your brand over there, and you have to keep yourself updated with the trends. Okay. Again, when you're doing digital marketing, you have to make sure you're doing it in a way that is profitable as well. Okay. Like, because in digital marketing you spend money, so it's not that you're because your marketing is so expensive, you're not able to give that profitability to your brand. That shouldn't be the case. Okay. And digital marketing should have a result oriented method. The approach should be result oriented, performance oriented, and that's the only way the brand would want to work with you. Okay. um Now, let's discuss this. I have already discussed types of social media digital marketing with you. I'll discuss this part of digital marketing structure, I'll come to it, but let me just take you through the other part first. Skills needed, I've already said. You should be creative, you should know the trends, you should do good researching and analysis as well. And you should be good with communication, because though you're working in digital marketing and it's a lot of online work, but you will be talking to different department, different client, different stakeholders. So you should know how to communicate things well, how to put your things across to your client or to manager or to any other stakeholders. Okay. So these are like basic. Obviously, then you can have attraction towards number or creative, that is a very personal, but these are three basics that irrespective whether you're working with the creative side or the number side of digital marketing. Okay. Now, in digital marketing, guys, we follow this something called as rice framework. Okay. What is rice framework? Like, basically, how do we do digital marketing? So anyone who comes from the sales background, they might know about this. You might have heard awareness, consideration, and purchase. It's the same thing. Okay. There's no much difference. Like rice, where R stand for reach, I stand for interact, C stand for convert, and E stand for engage. Okay. So what exactly we are trying to do in digital marketing is, first, we try to reach out to as many consumer as possible and make them aware about our brand, product, or service. Okay. Then we try to interact with them. When I say interact, we create a way of marketing where the user can interact, they can show some engagement, they can give their idea. They can, when I say idea, about like what exactly is their problem, what is their problem, how we can handle it. Then you try to convert them. Obviously, directly you can't tell them there's a 50% off buy a product. No. First you'll educate them, then you'll personally interact with them, then you'll try to convert them, is what I'm trying to say. And lastly, you have to keep them engaged, because as I said, in market there are a lot of options for consumers, okay, in some categories. So it's very easy for those competitors to take away your consumer if you don't keep them engaged, if you don't keep them hooked. Okay. Now obviously for each of the stage of rise, reach, interact, convert and engage, there are different strategies that gets followed. Okay. And there are different digital marketing ways that have been used on all these three strategies. I'll discuss this later on in detail, but that's what we mean by rise framework. Okay. um what are steps involved in digital marketing? So there are few basic steps that any other aspects of digital marketing need. Is first one, you should know who is your audience. Okay, like who is the audience for your brand. That's very important for you to know, irrespective whether you're doing performance, SEO, or social media. Okay, you should have a very clear strategy. You should know how to analyze and examine your customers and your competitor. Okay, you should be good with creating some content strategy. You should know which channel will work for your brand. Okay, so let's say if you're a B2B business, you should know that LinkedIn will work better than Instagram, right? If you're a clothing business, you would know Instagram would work better than Facebook probably, right? And lastly, you should be flexible enough to analyze and adjust your plan based on if things gets changed. Okay, guys, this part is very interesting, where this is like basics of digital marketing that one should know. So we are just trying to cover all the basics today. So we'll start with the first main important part of our digital marketing, which is metrics. Okay, metrics is basically um how to analyze the performance. Okay, and there are different terminologies for this, and we'll be discussing each one of it. Okay, so now I'll create, sorry, um stages, metrics, explanation, formula, and any further comments. Okay, so basically for every stage of user journey, as I said, we have awareness stage, we have consideration stage, and we have purchase stage, and lastly you are trying to retain them. Okay, retention stage. Now for each stage of user journey, this is what we call as user journey. Okay, like uh, basically in a very simple term, let's say I will give you an example. I'm having a lot of acne problem. Okay, let's say. Now what I would do, me as a customer, I'm frustrated with my acne. So first, for an awareness stage, um, I understood my problem. I'll go on Google, or I'll go on AI tool or anywhere place, and I'll search. Okay, for an oily skin getting a lot of acne, what is the cause, how it can be solved. Okay, so you have to make sure when the user is at that awareness stage, you you try to educate them over there. Okay, so there are some brands who write a lot of blogs, who create a lot of content on how to cure acne, or what causes acne. The only reason they create those kind of educational content is because they know that the customer has such kind of problem. They go on Google and they search on such kind of queries, and they want their brand to be shown there, right? At once I get an understanding, okay, what is the cause and how it can be solved, at a consideration stage, I would have come across a lot of brands who are giving answer to this, so I'll consider them only, right? Now at a consideration stage, you as a brand should talk about your USPs and offer. Okay, so basically at awareness stage you are trying to educate me, at consideration stage you are trying to show me some USPs and offers, like how you stand apart from other brands. So I will consider your brand. Okay, apart from the five options that I have. At a purchase stage, you will have to convince me, so you can show some testimonials or review or etc. And lastly, basically that will convince me that okay, this customer has bought it, they had a good experience, I can also buy it from this brand. Lastly, at the retention stage, you as a like basically at each stage the way you do marketing is different. At awareness stage you have to educate your customer in digital media. At consideration stage you have to talk about your USPs and offer. At purchase stage you have to talk about some testimonials and review. And lastly, at a retention stage, you will create some personalization for the consumer. Okay, Now at all these stages there are different metrics that we see to understand, okay, did we did good awareness or not, or did we did good consideration or purchase or attention or not. Okay, so how would I understand that, okay, whatever awareness activity I've done is good or not, or how whatever consideration activities I've done has been good or not. So for that we check some metrics. Metrics is to understand whatever digital marketing activity we are doing, how are they performing. Okay, and there are different matrices for each of the stages of user journey, and this is what we'll be discussing. This might take around, I think, 1 hour or so. So for right now, what I'll do, I'll just show you the name of those matrices, and once we come from break we'll discuss this in detail. Okay, so starting with, for an awareness stage, what are the matrices that we check is impression, reach, frequency, clicks, link clicks, landing page views. Okay, we see something called as click through rate, or we also call this as CTR. We see cost per click, or we also call this as CPC. We see engagement, we see engagement rate. By the way, engagement and engagement rate is only for your social media, so I'll write it over here. We see cost per engagement. We see views, which is very specific to YouTube. We see view rate. We see cost per view. Now at a consideration stage or a purchase stage, we see metrics like results or conversion or leads or sales. We, I mean, there are different terms for it. We see cost per result or conversion. We see result rate or conversion rate. Specifically for e-commerce, we see something called as revenue, return on ad spend, which we also call as ROAS. We see AOV, which we, the full form is average order value. We see POS, which is called as profit on ad spend. We see some cross selling, upselling. So basically, like, these are basic metrics. Okay, and these are all, you know, basic digital marketing metrics. Okay, for platform to platform there are other additional metrics as well. Okay, we, I'm just talking about the overview right now. For platform, Google will have their own additional metrics, so Facebook will have their own additional metrics. Okay, they will have their own customization as per the platform, but these are standard metrics. Okay, so basic, I'll say these are your standard metrics that one should know, whether you are doing SEO, social media, or performance marketing, or anything of that sort. Okay, so let's get started, guys. And I would just request you to pay proper attention to whatever I'm saying. If you don't understand, ask me there and there itself, instead of asking me to repeat the entire list because it will take ages then. So if you don't understand any metric, stop me there and I'm happy to explain it. Okay. So let's get started. This we don't need, but I'll just copy it and put it somewhere. Let's soon save it. We'll just keep it here for the sake of it. Okay, we are starting with impression, guys. Okay, so we'll start with awareness stage first. Starting with impression. What is impression? So all these three metrics are correlated to each other. So I'll explain all these three metrics together, and then I'll see if you have any questions. Okay, impression, reach, and frequency. Okay, what is impression? What is reach? And what is frequency? Okay, so now impression is, I'll write a line also over here. Number of time your ad has been shown to the customer. Okay. Reach is number of unique users who have seen the ad. So no need, but this means number. Let me just write properly. Okay. And frequency is on an average, a single user has seen your ad how many times. Okay. So let me just repeat this and I'll explain it with an example as well. Okay. Impression, number of time your ad has been shown to the user. Reach, number of unique user who have seen the ad. Frequency is on an average, a single user has seen your ad how many times. Okay. So what does this mean? Now I'm going to Google and I'm searching for health insurance. Okay. Just exactly in front of me I can see a ad by Policy Bazaar company. Okay, so this Policy Bazaar is running an ad on Google. Okay, so on the Google ads backend, basically, so whenever a brand runs an ad, they run it through a specific platform. For example, if you want to run ad on any Google property, you have to use this platform called as Google Ads. Okay, so now in that platform you will see, okay, your ad has got how much impression, how much reach, how much frequency. Okay, so on that backend, right now, me as a customer, I've seen this ad by Policy Bazaar. Okay, so on their backend, they would see, say they would see one impression and one reach. Okay, hold on till here. Now if I refresh this page again and if I see, now I've seen this ad, I'm seeing the ad by the same company, correct? Now this brand, the same brand Policy Bazaar, on their platform would have got two impression and one reach. So impression is basically number of time your ad has been shown to the customer. So this ad to me has been shown two times, but reach is unique user who have seen the ad. So the ad has been shown to me two times, but I am just one user, right? So my reach, this platform, this particular brand on their platform would see two impression and one reach. One reach because I am the same user, two impression because to me the ad has been shown two times. Guys, did you understood what is the difference between impression and reach? So for example, we have nine, how many people on the call? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 people on the call, right? So what I'm right now, if I'm doing a promotion, my reach is 8 because you are 8 people, all 8 of us, you are listening to me. Okay, but my impression would be basically, let's say each one of you have seen my ad 10 times or 12 times, that makes my impression. So impression is basically how many times my ad has been shown to a customer, but reach only calculate the unique users who have seen the ad. Okay, and that derives the next metric, which is frequency. Now frequency is used to understand this correlation that on an average a user has seen the ad how many times. Now why this metric is required is because when a brand spend in crores, they get a lot of impression, they get a lot of reach, so it is very difficult to do the maths, right? Hence this metric has been derived called as frequency. So for example, guys, let's say I'll write some numbers. Okay, hypothetical numbers, these are the hypothetical number just for your understanding. Let's say for XYZ brand, okay, the XYZ brand, let's say, have got around this many impression. Okay, how much it is? 2,15,711 impression, and it has got around, let's say, this many reach. Okay, can you tell me what is the frequency? You can't do the maths, right? Frequency is basically, you have to tell me on an average this user 98,267 user has seen ad how many times. Okay, one user has on an average seen ad how many times. Can you do this maths by just seeing this number? No. Hence you need frequency to calculate it. So how does the frequency gets calculated? You have to take your impression divided by your reach. Okay, so here, impression divided by reach. So what is my frequency? The frequency is coming around 2. So what I'm trying to say is, on an average each user has seen my ad around 2 times. Okay, apart from this, the use case of this frequency is all these brands, okay, who show you ads on Prime or YouTube or Instagram. They set this frequency at the back end, so they are not randomly bombarding ads to you. They set a frequency on the platform that, okay, to this user we want to show our ads 2 times, but for another user I would want to show my ads 5 times. Again, how does a brand decide this? It depends on how active you are on that brand's website or on their app. Okay, so let's say you are someone who frequently goes to Amazon and check, binge watch those products, check those products randomly. You're seeing 10 other products, so Amazon would feel that, okay, you're very active on the platform and they'll show you the ads multiple time. But let's say I'm a person who don't have Amazon installed on my phone. I only go to Amazon once or twice a year. So they know that I'm not that active user. They won't do that kind of bombarding to me as well. So the brand decide that how many times they should show ads to you based on how active you are with the brand, or if there any major offer or sale is coming on, like Black Friday and all, or the Diwali sale. So the brand keeps on changing this frequency based on different events and to different users. Does that make sense, guys? Did you understood? Okay, but just one thing, on an average, okay, on an average day, or basically uh, a frequency of 2 to 3 times a week is considered good. Okay, so like this is an average frequency one can set default. Like you don't want to do a lot of tweak, then you can choose, like, let's just show ad to one consumer of our brand, probably 2 to 3 times a week. Now you can go very aggressive based on some events or based on a different kind of audience interaction. You can cool down as well. Make sense, everyone? Did you understood impression, reach, and frequency? Any question before I go towards the next part? Okay, let's move next then. So, by the way, here I'll put all the hypothetical numbers so that you can imagine. Okay, basically, all these numbers for whatever platform you're working, okay, they will show you all these numbers, but you should know what does they mean. Okay, hence we are discussing all these concepts. Now, what is click, link click, and landing page view? Okay, so all of these three things have lot of similarities, hence I've wrote in slash, slash, and slash. Okay, so now I'm seeing this Policy Bazaar ad. Okay, if I click anywhere on this ad, it is called as click. Okay, so whenever you see an ad and you click anywhere on that ad, could be a picture, could be a text, could be a URL, could be anything, that is called as click. Then what is link click? Link click is when you're clicking on this things, like where when you click it will take you to a specific page, right? That is what we call as link click. Link click, the word says link click, so it should have a link to it. So if I click over here, it is link click. If I click over here, it's a link click. Okay, then what is landing page view? Now if I just go back, like I have not even stayed here for a second, that only makes it to be a link click. Landing page view would be when you click on it, when you do a link click and you spend some time on the page, it is called as landing page view. When I say sometime, at least like 3 to 5 seconds on the page or more than that. So if I just click, if I just do a link click and cut, like in not even 1 second, in fraction of second I bounce back, there's no landing page view that has happened. Landing page view means that the user has spent some time, at least over and about 3 to 5 seconds. Make sense? So click, link click, landing page view. Click is like you're clicking anywhere on the ad. Link click is like you're clicking on a specific link which will take you to a destination. And landing page view means whatever destination you have visited, if you spend some time, that is calculated as a landing page view. Otherwise, it won't get calculated. You just go back to your original page in fraction of second, then there's no landing page view. Am I clear? Okay. So mostly you will see that click count is higher than link click, and link clicks count are higher than landing page view. That is like basic, how should I say, user flow. There are many people who will click on the ad. Okay, there are only some who would do click on a link, and there will be only few fraction of people who will spend some time on your site. So you'll always see a link, you will see a lot of clicks, but when you see link click, the number would drop. When you see a landing page view, the number would drop further. Clear? So I've wrote that here as a comment. But this is most of the scenario. I mean, rarely I have seen that the click, link click and landing page view numbers are same. Like, I don't think I've seen that kind of scenario yet. For that you have to do a very extremely danger marketing or a very viral marketing, but rarely, I don't think I've seen that kind of scenario yet, like that the numbers are exact. I've always seen drop, drop, drop. Probably that drop won't be that huge, but there's a drop. Okay, so I'll write a random hypothetical number that out of 2,51,711 times my ad was showed to a consumer. Let's say I got only this many clicks, 41,289. Okay, again hypothetical number. Now this can be click, this can be link click, this can be a landing page view. I have just wrote here for your explanation perspective. Okay, so then what is click through rate and what is cost per click? Okay, by the way, you can call this as click through rate if you are calculating for clicks. You can call this as link click through rate if you are calculating this for link click, and you can call this as a landing page view through rate as well if you are calculating this for landing page view, whatever you would want to call it. Okay, you can call CPC as well as cost per click, or you can also call this as cost per link click, or you can also call this as cost per landing page view. Okay, it depends on what you are calculating, but the formula and the concept remains the same. Okay, so now what is click through rate and what is cost per click? Okay, so now when you, like, let's say you are my client and I'm explaining this to you guys that see guys, we have got around 2,15,711 impressions, and out of that we have got 41,289 clicks. Can you make any conclusion out of it? No, right? Like, you won't understand what she's trying to say, what does she mean, right? Like, because this numbers, it's very difficult to, and these numbers are still small in digit. Let's say if this in crores and all, it's very difficult to understand, right? So hence we have this formula or a metric called as click through rate, which will calculate, okay, uh, you know basically will give you an idea that out of number of time your ad was shown to the user, how many of them actually clicked on it, but in percentage format, so it's easier to understand. Okay, now how do we calculate this is, we take clicks, we divide it by impression, and we do into 100. Okay, so if I have to calculate this, I'll take this clicks divided by impression. Now I won't do into 100 because in Excel I have a percentage sign, but it is 19%. So now instead of telling you that we have got so many impressions, so many clicks, I'll just tell you one number, which is our CTR is 19%, instead of making it so complicated. Okay, am I clear? What is CTR? CTR is basically in percentage we convert that out of the number of time my ad was shown to the consumer, how many people actually clicked on it. Just to make it easier to understand, we convert into percentage and we explain. Okay, so right now you can see my CTR is coming to 19 percentage. Okay, so then don't you think you should have a question that then, ma'am, what is a good CTR? Right? Like, what do we consider as a good CTR? Don't you think so? Don't you have this question in your mind? That okay, you are telling us that right now the CTR is 19%. Is it good? Is it bad? Is this percentage good or bad? Do you have this question in your mind, guys? Yes, no? Right? You would think, right? Okay, 19%, but should we consider this as good or bad percentage? Okay. So, and there might be some clients you would work with, and they'll, let's say you're working for any brand, and they'll tell you, see, we need a 50% of CTR. So, is it possible for you to do that? Okay, that's the question. So now this CTR thing, okay, this CTR varies. Okay, guys, it varies for in like it is different for every industry, for every platform, for every geo, and for every audiences. So there's no standard CTR percentage. No one can tell you, okay, this is a good CTR. There's no standard benchmark. This CTR, you'll have to do a comparison. So let's say, okay, I'll take an example. Let's say I am a clothing brand and Rohit is working for my digital marketing campaigns. And I'll tell Rohit, see, I need a 50% CTR. Now, Rohit shouldn't give me this commitment. What Rohit will have to say is, okay, ma'am, let me just go check what is the industry benchmark for this e-commerce companies or e-commerce industry for the location that we are planning to target and the platform where we want to do our advertisement. And then I'll give you a commitment that can we get the CTR or not. Okay? Did you understood this? There's no standard answer that okay 50 should be the CTR. Now, from where do you get this number? Okay, first thing, to understand this number, guys, you need an experience. Okay, like you as a fresher, no one would ask you in general, because it you get this learning over with an experience. But let's say you say, okay, ma'am, we are a fresher, we still want to know this. Then there are some blogs. Okay, so every year all this platform like Google, Instagram, all this platform, they release blogs that okay to do for any industry to do any advertisement, what kind of CTR they can get, or what is the CTR benchmark on their platform. So you can take that as your standard number. For example, okay, I want to know for a clothing, for a e-commerce brand, what is the CTR benchmark. By the way, this is released every year in 2026 for Google Ads. Let's say for Google Ads, it will be different. For social, it will be different. Okay. So you can go and read such kind of blogs, and there it will tell you. So you have to go down. You have to see for CTR. This is the CTR picture. If you could see, I'll zoom it. This blue one is e-commerce. If you could see, and what is the CTR percentage? It was, I believe, around. See this. We are here. So what it says. Again, in Google Ads, there are different ways you can do advertisement, but on an average, it is around like 2.69. Right, so now this is your benchmark. But as I said, it is not just platform and the industry. There are two more factors: the audiences and the geography. So all these benchmark blogs that you see are considered US as like the benchmark is considered for US location. This is for US location. So then you are doing advertisement in India, then what would you do? You take a lower number over here. So you don't say 2.69, you might say between 2 to 2.4. But now let's say in India also you are doing promotion only in tier 3 cities, then again this will be different. Your target audience for clothing is not Gen Z or millennial, it is older age group, then the CTR would be more different. It will be much more lesser. So your CTR, like, though you get this benchmark for a platform and industry, you'll have to see what geo and what audience you're targeting, because that also impacts the CTR. Right, so now for e-commerce, if someone would tell me that okay, Jigisha, you run Google Ads for our clothing brand and you get us a CTR of 50%, I would straightly say no, not possible, because that is not the industry standard for Google Ads. If they would see okay, then try to get this on social media, I'll see okay for Instagram what is the CTR standard for e-commerce brands. Did you understood this, guys? You, anyone who will come up one day and will tell you get you to give you XYZ CTR, you can't say yes to them. You have to do a research that for that industry, for the platform they want to do advertisement on, and for location and audience, for that, for their brand's location and audience, you have to tell them let me just go and find that number. There is no standard answer to it. Okay, but just one more thing, a higher CTR always indicate that the campaign or the advertisement is performing well. Okay, and one should always aim for a higher CTR. basically if more people, if for the, let's say I increase this click count, okay, I make this to 1 2, don't you think so? What I'm trying to say, the number of time of your ad has been shown to the consumer, if more people are clicking on it, that will automatically improve the CTR, right? Don't you want the number of time your ad has been shown to the customer, at least 50 or 60% of audience should click on it, right? So higher the CTR indicate that you're doing a good advertisement. Okay, so if you're getting a CTR higher than your industry benchmark, that means you're doing a really good job. But if you're getting a very poor CTR, that means there's something wrong with your advertisement. Okay, and by the way, in digital marketing, this is what you get paid for. You are getting paid for to increase the CTR or to improve the CTR. No one, brand don't just pay you to do some operation tasks. They want improvement. They want improvement on month basis. They want improvement on quarter basis, right? So to show that, you have to, like, you would say it, let's say your industry standard is 2.59, right? So you have to tell your client that, okay, we will improve this. We'll start with 2, we'll make it 2.2, we will try to get to 2.59 as well. You have to show your growth trajectory to your client on all these metrics. Otherwise, why would they pay you? To the next part, which is CPC. Now, what is CPC? You call this, like, by the way, you can calculate CTR for you can calculate link click through rate as well. You can calculate landing page view through rate as well. The formula remains the same. It's just that you have to replace click with link click, or you have to replace link click with landing page view. The concept also remains the same. Okay. Now, what is cost per click or cost per link click or cost per landing page view? Basically, on an average, how much you are paying to the platform for each click, okay, or link click or landing page view. Okay, so basically here comes the math that, okay, for whatever clicks I'm getting, how much I'm paying to the platform. Whenever you do advertisement, whenever you run ads, or whenever you do performance marketing, you are paying money to the platform. They won't do it free of cost for you. Google won't give Google won't tell you that, okay, we won't charge you anything, you do advertisement. No, right? They'll ask you for some money, correct? So for that, you need amount spent. Okay, amount spent is basically how much you have spent to do all this promotion. So again, I'll write some hypothetical numbers over here. Let's say we have spent around 1 lakh rupees. Okay, I'm just taking some hypothetical number again. So this, I'll put a currency sign so we can understand. Then how can I calculate my cost per click? Okay, what I have to do, I have to take that this 1 lakh divided by the number of clicks I've got. This makes my CPC. Okay, so I'll make a round figure again. I'll put a currency sign. Okay, so for to do this, you have to take total amount spent divided by total clicks or link clicks or landing page view. Okay, now again, is it a good cost per click? Is it a bad cost per click? Same thing. This thing also varies for industry to industry, platform to platform, geography, audience wise, all this CPC fluctuates. Okay, but ideally it is always said that over, basically you should always aim for a lower CPC. Okay, so lower CPC will indicate that the campaign advertisement is performing well. Aim for a lower CPC. Basically, what I'm trying to say, don't you want to spend less? And like, it's like, I'm asking you to take a very minimum budget but get me as many results as possible. This is what I'm trying to say. That why you want to spend so much, right? Let's say if I make it 2 lakh, the CPC increase, that means you are paying more for a click. So wouldn't you want to spend less and get as many clicks as possible? Correct. Now, by the way, see again the same thing here. Like, you have CTR, you have CPC benchmark as well. If I scroll down, let's see this. Okay, this is a CPC benchmark for e-commerce. What is it? Is $1.16. You have to, like, now you're pitching this for an Indian client, you have to convert this into INR, and you take a more higher amount for CPC. So to take a buffer, don't say, let's say for US they are considering 1.16, for India you consider, let's say, 1.30. to be on a safer side. Again, this is just for Google ads and for this industry. But location wise, let's say in India also you are doing this promotion in a very premium location, then the CPC would be more high because there's a lot of competition. So the CPC also varies based on platform, industry, location, and audience. Okay, good question, Rohit. So um there are some platform. So Google, okay, some advertisement of Google on charges only for clicks. Okay, but on social media, if you want to do advertisement on social media, it charges for impression as well. Okay, so Google, in Google there are different way we can do advertisement. So Google mostly, most of the form of Google advertisement would only charge you when a user click on an ad. But on social media, even to show your ad, you have to pay some money. So platform to platform this vary. There are some platform which charges you for impression as well. There's some platform who doesn't charges for you for any impression. They charges you for only when the user click on that. So this differs for platform to platform. Okay, am I clear? So now if someone would tell me that Jigisha, for India location, get me a cost per click of 2 rupee, I can't get it for the e-commerce brand, because the standard, if I convert, if you just convert $1.16 to INR, and for a prime location the CPC be much more higher, right? So I can't give a commitment, I'll have to do the research. So you should never give a blind commitment that okay, I'll give you lowest CPC, I'll give you lowest highest CTR. No, obviously a client would want high CTR and low CPC. That is what they want. But how much high CTR you can get and how much low CPC you can get, you have to do your research. You have to tell them, let me see, you first tell me on what platform you want to do advertisement, you tell me what is your location that you want to target and who's your audience. You give me this C data, I'll tell you what is the CTR and CPC that I can achieve and how I can make it better month on month or quarter on quarter. Clear? So obviously you are not giving this fixed commitment. Your client, what would, let's say if I'm giving this commitment to my client would expect that quarter on quarter or year on year I increase the CTR and I decrease the CPC. And that's the only reason they'll pay me the salary or they'll give me money. Otherwise, what's the use case? If for every year I show them the same number and no improvement, would the client pay me for that? No. So your job as a digital marketer is not just to do operation. You have to optimize. When I say the word optimize means you have to make your existing work better. When I say existing work better, I'll have to create advertisement in a way that my CTR rise and my CPC decreases. Obviously, considering the industry benchmark. Okay, so we have discussed so far till cost per click. Now on social media, we also see metrics like engagement rate and cost per engagement. What do we mean by engagement? Now engagement means your total of like, share, comment, save, scroll, any interaction basically, and other interactions, okay, apart from click, is called as engagement. Because on social media, see, this is only for social media, because only on social media you can like a post, you can write a comment, you can save it, you can share it, right? You can scroll around. So that is what we call as engagement. Okay, and this is only for social media platform. It is not for search engine like Google, Microsoft, Bing, and all. Okay, then what is engagement rate? Again, the same thing. That number of time your content was shown to the consumer, how many people have actually engaged with it. Okay, so number of time your content was shown to the users, how many of them have engaged with it, again convert in the percentage format. Okay, and lastly cost per engagement, basically same thing. How much you are getting charged for each engagement. So this same metrics is only for your social media platform, not applicable for search engine. Okay, now on YouTube, okay, we see, this is again, I'll write yours for social media. For YouTube, we also have one more additional metric. So see, these are some additional metric that the platforms ask to check, hence I've wrote it separately. On YouTube, now we know views are very important, right? Like everyone want to see the don't you think you decide by checking the views that okay, should you watch the video or not? Okay, so now, by the way, on YouTube, whatever views that you see, it is not just organic view, it is paid view as well. Okay, so what do I mean by paid view? Basically, let's say this particular video. Now, this particular video has got 2.6 k views. Okay, this doesn't mean this is all organic view. This, what this person might have done, this particular video, he might have run this video as an ad, and he would have garnered this views. So because he also know that most of the people decide should they see the video or not by seeing the view count, right? So on YouTube, you should see, okay, view rate is basically again number of time your content was shown, how many of have actually went and watched that video for some duration. Cost per views, again, how much you have paid to YouTube to run this video. Like basically cost per view mean, now right now I'm seeing this ad, so how much YouTube is charging this brand, I believe what brand it is, I don't know. Well, it's not by Apple, it is by some a different company altogether. So basically, how much YouTube is charging this particular brand to show this commercial to me is called as cost per view. Okay, so again, this is also something that the we as a digital marketer try to calculate. By the way, a fun fact or a very interesting fact you should know, it is dirt cheap to run this kind of ads. Okay, so you have seen this kind of ads, right, that you can skip in 5 seconds. So to run this kind of ad and to garner views, for India location, the cost per view ranges from 0.30 paisa to 1 rupee, by the way. So I had worked, when I used to work for Indian brands, there were brands, what they used to do, there was this, I can't disclose the name of the company, but there was a mutual fund company. Okay, they used to create a lot of boring videos about mutual fund. I mean, the videos were not that interesting. They uploaded it on YouTube, and they saw that okay, they are not getting a lot of views on that videos. So what that client used to do, they used to give me 1 lakh. They used to allocate 1 lakh budget for each of those videos, and they used to ask us to run that as an ad and increase the view count. So in that 1 lakh amount, minimum I've got them 1 lakh views. Obviously I've got them more than 1 lakh views because the pricing used to be around 0.50 paisa, 0.80 paisa, 1 rupee or 2 rupee max. But for sure, I've for each video we used to spend around 1 lakh, and at least we used to get them minimum 1 lakh views. So this numbers that you see, it is not just pure organic. There's a lot of promotion done over here. Are we clear? Okay, so to calculate your engagement rate, cost per engagement, or view rate and cost per view, you calculate like click through rate and cost per click only. It's just that in the click through rate you choose click, for engagement rate you choose engagement, for view rate you choose view instead of click. Same to the way you calculate cost per click, the similar way you can calculate cost per engagement and cost per view. You just have to replace clicks by either view or engagement. The formula remains the same, you're just changing the base, which is either engagement or for view, whatever you're calculating. Okay, so these are the basic metrics, guys. Okay, there are more than this. Whatever I'm discussing are all standard metrics which every platform, most of the platform tracks. Okay, but every platform have their own customized metric as well, that we'll discuss when we'll discuss those platforms. Today we are just understanding some standard basic metrics. Okay, so all good with awareness. Before I move towards consideration, I'll just check, did you understood all the metrics that we have under awareness? Okay, now, okay, good to know you guys are responding. Guys, just like give me 2 minutes, I'll quickly go have a sip of water, and I'll just have like I'll be back in 2 minutes. I think I'll need some water. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. If you guys want, you can take a 2 minute gap, but like just give me 2 minutes. Okay. Thanks, guys, for waiting for 1 minute. We can continue now with consideration. I'll share my screen again. Let me know once you guys can see my screen. We need to make sure that we complete all this metrics today somehow. I think we'll be able to. We have enough time to discuss. So, mm, okay, guys, can you see my screen? Any? Okay. None of you can see my screen? Weird. Wait, let me just reshare. Do stop sharing and reshare again. Okay, Soumya can see my screen. Guys, others you're not able to see? Very weird. I think Soumya can see my screen. Yeah, even I can see my screen sharing is on. Let me do stop sharing and share again. Okay, right now it went out. Weird. Wait, let me. Can you see now? Okay. Must be some glitch on Zoom. That's normal. Okay. Let's go to the next part, guys. So consideration or purchase stage. Okay, so now why did I wrote for this three metrics? It could be consideration, it could be purchase. So guys, in digital marketing, okay, let's try to understand what could be, purchase stage, because industry into industry there's some limitation that we have as well. Okay, so for example, for an e-commerce brand, I can give them end conversion, which is, asking customer to buy the product from the website. Okay, I can get this done with the help of digital marketing. Not a problem at all. Okay, but this is only possible like only for e-commerce, or see any brand. Okay, any brand who is selling product, okay, on the site, on the website, and it can be bought through online transaction. Digital marketing can do it. Okay, possible to digital marketing that I can get this done. But now there are some industries like um, education, or banking and finance, or B2B, or real estate, right? All this industry, they don't sell product online. If you would have seen, like, have you ever bought an MBA course online, or have you bought a 2 BHK automobile as well, by the way? Like, have you ever bought a 3 BHK flat online? No, right? Did you guys like did you go have you ever bought any of this thing online? No, right? You just go and buy skincare product, clothes, shoes, accessories. But did you ever bought a flat online? Did you bought a car online? Did you bought a MBA program online? No, right? Tell me anyone who has done this. I don't think any brand allow, or they like, why would you have not brought it online? Because the pricing of it is very high, right? Like, it's not possible. Like, you would want to go physically see, take 10 options, and then you would decide would you want to buy or not. So all of these things can't be sold online, right? You can't sell a flat online, you can't sell a Mercedes online, because anyone who want to buy it, the pricing is very high. So that person will check 10 different options, right? No one is comfortable, like we are still not comfortable to buy such, do such big purchases online, correct? Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. You need that physical presence. You want to go talk to those brands, to those sellers, see 10 option, and then you choose. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Yes, no, right? So for all this industry, through digital marketing, the end goal, okay, that can be achieved is only generating leads and quality leads. This is the only thing that as a digital marketer can do for all this industry. I can't I can't take a person online and ask them to buy an MBA program. That is not possible because no one would do that. So then as a digital marketer, what is the end goal that I can achieve for them is I will take the user to the website, okay, and I'll collect their details, like the people who are interested. I will do lead generation for them, and that lead or quality lead data is passed on to the sales team, and they will take the conversation further and try to convert the customer. This is how this industry, this is what we do as a digital marketer for all this kind of industry. Wherever this they have a high AOV, it is a one time, most of the time for most of customer it is a one time purchase. They are not buying flats every other 10 days, right? So me as a digital marketer, I can only the end goal that I can achieve for them is to take or capture data of those customer who are interested. That data, their personal data, like when I say lead generation, I'll take their name, number, email, I'll give it to the sales team. The sales team will call them, do an offline meet, show them, and then they'll try to convert them. You understood this? So as a digital marketer, this is the only thing that I could do for them. Okay. Now, like just to show you an example, see this. I reside in Pune, by the way, so I'll search for 2 BHK flat in Pune. So me as a digital marketer, for example, this brand is doing digital marketing, right? Casa Grand Eleanor apartment. If I click on this, can you see? They're nowhere they're saying that buy the flat online, right? They are just asking you for the detail. So me as a digital marketer, my only goal here is to those who came to the website, I have to try that they give their detail and I give this detail to the sales team and they do the further conversation. Make sense? Now here I can see some commercials by what? Birla. See, Birla is a very popular company. So here I can just do inquire now. I can't buy a flat online. Even booking wise, no one would do that. Can you see? They are saying inquire now. They are not saying book now because they also know no one would take that kind of decision. Correct. Same goes for education as well. If you want to do an MBA, no one would ask you, okay, pay online. They'll say inquire now, learn more. This is what they would say, right? Even for B2B, if I'm selling a digital marketing services, you won't go and buy online my SEO service, right? You will give your detail, we'll do a Google Meet, we'll speak, I'll understand your requirement, then we'll see whether you want to take my services or not, right? So me as a digital marketer, hence here you would see I have wrote result stats conversion. Now the meaning of result stat conversion is very different for every industry. For an e-commerce industry, for them a result and conversion could be sales, but for a real estate or education or an automobile or a B2B industry, for them result or conversion is basically leads. Okay, so the reason I've wrote it this way is what I'm trying to say, the meaning of results and conversion is different for every industry. Now let's say there is a company like okay, so now there are brands who has app as well, okay, who have who also have apps. For them, me as a digital marketer, what I can do, I can help them with app install and in app uh, to get some in-app event done. Okay, basically, let's say, okay, I'm doing me as a digital marketer, there is a brokerage brokerage brand, okay, so investing brand, okay, let's say there's some investing app brand. Now for them, me as a digital marketer, what I can do, I can get the app installed, okay, from the customer, and I can also do some push for some in-app event. In-app event as in, let's say just downloading the app won't help, right? I would want people to use that app, so I'll put some notification by asking them to open their account, the brokerage account, or buy one product from there. This is what I can do for them, right? Hence I've wrote app install, in-app action. So the meaning of results and conversion is very different for every industry. It could be reads, it could be sales, it could be app install, it could be in-app action. By the way, it could also be offline conversion. It's a very different ball game altogether. I don't want to get into it, but the meaning differs. When I say result conversion, there's no one definition for it. Industry to industry, the definition varies. Okay, am I clear? Sorry, I'm not able to see. I hope you understood the meaning of this. Okay, so you also, as a digital marketer for few industry, you have limitation. Like, not for e-commerce I can do it. Like, even for furniture, there are many brands, there are many customer who won't be comfortable to buy a premium furniture online. So for them also, you can do only lead generation, and you can ask the team to call them and try to convert them, right? So it depends. Now, so this is what I mean by conversion. Result and conversion is basically the end goal for whatever xy action or for what, for event you are trying to get that end conversion. Okay, so now here, let's say I'm talking, let's say all these numbers I've wrote for an e-commerce brand, okay, hypothetically. Okay, so then when I say conversion here as, let's say, um 10,000, if it's an e-commerce brand, I'm trying to say that I've got 10,000 purchase from the website or from the app, whatever it is. Okay, but if this would have been lead generation, I meant that I've got 10,000 leads from my advertisement. Okay, what is cost per result or cost per conversion? How much I have spent to get this number, how much I spent to get 10,000 sales from my website. So how can I calculate this? I have to take my amount spent divided by my uh, number of conversions that I've got. Okay, so let's say if I make it 1,000, it becomes 100. I'll write the formula over here. So formula to calculate this is, you have to take your amount spent divided by total conversion or results. Okay, now again guys, your client would always ask you to decrease this cost per conversion or results on year, like basically it could be year on year basis or month on month basis. Okay, so see, don't you think, let's say right now you are getting a cost per conversion of how much? This is my cost per conversion. Right now I'm getting a cost per conversion of 100. Like in future my client would want me to make it to 500, 50, right? So again here, there's no standard answer that this is good. You have to see your industry benchmark, and then you have to give the commitment to your to your client. Okay, I've taken a very optimistic number, I'll change it. Okay, then what is result rate or conversion rate? Result rate, conversion rate means, again, um, out of number of time your ad was shown to the user, how many of them have actually converted is what I'm trying to calculate with this. So how to calculate this? You have to take your conversion or results divided by your impression. Sometimes people divide it by impression, sometimes they divide it by clicks, and they make it into 100. Again, um, it would be expected that, let me write this very properly, it would be expected to increase this result rate or conversion rate, because a brand would want more conversion, right? Higher the percentage of conversion rate and result rate would mean more people are converting. So what I would do, I'll take this conversion divided by, now so there are people who divided by impression, there are people who divided by clicks as well. It's up to you, or for brand to brand this differs. So right now I'm dividing by impression, and I'll make it into percentage. Now why it is coming zero? Because it is in decimal value. So right, my conversion rate is very low, 0.191%. My client would want me to improve this. Am I clear what is conversion rate? What is, so like your CPC, the way you want your, so the way you want your CPC to be less, your cost per conversion or your cost per result also should be on a lesser end. The way you want your CTR to be high, your cost, your conversion rate or your result rate should also be high. But again, how much high, how much low is different for every industry. I hope I'm clear with this. Before I go towards the e-commerce section, I would just want to see if you guys have any question. Okay, all good. So the last part, and then we will pause. Okay. So now e-commerce brand, because see, now as I told, majorly for e-commerce or online transaction we can get the end result done. So now because we are getting the end result done, there are some more metrics that we will have to check. Okay, hence this additional metrics for e-commerce. Okay, this is for e-commerce only, but for again the purchase stage. Okay, that what are some additional things that the e-commerce brands check? The first thing the e-commerce brand check is how much revenue you were able to generate. What do I mean by revenue? Okay, basically, some price of all the product that was sold through the advertisement is revenue. Basically, when I say I have got 411, let me just make this better. Sorry, guys. Give me a minute. It's looking very weird, so I just want to fix this. Yeah. So here you could see that I'm saying that I've got 411 conversion. I mean, from my website, 411 products have been sold out. So what do I mean by revenue? Revenue means that whatever these products I've sold out, each product would have a price. One would cost for 100 rupees, one would cost for 20 rupees. I have to take sum of all that price, and that makes my revenue. Okay, so let's say hypothetically for this e-commerce brand, we are only selling t-shirt. Okay, let's say I'll give you a classic example. We are only selling t-shirt and all the t-shirts are priced at 300 rupees. Okay, so then what would be my revenue? Average order value means what is the average uh, order that the person is giving. So for us, as I mentioned, our t-shirt price are all 300 only, there's no difference. Then what would be my revenue? I'll have to take 300 into the number of products I've sold. That is my revenue. Okay. So whenever you want to calculate revenue, you have to take some price of all the products that were sold from the ads. Make sense? Guys, what is revenue? Did you understood? From for e-commerce, whatever, let's say I've sold this t-shirt from my website, what would be my revenue is what is the price of this product. Okay. But now revenue is not the end goal for e-commerce brand. Okay, like, see, mostly the e-commerce brand won't give you a target that hey, I want monthly 10 lakh revenue. Because let's say I tell this to Rohit, you do advertisement, you do ads for me, and you try to get 10 lakh revenue per month. But don't you think Rohit can spend 10 lakh and get 10 lakh revenue for me? So then there's no profit and there's no loss for me. So e-commerce brand won't make it easy for you guys in this way, that they'll just tell you revenue target. No, they will give you this. Most of the e-commerce brand gives a ROAS target. Okay, many of, at least in India, you will rarely see a brand who will give you revenue target. They'll give you return on ad spend target. What does this mean? So return on ad spend mean that if you are spending, okay, my 100 rupees, I want 5x return. What do I mean by that? At least I need 500 revenue. So return of ad spend means that if you're spending 1 rupees of, like, if you're spending 1 rupee on advertisement, at least I need five rupees of revenue. That makes it as a 5x return. So most of the e-commerce brand, they give you a target that okay, we need 5x return, we need 10x return, we need 11x return. They won't tell you okay, we need 10,000 revenue or 10 lakh revenue. They'll tell you, irrespective of how much amount you're spending for us, at least make sure we need a X return of 5x or 10x or 20x or whatever target they have set. Make sense? So now how one can calculate this return on ad spend? To calculate this, you have to take your revenue divided by your amount spent. So right now, I'll just write the formula over here as well. You have to take your revenue divided by your amount spent. So what is my, I've hardly got what 1.2x return. Okay, if I increase this revenue number, if I increase this by any chance, let's say if I make my average order value to 1000, or I increase my number of product I've sold to 1000 again, automatically I've after it can be that I spend 1 lakh rupee and I get a revenue of 10 lakh. So that means I've got 10x return. I hope you're understanding this, guys. So most of the e-commerce brand, they give you this target. They won't tell you give us 10 lakh revenue, because you would spend 10 lakh and you will give 10 lakh revenue. Then what's the point of doing advertisement? They want some profitability, right? So they calculate this and then they'll tell you that okay, what is the return of ad spend they want. Okay, but again, there are clients who will give you very unrealistic expectation. They'll tell you give us 25x of return. Guys, you have to check again, is it possible or not? If the, let's say, because this is not in your control, I'll tell you how. First is competition. If the competition is giving the same quality product at a cheaper price, do you think your brand would do well? No. This is after being into marketing for such a long duration, guys. This is my answer. Okay, if your product is not great, no matter how great marketing you do, it won't sell. At some point of time, you won't be able to sell your product. One time a customer would try it out, but if that product is not great, you can't sustain the market. And now, because customer has so much choice, they won't bother to come back to you. There's no monopoly. If your brand doesn't have that monopoly and you're selling a very bad product, trust me, no matter whatever kind of advertisement you do, it won't last. It will be very difficult for you to survive. I have worked with many brands who had a lot of money, but the product wasn't great, and I couldn't do any marketing. I couldn't achieve that marketing for them because the product wasn't great. The competition were giving a better quality product at a cheaper price. I can't, no kind of marketing can beat that, right? So this is what I believe, and I have experienced this. I have seen brands who used to give me a lot of budget. We did all kind of advertisement that we could do, but we couldn't sustain that industry because the competitor were were giving a much quality better product at a better price. So I couldn't beat that, right? So you have to be very careful while giving such kind of commitment. See the product, see the brand, see what the company are doing, and tell them clearly that see, these are the factor this which will impact the return on ad spend. You fix it, then only I can give you the commitment. Because if you give any wrong commitment to your client and you take them on board, you can give some unrealistic commitment to your client, you can take them on board, but if you don't deliver those results, trust me, they'll like, they will make your life hell. You might come across some clients who will make your life hell for it, right? So you have to set clear expectation before taking any client on board. In digital marketing, you'll get a lot of clients who are ready to come on board, but to sustain them, to retain them, you have to give right commitment, right expectation. Don't entertain unrealistic expectation, okay, just to take that client on board, because it will be headache for you only in future. Okay, and there's a good chance they will default your payment as well. Coming to the next point, which is POS is profit of ad spend. Now again, there are many brands who are very smart. They give you POS target. What is POS? In POS, here in the revenue, okay, they'll take revenue, but they will divide it by the advertising spend plus, okay, product making price plus other rent thing that they are doing, plus employee cost, everything. So anything, okay, anything on which they're spending money, profit of ad spend is basically you have got me a 10 lakh of revenue, correct? Now here they won't just consider spend as this. In this 1 lakh, they'll add their product making cost, they'll add their employee cost, they'll take their rent cost, they'll take their electricity cost, they'll take all of this average number, and what is the actual profitability is what they would want to know. So if you are giving them a 10, of let's say you got a ROAS of 10x, expect the profit of ad spend would be half of it, because there are so many additional expense that is coming into picture, right? So brands are very smart. What they do, they give you a very high ROAS because they want profitability as well. The end profitability should also look good. Let's say here, if you get a ROAS of 5x, trust me, the profitability will go to zero or minus. because they're adding so much cost. Am I clear? Correct. Basically, whatever. So when you say marginal cost, yes, you can say that line. Now this marginal cost is like, see, okay, every brand have their own different calculation when they calculate POS. Okay, some brand, what they do, they take revenue divide by how much they have spent on the advertisement plus the product making cost. They only stand there. But their brand who also add their office ka cost, their rent cost, their employee cost. So there's no, like, for brand to brand, this divide by with amount spent, what additional cost they'll be adding differs a lot. Hence I didn't said that, just consider this. It could be they'll just take advertisement spend plus product making price. They might not take rent and employee cost, but there are some brands who'll add rent plus employee cost as well. I can't tell you, like, that I've worked with brands and who have made very irrelevant POS calculation. But anyways, it differs from brand to brand. So is what I'm trying to say. When they calculate their POS, what they'll add more than their ad spend is something you have to leave it to them, and very difficult to debate as well most of the time. But this is what brand does. I usually don't prefer to work on POS basis because, see, it's none of my business. With respect to what is your Wi-Fi pricing, internet pricing, me as a marketer, I can't give such kind of commitments. I never get into POS because brand do. If you are working with a very unethical brand, they will add very weird calculation over here, and you will have to do that debate with them, and I try to avoid it. I'm very okay to give ROAS target. I never get into involved into POS target. It's not my lookout with how much you're spending to create that product, how much you're paying to the employee. That is your headache. You look into it, right? I shouldn't be My campaign shouldn't be just based on POS basis, right? Because it's not under my control. Guys, you're understanding this? So whenever if a client asks you to work on POS basis, I would say run off, guys. Run off, because it's a next level headache that you'll take. Guys, am I clear? Yes, no. Okay. The last two thing, cross selling and upselling. Now cross selling and upselling is not a metric, but we do a lot of this on e-commerce. Cross selling is basically, okay, you would have seen this. Let's say you're buying an iPhone from Amazon. You scroll down, you see plus plus sign where they ask you to buy. um let's just see right now only. So I want to buy OnePlus 15R. Okay, I want to buy this product. Mhm. Okay, now for this, can you see this? This is cross selling. So with the phone, it's asking me to buy all this complementary product. Okay, upselling would be, they would tell me that, okay, instead of buying this, buy the higher version of OnePlus phone. Okay, so cross selling is you're selling a complementary product. Upselling is you are selling a upgraded version of the same product. Now, why it is done? Why do we do cross selling and upselling? The whole point of doing cross selling and upselling is to increase the AOV. Basically, if you buy with the phone, if you buy a charger, earbud, and all of that, it will increase the average order value. If the average order AOV increases, leads to revenue increase, and that leads to better ROAS and POS. So cross selling, upselling is a very popular uh, activity that we do. Okay, now POS and see, this is not something we just do while the user is checking out a product. Okay, how we do POS and ROAS? Let's say Rohit had bought one trouser few days back from Mintra. What Mintra would do, on Instagram, he will start showing him some shirts which can go complementary with the trouser that he bought few days back, because there's a good chance he might buy that shirt, which because it can go along with the trouser. Or they'll try to cross sell him some watch, some accessories, some shoes. So cross selling, upselling is not only done when you are at the stage of buying the product. Even after you buy the product, the brands will try to cross sell and upsell you some other ranges that they have. Okay, and this is the strategy that they personalize based on user to user. Guys, this is not like this is I will make, and the platform allows us. Okay, so we do track this end to end. I will track, okay, what Rohit has been buying, what was the last product he checked, and based on that I'll customize for Rohit, because I want him to convert, so I'll have to do some personalization and customization over there. And the platform allow us to do that uh, without putting much effort, because we do a very strong tracking. This, you are getting tracked basically like all these brands are tracking you in end to end basis. They track you, they see that, okay, if I saw a pattern that, okay, Rohit on Mintra only buy premium brands product, then the remarketing or the cross selling upselling I'll do would be only of premium brands. I won't show him any random local brand then. So that is also the brand observe. Okay, so like in digital marketing, all this end to end tracking is done, and there's a lot of customization, personalization that the brand offers to make sure you help with increasing the AOV, which will lead to a better revenue, which will lead to a better ROAS, and a better ROAS also leads to better POS. So all of this are correlated to each other. Okay, so we are starting with video marketing first, guys. Now, you with the word itself, you would have understood what do I mean by video marketing. Basically, you know, it consists of basically, if wherever in on any channel, okay, you're promoting your brand's product and service in a video format, is called as video marketing. Okay, in a very layman term, but it is not as easy as it sounds. It has a lot of technicalities involved into it. Okay, so we would be discussing, like when we talk about video, the major platform that we can think of is YouTube, right? I mean, yes, we have Instagram and Facebook as well, that we'll discuss later on, but today we'll focus a lot on YouTube. For Instagram and Facebook, we'll have another day to discuss that. Now, what exactly, how things work on YouTube? Okay, so we'll be covering the ads part today, and I'll try to take you through, from basics to advance of this. Um, Now, when we talk about video marketing, guys, okay, uh, on YouTube, you all know, there are brands who have different channels. They have created their own YouTube channel and they have uploaded their videos. Now, just one thing, okay. By the way, YouTube is owned by Google, if you guys would know. So the when it comes to running ads on any of the Google property, YouTube uh is one of the section where, like, Google's 70 or 80% of the revenue is from ads, by the way, if you guys would know this. Okay, so now when it comes to that 70 or 80% of revenue, a good chunk of revenue also comes from the brand, the advertisements slots that they allow on YouTube. Okay, for example, right now that you could see in front of me, so in India, IPL is going on, Indian Premier League. And can you see this picture? Okay, this is one of the ad. If you By the way, on YouTube also you can see ads which say sponsored in it. By the way, this is one of the most expensive ad format. Okay, this ad is called as mastered ad. You guys are lucky that when I open YouTube we could see this live. So this particular ad name is called as a mastered ad. Okay, can anybody guess, let's say if IPL, again there are brands who book different slots. Let's say IPL, hypothetically, let's just imagine that IPL has, Tata IPL has booked the slot for, let's say, for one entire day. Can anybody guess how much they would be paying YouTube to show this ad? Anyone who want to take any random guesses on this? So to show their ad over here, like right now they are showing this ad, and let's just imagine that this slot is booked for 24 hours. Basically, this slot is booked for one entire day. Can you guess like how much they might be paying? 1,000 crores is too much. Not that much, not that much, guys. uh, so it right now, I mean, the last rate that I knew was around 1.5 crore INR. I'm talking in INR. So obviously, guys, location to location this vary, but the last rate that I knew that they were paying above 1 crore INR for sure. Okay, now above 1 crore is fixed, okay, but then above 1 crore depends on a lot of factors. So if you're asking for some customization in this particular ad format, that's a different story altogether. Yeah, Kranti, you were somewhere close, okay. Now, um but why I'm calling this as an expensive ad format, you'll come to know when I'll discuss all the different ad formats, okay. So on YouTube, like, there are these are six major ad formats, where you can run your ads, okay. Basically, you have a channel, but you want to increase your view, you want to do that promotion on YouTube. So these are some different ad formats where you can run your ad, okay. And I'll try to take you through each one of this, and at the end you'll realize that why this is the most expensive one, and there are other alternatives which works well, okay. So starting with the first ad, I'll give you the link. So guys, whatever link I'm giving in the chat, make sure you bookmark somewhere for your reference. Yeah, I will be doing it anyways. I was just about to say that. Okay, so you guys keep or I'll just suggest that whatever links I give in the chat, okay, you create an Excel sheet on your end and you try to register it over there. So in future, whenever you want to access anything, you can just like go to one Excel sheet and pick that link from there, okay. So it's better you guys maintain one Excel sheet or doc at your end. Now, here, by the way, so this particular link is by Google itself. So again, it's not that the data or the whatever it's been mentioned over here would be incorrect, okay, because it's about their own platform. Now, what are the different ad formats? And you would have seen some of this, okay. Starting with the most popular and the one that I love, okay. I love skippable Instagram ads. What is skippable Instagram ads? So these are the ads that have been run, they are which are run between your videos, okay, and after 5 seconds you can skip it. Okay, so the name skippable means that after 5 seconds you can skip this particular ad. Okay, now you would ask me why is this my favorite ad format? Okay, so in India, and for other markets also, I have run skippable ad format and it has worked well. When I say worked well, with respect to views, okay, so YouTube, whenever we do any kind of promotion on YouTube, we never think it from conversion perspective, okay. So yesterday we discussed, right, what is conversion, what is results. So whenever a brand is doing some promotion on YouTube, their main goal is not conversion, like, people will click on the ad, go to the website, they'll convert. No, it is more to do awareness. Okay, so all the brands who majorly do advertisement on YouTube is for awareness perspective or consideration perspective, because when we try to get some conversion from here, it's very difficult. Okay, like, rarely people will, let's say, imagine you're watching a video, okay, and I show you skippable ad. How many of you would have ever um you know clicked on it and went to the website and saw the product? Rarely, right? So on YouTube, the goal of running any of this ad format is awareness and then consideration, if you can create that kind of video, okay, but not conversion. I have run conversion based campaign. When I say conversion, that I want people from, they see my ad on YouTube, they click on it, they go to the website, they buy my product. That has never happened. I mean, it has performed pathetically bad with when it comes to conversion, but for awareness and consideration it's good. So whenever anyone asks you that, okay guys, we want to do awareness for our brand or considerations for our brand, you can pitch YouTube. Okay, it's just that one thing you will require is whatever brand who want to do promotion on YouTube, guys, you should have a YouTube channel, and whatever video you want to promote as an ad, it should be uploaded on your YouTube channel. Otherwise you can't run that as an ad. Okay, so let's say this guy, okay, some agro till guy. Now, if he want to run this video as an ad, okay, first thing, this guy should have this his YouTube channel. Second thing, he should upload this video, should be uploaded on the YouTube channel, and then only he can run this as an ad. Otherwise he can't. Okay, so these are two rules. Now coming back, skippable ad format, my personal favorite, because I can generate views, lot of views, at a I mean, I think this is one of the most cheapest way to generate views, okay, when it comes to pricing. Okay, uh I'm not sure if we can see any skippable ad right now, but I'll just add. Yeah, so this one, correct. So this is a skippable ad, okay, the one which it hardly lasted for 5 seconds and we can skip it. Now, just one thing, when I say views, guys, whatever views you see on every video, okay, that is not entirely organic. It has paid, like, it is club of organic plus paid. Okay, so now any brand, okay, and I've done this. So there was I'll talk about from a case study perspective. So I used to work for a mutual fund company. I mean, I used to handle that particular brand again for India location. And what this brand used to do, they had a YouTube channel. I don't want to disclose the brand name, but they had a YouTube channel and they were uploading all the videos about what is mutual fund, how does it work, different kind. Now the problem was they were not getting enough views. The reason being the video was super boring. Like even if you watch it like for 2 minutes, you will feel sleepy. Okay. Now this brand, when I was working with them, what they did was they told me that Jikisha will assign a separate budget altogether to increase views of this videos, and they used to give us for each video 1 lakh. Okay, 1 lakh INR. Now we used to spend that 1 lakh INR on each of the videos, and our cost per view, okay, used to go around 0.30 paisa, sometimes 0.50 paisa, sometimes 1 rupees. At times it has went to 2 rupees as well. The only reason being the videos were very long, and sometimes if you upload a very long video and you try to run that as an ad, it takes time to generate that view. So like for few videos we paid like 2 rupee per view, but still the brand was very happy. They were like, okay, I mean, with 1 lakh at least you are able to give us 1 lakh views. And it really helped them because people, some of people did watch that videos, and they got some idea about that particular companies is their mutual fund, and they would have went further and inquired. But this is what brand does. Okay, I mean, in India, I'm not sure. There was few years back. Okay, there was this whole story about this one singer called as Bacha, and everyone said that he bought views on YouTube, he bought subscribers on YouTube. No, he didn't do that. He ran his video commercial, like whatever dance video that he created. He tried to run that as a skippable ad, and that's how we garnered those views. So that's what many brand does. Okay, whenever they are not able to increase the view count, they run. So like one of the ad format that they run is they run this kind of ad called as skippable ad format. Now the reason I'm saying awareness wise and consideration wise it is good, because rarely, like rarely people will take that effort that okay, they are anyways in that space to watch another video. So like again, if it's very attractive, then that's another story. But if it's a normal video, have a less expectation that the person would, let's say I'll click on it and then I'll see this particular quote and all of that, right? But I personally like this ad format because the only reason being this is the most cheapest way for me to generate views on any video. Okay, and no headache. Like there's no limit. You can upload a longer form video as well, and you can try to run that as an ad. It's just that for a longer form video it will take some time. Okay, now going to the next one. So you have skippable. Now the way you have skippable, guys, similar way you have non-skippable and bumper ad as well. Okay, now see, try to and again, you should know all these technical things. Okay, this is what you get asked in the interview, this is what they ask you to check your knowledge. Okay, so skippable, the only thing you should know about skippable ad is it this particular ad run within the video. Okay, it can be skipped after 5 seconds. Okay, as you could see, there's no maximum video length there, they are saying. So they are not telling you that okay, whatever video you want to run as an ad, there should be a length to it. They are recommending below 3 minutes and all. I have run a skippable ad where the video length was around 15 minutes, 30 minutes as well. So for those videos for which anything, if the video is about 10 minutes or anything about 10 minutes, you will get views, but it will take time. Okay, so you can decide accordingly, but I've done that as well, and I could achieve a good result compared to other ad formats that I've run. Now going back, you have non-skippable and bumper ad. Okay, now non-skippable and bumper ad, both of this ad are something that you can't skip. Okay, so first thing is like you can't skip any of this ad. Second thing, this ad are also run between the videos. Okay, so if you see the picture, with picture you will see like here it is showing between the video, here it is showing between the video, here it is showing between the video. This one you can skip in 5 seconds. Non-skippable bumper, both of this ad you can't skip. Okay, so then someone would ask that okay, then what is the differentiation between both? If this also ad we can't skip and this also ad we can't skip, then what is the difference? Okay, the difference is the video length. Okay, non-skippable ad, whatever, whenever you want to run a non-skippable ad, the video length should be at least around, like, 15 second, or it can go to 60 second as well, but minimum 15 second. Okay, so whenever you want to promote a longer form video, and how should I say, you want people to watch that entire video without skipping it, you use a non-skippable ad. But then bumper ad is only for 6 second, not more than that. So it's a shorter ad. Okay, both of this ad you can't skip. Non-skippable will at least last for 15 second, bumper will last for 6 second. So now if you have a longer video to promote and you don't want people to skip it, you choose non-skippable. But you have a very short catchy video, like 6 second is a very small time, so you should have that short catchy video, and that you can run that as a bumper ad. Now, how was my experience with non-skippable and bumper? It was not as great as skippable, because obviously here I'm forcing the user to watch that entire video. So our views used to be like, I mean, the cost per view used to be on a higher end compared to this one. Okay, so hence from view perspective, I always close my eyes and go to skippable, not non-skippable. Bumper I only run when my client has some really good videos and they are worth watching. People are okay to not skip it, then yes, for sure, go ahead with non-skippable and bumper. Okay, then you have in feed. So now the word in feed says that this ad appears within your feed, like when you're scrolling on YouTube. Okay, so now when I'll scroll on YouTube, I might see some in feed ad, but let's not go into that. It will appear in your feed whether you're scrolling. See, all this ad, with irrespective of the device, like if you're scrolling on your mobile or your desktop, it this ad would appear. Okay, now how was my experience with in feed? Not that great. Again, see guys, I am saying for me it wasn't, not sure, not necessary even you should have that kind of experience, because brand to brand, industry to industry, things varies. Okay, so never, don't just believe with what I'm saying, you have to get your hands dirty as well. Okay, like in digital marketing, what worked for me probably wouldn't work for another person, so everyone has to get their hand dirty, and they have to experiment, and they have to figure out things for themselves. Okay, so now for in feed, it appears on your feed. There's no thing of no max length, but the only thing is, I mean, on YouTube also now you just scroll, right? So you don't pay that kind of attention over here. So again, not that great ad for me, but might work for someone else. Okay, as I said, masted, we know now masted ad is something this, correct? Let me just refresh and see if we can still see the masted ad or not. Yeah. So when if now we are still able to see this master ad, right? So there's a good chance they have booked this for one entire day, and we have clearly known what is the pricing. Now, what is my problem with this ad is, okay, I'm okay to pay 1 crore. I mean, or above 1 crore if I'm working for Indian brand, but they don't commit any views, they don't commit any conversion, nothing of that sort. Okay. When you run a master ad, the only commitment that the platform gives you is about impression. That's it, right? So the YouTube is not committing that okay, you'll get so many views or your cost per view would be very less. They are saying we will commit you some impression numbers with whatever budget you have chosen. That's it. Impression is number of time your ad has shown. So like they're only committing that okay, how many people have seen this ad, seen as in like this, not even played. When I click on this, then this is what you call as like a proper ad that I'm going through, but like just watching this from here is called as impression. Okay, now, like, if they're not committing any conversion, they're not committing any result, they're not even committing many clicks, then why a brand would want to spend, like, see, obviously brands still spend money on over here because the slot is very premium, no? The YouTube is charging you for the slot. Okay, like you open this your phone, and the first ad that you see is a mastered ad. Even on desktop, this takes a good amount of space. Okay, so you are getting charged for the slot. Okay, now there are two things over here. So let's say you as a brand, you say that, oh, we can't afford this 1 crore spend, right? So then you have another option. Okay, so let's just try to understand this, how this works. Either you take a 24-hour slot with pricing about 1 CR plus. Okay, now let's say you can't afford this, you want to just experiment, so then you have another slot where uh, you know which has like a minimum budget for India it's around I believe 10 lakhs plus. Okay, so like at least 10 lakhs and plus some amount, but here it will commit you 1 crore, around 1 crore impression. Okay, so here it is clearly telling you that you will get an impression of around 1 crore, somewhere around 1 crore, and you spend this minimum budget of 10.5, 10.6 different based on any other customization you need within your ad. Now YouTube is very smart over here. Okay, what they do, they ask you to, like, okay, by the way, how can you run this ad? So see, all the other ads that we discuss can be run through this platform called as Google Ad. But to run a mastered ad, you can't. You this is the only ad that can't be run through Google Ads. Okay, there are only two ways you can do it. One is run it through DV360. Now, what is DV360? DV360 is a um, platform to show ad on premium inventory, I would say. And this is also created by Google. Okay, so Google is very smart. Google has created one platform, Google Ads, which is available for all the brands out there, whether you're small, big, or medium. But then you are a brand who have some premium requirement, you have that kind of money, then you choose DV360 because you can stand apart. So and both the platforms are curated by Google only. Okay, so the money is coming to the same company. Coming back, so either you can do this way, like you run it through DV360, you can't do this for Google Ads, or second is directly reach out to the Google rep. So you can reach out to the Google reps directly and they can do this booking for you. Now what they say again, even through DV360, if I want to run this ad, I have to book it prior. It won't happen like overnight. So you have to book it prior. Even like if you're at least reaching, and if you're trying to do this ad with the help of Google rep. So that time in DV360 also it wasn't allowed. So I reached out to Google rep directly and they asked me at least for a 30 days prior booking. Now, why they are asking for a 30 days prior booking? Because see, they have all the brands who want to run ads over here. So, the day where a brand has chosen a 24-hour slot, for sure you won't get chance to show your ad over there. But then, like you, there are other brands also who would have taken a minimum budget package, right? So what Google does is, Google, allocate 10 plus brands together for one day, who have taken this 10 lakh package, and in that one day sometime your ad would be shown, sometimes some of the another brand's ad would be shown. But the whole point is, at the end of the day, again Google for at least the YouTube at least like Google for Indian market would earn 1 crore plus. So basically they are earning 1 crore plus most of the cases on daily basis by just running this ads, and just from mastered ad. The other ad formats are different altogether. I hope you're understanding this. So, like now coming back to the question, then why one would want to run a mastered ad? Okay, like if because it's so expensive and it is not even giving result. Like imagine if I spend just 1 crore for running a skippable ad, I'll get much more better result than running this one. So I did run this ad, and for 1 month we saw good amount a spike in our traffic on our site. Okay, I saw people are coming to my site, but from next month onwards there was no um like I run the ad, and like for the next month I saw some spike in the traffic for a few days, and then again it came back to normal. So my client wasn't happy with it because it was a mutual fund company. Okay, they didn't find it to be profitable to run this ad, they just wanted to experiment. So if your brand is such who want to get that end goal or end conversion, you should never recommend a master ad to them, because you're burning your money over there. But yeah, there are some brands who have like the startups or FMCG or like the Tata IPL. Now Tata IPL is doesn't want any conversion, right? They just want to create an awareness that the IPL is coming up, you have to go and watch the match. That is their goal. Their awareness is the only goal for Tata IPL, hence for them it's fine. But for a mutual fund company who want to sell their mutual fund, they don't just want awareness, they want people to go and buy it as well. Correct? For so any if you are into entertainment industry, or like where the awareness is all only about watching that video or watching that commercial or watching that particular sports, it is a good start. Second thing is you have a lot of money in your pocket. So there are brands who have a lot of money allocated into marketing and they want to experiment and things, they obviously do it. Okay, but yeah, if you are a brand who is very frugal, who want to spend each and every penny very smartly, I would never recommend a master ad to them. Even like I would tell them, if they want to do awareness, instead of doing a master ad, run a skippable ad at a very low price and try to get awareness from there. Clear? So when you get experience, the whole point is, now I can vouch for all of this because I have got my hands dirty. This has been my experience and I can consult. So your consultancy yesterday I was talking, right, consultancy. So for any person to consult in this way, they should have for some on ground experience or in hand experience. Okay, then only you can consult in the similar way. Again, this is even when you consult to a brand by sharing your personal experience, at the end you have to tell them that, okay, this was my personal experience for the over the period of time. There's a good chance for your brand it might, could be different, and we'll have to test it out. Because whenever I speak, I always say this, and even every other people in the industry would tell you that, okay, for us this was our experience, but it's better you try to test out for your brand. You never know, it could work for you as well, right? And I've seen it working. Like, there are times there are some ads didn't work for me, but it worked for my colleague. So since then, and when I saw that pattern, I was like, I will share my opinion, but at the end of the day, we should say that, okay, we should try it and see if the same thing works or doesn't work for you or not. Are we clear? Okay. Now, so this were all ad formats. Okay. Now, but how these ads are run? We just discussed in theory that, these are all ad formats and all of that. Obviously, I can't show you mastered ad. The reason I can't show you how to create a mastered ad is, obviously we won't reach out to Google Rep. Secondly, I have access to DV360, but now this access of DV360 is of my client's account. Okay, and it is unethical for us to share our client's account detail. So apart from mastered, I will show you how the other ads are being created at the backend. I won't show you what the DV361, because no one can show you, not just me, no one can show you the DV360 part, because DV360 is a premium platform. Like not every other brand have an access to this platform, and the brands who have access to this platform, they're very premium, and it's a very strict rule that it's unethical to share the platform or show the platform to anyone. Like, we are not allowed to do that. So I'll show you the remaining ad format on Google Ads. And again, Google, see, whenever you are trying to whenever you'll work in this industry, guys, make sure, whether it's your friend, whether it's your colleague who's working with different brand, never give access to your accounts. Okay, whoever it is. Okay, it should only remain between you and your client, because if something goes wrong, you will be accountable, and there are a lot of things that goes wrong over here. I'll try to discuss this later. But so I'll only show you like how other ads are created in Google Ads platform. But that Google Ad platform is also my personal platform, so I'm not showing you through my client's account. Again, unethical, the word is unethical. If you're working with any client, you are not you that data or that platform should remain between you and the client, no other third party person. So even when you work in future, never share it with anyone, never give access to anyone out there, because something goes wrong on this platform, trust me, you are reliable. Now, what goes wrong on this platform is because you are running ads, right? This platform is to run ads. When you are running ads, we are paying money to the platform, right? So what goes wrong is, I'll tell you. Okay, like what by the way, Google Ads is a platform to and this is we were going next to. So this is you how you can go to Google Ads. You can just search for um ads.google.com. Okay, this is a link to go to this platform. Do not, you guys, because you're new, please do not try to create your account by yourself. You need some guidance to do that. So you yourself do not do it. The reason, because when you create an account on this platform, it asks for some payment details and 10 other things, and that should be done in someone's guidance, or instead of just trying it by yourself. Okay, so please do not do that. Okay, so now, by the way, but to create this account, you just need a Gmail ID. So for me, I have a dummy account created. But again, to set up this dummy account, it asks you for your personal payment information and all of that. And because I work on this accounts very regularly, and I've been working it for a while, I know what are the safety concerns which are required. You guys, please do not choose it. Okay, guys, give me a minute. I'll just try to create a login, and then I'll come back to you. Just give me a minute. I just need to log in. 67. Okay. I'll just share my screen quickly. Now, before we start discussing this platform, as I clearly said, do not create your Google Ads account by yourself. It will ask for some payment information. You need to take someone's guidance when you work on it. You don't have to create, you guys don't have to create a Google Ads account. At least for my any of my sessions, properly for future session you might have to do it, but that is something that the trainer would guide you. For my session, because I want to show you all the things in detail, hence I'm referring to it. um and yeah, what goes wrong is, the thing is, this account is has a lot of payment related information. So what happens is, if you share access, if I give you this credential, even if it's a dummy account, if I give you credential and you do something wrong with the payment and the money gets spent, okay, it causes something that you will have to bear. Okay, secondly, when you work for a client, when your client has a Google Ads account, they add their credit card over there. So the limit, I mean, and there are brands who spend in crores. So you as a person, if you're working with such kind of brand, you can't take risk by sharing those credential to anyone, because one is like, if that person goof up, the blame will come to you. Second thing, this kind of accounts do get hacked as well. Okay, so what do I mean by getting hacked? Okay, um okay, so I'll just share you one of my personal experience. Thankfully I didn't got into it. So there was one guy on LinkedIn who messaged me saying he saw my profile and he was like, I saw you are into digital marketing, so and so thing. We want to do, we want to run ads to Google Ads for our brand as well. And this is a detail about our brand in a PDF, some spammy link, hence like, can you go check details from this link, and then we'll discuss further. And that time only I got a hint that that link is spammy, because few months back one of my colleague did it, and when he clicked on that link, and the thing was, he clicked on that link, he was with his office laptop, so that office laptop had all the login about his Google Ads and all. So now his Google Ads account got hacked. Okay, now what did the hacker do? The hacker, so he was running ad for XYZ brand, so hacker went, edited that ad, and instead of the brand URL, he added his website URL. So basically, let's say I am running ad for Pooja's brand, and in that ad I've given website URL of Pooja's website, correct? But now if Rohit hacks that Google Ads account, what Rohit will do, Rohit will go edit that ad, and then he'll remove Pooja's brand website, he'll put his brand website. So what he's trying to do is, he's spending Pooja's money, but the traffic is going to his website. That is what we mean by hacking. Okay, and when such kind of things occur, um yes, Google team would support you. When I say support, they would give you reimbursement only if you have taken all the precautions. So we have to set two factor authentication. We have to make sure, again, it is not I mean, we don't access all these accounts on any random website. We have to only use it on a office laptop, 10 other things. So if we follow all the regulation and still the account get hacked, then yes, Google representative do reimburse. But it's a different, again, headache that one has to follow. So you have to be very careful wherever in digital marketing, when you're working into performance marketing as a section, Google Ads is part of performance marketing. You have to be very careful and vigilant on all those lines, because money is involved. Make sense, guys? Yes, no? Okay, now I'll take you through how does this setup happens in the backend. So let's say, if you guys want to run, let's say, I'll play a video and we'll see. So if you want to run this kind of ad, how this ad is created at the backend. I'm not talking about the video creation part, the technical aspects of this. Okay. So for to run this ad, you need a Google Ads account. Okay. And we'll try to understand. Obviously, I won't go very in depth in the account. You will, I think, in future, you might have some more in depth session on this. My session is only for foundation, so I'll give you an overview. Okay. But I'll try to go as much important aspects that I could cover. So now please pay proper attention and try to understand the logic. See, guys, I am trying to show you the backend is to, um, like, how should I say, to keep your concepts clear. Okay. And on you just try to understand the concept. You don't have to mug this up. Okay. See, all this technical thing that how I'm doing all the setup and all can't be mugged up. Okay. You can only learn all this platform thoroughly when you work on it in and out. So the more you practice, the more you remember. This is not something that can be mugged up. It is not a definition. Working on the platform is not the definition that you'll mug up and you'll try to say the same thing. No, it comes with an experience. It's come with a lot of practice. Okay, and you being a fresher, you will get that time to do that practice. Okay, no one will in one day they'll tell you, oh, set up a campaign on Google Ads. No, even the people who you would be working with, they know that it takes time to learn such platforms, and it comes with practice. So the whole point of watching this platform and how things work is to understand the concept. Okay, not to mug up or not to be scared that okay, what are these things. No, just try to understand the concept, just try to understand the backend. That's it. Are we clear? So that is the motto for of me showing you the backend, that I want you to understand the concepts in a better way. Rest, how would you learn this platform and all? It comes with practice. No one in one day, no one can learn these platforms. Okay, so now this is how the Google Ads backend look like. Okay, and I'm not taking you through all the settings and all of that, because again that's a it takes another time altogether. I'll just talk about how a brand run this kind of ad. Okay, what do they do at the back end to do that? So they create a campaign. Okay, so for every, like whatever promotion you want to do, any kind of promotion you want to do, you have to create a campaign means like basically a promotion. Okay, now to create your campaign on this platform, you have to go to this plus sign and you say campaign. Okay, now when you say campaign over here, now once you do that, now Google will ask you list of questions. Okay, like a list of questions or settings. Okay, and you have to choose this as per your goal. Okay, like now how this get decided. Okay, so the thing is, because you guys would be fresher, no one would allow you to take that decision. Okay, because you don't have an experience to take that decision, so your manager and your client will decide all this technicalities and the setting. And what they will do, they'll give it to you. If you get familiar to the platform, they'll ask you that okay, just follow all the steps and try to set up the campaign. Okay, so when it comes to thinking part and strategy part, it comes later in your experience. Okay, so but I'll just take you through what are these technicalities, what do they mean. Okay, starting with the first question that the platform is asking us, what is our objective as in like what, why are we setting up this campaign, for what reason. Okay, like what I want for my brand. Okay, so they're asking me some basic question. Do you want sales? Sales is basically um, you want people to go to the website and buy your product. Okay, so no, we don't want sales. Do you want leads? Leads means you want people to go to your website and give their details. So no. Do you want traffic? Traffic means as much people as come can go to your website and they can. Now traffic doesn't guarantee leads and sales. Traffic means yes, people will come to your site, they'll explore. There's a good chance they might not give their details or would not buy from you. Okay, app promotion is like if you are a brand who has an app and you want people to install your app or do some in-app activity, you can choose app promotion. This is for us, like basically we want some reach, views and engagement on our YouTube, so we can choose that. It is part of awareness basically. Local store visit and promotion is basically um you want to promote your let's say I own a salon in my area and I want to promote that salon. Okay, when I say promote my salon, so if anyone in my vicinity in like 2 kilometers or 3 or 5 kilometers in the vicinity is searching for a salon near me, I would want people to see my salon. Okay, so in Google Maps basically. Okay, so there, if I want to do a promotion like this and I want to increase my store footfall, so this you can do it. Like let's say if you're a small store and you want people to know that okay, there's a store somewhere in the vicinity, and you want people maximum as many people as to know about it and come to your store. Again, this is not guaranteeing you any conversion as such. It is only guaranteeing you that as many people will come to your store and all. So you can do local store visit and promotion. Lastly, create a campaign without a guidance. That means that you are not clear what you want and you choose this option. Now no one should choose this option. Okay, first very thing, you should have a clarity on why you want to run this ad. Okay, like do you want sales, leads, traffic, app promotion, reach, view, engagement, or this traffic? Because if you choose this, okay, create a campaign without goal guidance, Google won't give you the best result. So it's like, imagine guys, I'll tell you, okay, Pooja, can you set up a campaign on Google Ads? But I'm not giving her any instruction. So would Pooja will be able to set up a best campaign? No, correct? Do you agree? If I don't give her proper details, would she be able to perform well, or would she create the best campaign? campaign? No. The same thing is with Google, right? If you don't tell Google why are you running the ad, they will okay, they will run an ad by choosing create a campaign without the goal guidance, but it won't perform at its best. Make sense? So you should always have a clarity. Now, not you, but your client and the manager would discuss that. Okay, what should be the objective to run this ad? Most of the time, as I said on YouTube, the objective is always chosen as a reach, view, and engagement, because it is very difficult to get sales leads, app promotion through YouTube. Okay, people are not in that mind frame, so hence we'll choose this. Okay, now here also, because I want to do promotion on YouTube, it is asking me exactly what do I want. So do I want reach, like I want my video to be shown to as many people as possible? Do I want to increase the views? Now views is not unique views. One, if I see the same video two times, that make it two views. So do I just want to increase the views on my video? And lastly, do I want to increase the engagement is like people are liking it, commenting on it, and I want people to subscribe to my channel. So then you can choose this. So here for YouTube, for awareness as well, when you choose this, again it will ask, it will try to deep dive. So whatever, like as you select each setting, the platform will try to deep dive and try to get more details from you. So now here you have to choose that what do you want. Okay, as I said, YouTube is very popular when it comes to views perspective. Okay, for reach and all, we have other ways to do it, but for now I'm choosing video views. Okay, and this is default selected. There's only one option, that okay, for views you can only run a video campaign, so I can't change this at all. Okay, this is the only option that I have, and I'll say continue. So all this thing, like all these settings, guys, try to understand that no, I mean, you as a fresher won't get that responsibility. The manager and the client would decide, and they'll frame it for you, that okay, for objective choose this, for further you choose reach or views, then you choose video, then you choose this. So they'll give you all the list. Okay, once you get used by, like, then what will happen, you'll set up a lot of campaigns, and then you'll understand okay, what works for what. And after that, once you have that kind of experience, you are the one who will guide your intern on what kind of campaigns you create and all. Okay, but in an initial days, no one would ask you to do that strategy part. Now here you can write your campaign name. Okay, campaign name is basically, now what is campaign name? Campaign name is for your understanding, because on your platform you will create lot of campaigns, guys, like, and how would you differentiate, how would you understand what campaign was created for what basis? So we always try to do this is, we write a very detailed campaign name. Okay, so I would do the same thing. So to write the campaign name, let's say, let's take a brand and let's try to do it for it. Okay, so I'll take a brand. There's this brand called as the Whole Truth. They are into healthy protein bars and all. Let's say we want to promote, do promotion for this brand. We want to promote videos for this brand. Okay, they have a decent view there, but they don't have very good views. Like 2.6K view is less only. So let's say we want to increase view for this video. Kids foods and food marketing is crude. Let's say this one. Okay, so let's say client says that we want to promote this video. Then what I'll do, I'll write the brand name over here, like the Whole Truth. Okay. Now why I'm setting up this campaign? We know we are setting this for awareness. Okay. And specifically for video views. So I'll write it over here. Then if I want to mention any other thing, I can. But like try to explain, mention whatever you have in your mind. So I've wrote awareness, video views. We are doing this on YouTube, right? And last but not the least, I'll mention in which month and year I'm setting this up. Again, when are we setting this up? We are setting this up in March 2026. Okay, so you can write, again, this won't hamper your performance in general. This is just for your understanding. It's asking you to write a name. Okay, now ad format, we just discussed ad format, right? It is asking me that where I want to promote this video. Like, do I want to run this as a skippable ad? Do I want to run this in the feed, or do I want to run this in the short section? You can choose all three, no harm. Okay, now here, bid strategy is basically how Google will charge you. Okay, now it is CPV. We discussed yesterday, CPV was cost per view, right? So now what it is saying, that for this, because I choose, I want video views, so they'll only charge me for views, basically, is what it is trying to say. Okay, so you can't change this, there's no option to change this. Okay, now the good thing, budget, like how much you want to spend, like how much you are willing to spend to run this video as an ad. Okay, now the good thing is, guys, you can put a daily budget as like how much you want to spend on daily basis, and you can start with as low as 10 rupee. Okay, but let's say you want to run this campaign for 30 days duration. Okay, and for 30 days you have a budget. You can do that as well. You can put a campaign total, and let's say you have for 30 days you have a budget of 1000. Then just put here your start date, which like whenever you want to start. Let's say I want to start from April, so I'm just creating this campaign in advance. You can do that as well, and you choose your end date, so like 30. So I'm just saying that from April 1 to April 30, the total amount that I want to spend is 1000, which is very less, but still. Okay, so you can choose how much you want to spend. That is a good thing. Hence this platform is available for small business, for mid business to large business as well. The reason being that there's no restriction with the budget, like DV360 or like other premium platform where they have a restriction that, or at least you should have this much budget to spend. Google Ad doesn't have that restriction. You can start with as low as 10 rupee per day. Understood? So that's a good thing. Okay, so you can choose again, guys. All this budgeting calculation and all is something that your manager will give it to you. It again, like they do lot of maths and lot of back calculation to come up with this number. Not so no brand will randomly go, okay, just like a fun fact for you guys. See, no brand will just wake up one day and they'll say, oh, we want to run this ad. This is all pre-planned. Okay, and there's a lot of calculation that has been done on this. Okay, they don't just randomly would tell me, Jikisha, set up a campaign, spend 10,000 today. No, this has been pre-planned. They do a lot of calculation. They get a lot of estimates. They find out a lot of what kind of results they can get. They do a lot of forecasting, and after that they create all this campaign. Okay, so that again needs a different level of experience, but no one will wake up one day and will ask you go set up a campaign, at least not the bigger brand. Okay, they you need some planning to go on the platform and do this work. Okay, until unless you are a very small brand and you want to experiment few things. Who decide price for such ads? Majorly the client. So the client, because see, the client is the one who's giving money, no, so they'll have some budget restriction. Like not every other brand has like you have to ask from your client only that how much money they have to spend, right? Like, because if they would like, you can't take that decision on their behalf, right? Because you are not paying to Google, the client is paying to the platform, right? You are just getting your service charge made. So let's say, Kranti, you come one day and you tell me, ma'am, we want to run a YouTube ad. I'll ask you, what is your budget? How much spend you can do, how much you are willing to experiment with. Correct, I can't decide it on your basis. Obviously, if you give me a very low budget, I'll convince you that it's very too low to get some idea. So you tell me that, oh, ma'am, for 1 month we just want to spend 1,000 rupees. Dude, that is too less amount. Like in that, see, the reason you have to spend more is to get more learning, to understand that what is working, what is not working. Now, in 1,000 rupees, what conclusion I could come across? Why? How Google? Okay, Google doesn't. There's no logic of Google accepting or not. See, Google, this is a platform that Google has created, and whatever settings you choose or add within this platform is decided between you and your client. Okay, so it is not Google will accept any amount. You tell Google that I want to spend 10 rupees per day, Google will accept that as well. Obviously, Google will also recommend you. See, if you spend very less, your the platform would recommend you for a very obvious reason, because they want you to spend more. Okay, see, platform is getting business only when a client spend a lot of money on all these ads. So obviously Google will convince you to spend more, but they can't enforce. If you say that you are adamant that, okay, I want to spend only 1,000 rupees per month, no one can change that for you. The platform will allow you to do that, but obviously the Google rep would might talk to you and they'll tell you it's a very less amount. How would you get your learning? How would you can't come across with a conclusion by just spending 1,000 rupees. They'll try to tell all of this, and which is correct as well to some extent, but in your pocket only of 1,000 rupees, and what one can do, right? So budgeting part is first thing. The deciding factor is done by the client, because they are the one who's giving money to platform, right? So they can decide. If it's just that when the client has a very unrealistic expectation that, okay, we'll just spend 10 rupees is very less amount to get any. The problem with spending 10 rupees is it is a very less amount to come across any conclusion, right? So then I'm who's working on the setup, I'll try to convince you that, if you can spend more than 10 rupee, please try to do that so that we can get better learning. But at the end of the day, as I said, in your no ads means no okay, guys, every ad is a paid ad. There's no free ad. There's nothing called as free ad. Okay, it's just that if you run a lot of ads, all this platform give you some how should I say, some offers. Okay, so if you're spending a lot of money, Google will tell you, okay, we'll try to give you some offer on it. Okay, or they'll give you a very good credit line, like, okay, like, so all these bigger brands who spend a crore or 2 crore or 5 crore every month, they have a big credit line by platform. So Google tell them that, okay, you pay us after 1 year and all. So that has been done. Like, they'll give you a big credit line, they'll ask you to it's okay if you delay the payment and all of that, but there's nothing called as free ad. You'll have to pay someday. Even if you're spending a lot of money, you'll have to give that payment to Google one day. Okay, and if you're a very small and medium business owner, you have to pay every day. Okay, there's nothing called as free ad. Guys, please, the meaning of ad is sponsored, promoted. Okay, so you're paying money, nothing comes free. Are we clear? Guys, yes, no? Okay. Nice, thanks, thank you. But Kranti, you asked this question. Otherwise, other would be in this dilemma that, okay, it's a free ad. No, guys, ads are not free. Okay, wherever you see ads, sponsored, promoted, that brands are paying money to the platform to show it. Okay, coming back, so we chose this. Now network is basically where you want to show your ad. So obviously I want to show ad my on YouTube. Now there's something called as Google TV as well. Okay, but this is only available for US location, so obviously we can't choose it because this account is set for India location. There's something called as video partner on Google Display Network. Now what exactly is this? So YouTube has I'm not sure if you know about this or not, but so let's say you have a website or a app. Okay, and you get good traffic over here, and you want to monetize that. Okay, so you know that, okay, there are a lot of people who's coming on my site. So what you can do is you can register yourself on something called as Google AdSense. Okay, so what is Google AdSense? It's a platform on which a website and app can register and allow Google to show brands ad on their site or app. And whenever a customer click on the ad, some part of revenue is shared with the website and app owner. Okay, so let's say you own a website, you write blog, a lot of people come on that site, so you have good traffic, you can monetize it. You just go to Google AdSense, give your website over there. Where you say give your website, basically you're telling Google that, see, my website has a lot of traffic. Okay, and I'm allowing you to show some ads on my website. Whenever that ad appears, if a customer click on that ad, the cost per click that Google charges, some amount of that cost per click is been given to the website and the app owner. Okay, so if you want to show your ad on those kind of websites and app, you can choose this, otherwise you can turn it off. How does it look like? Let me just show you once. Okay, so you're like, okay, it will take some time to load and all. Yeah, this, can you see? So this website gets a lot of traffic. So they have given this place space to Google to show brands ad. Now, if I click on this ad, if I click on this picture, the cost per click, okay, the cost per click so this brand Uniqlo, if I click on it, the Uniqlo will have to give amount of click to Google. Now Google won't take that entire amount. Google will share it with Pinkvilla. Are we clear? So if you want to show your ads apart from YouTube, if you want to show your ads on such kind of third party websites and app, you can choose this option. I hope I'm clear. Okay. By the way, just one question. Okay. I would want to know your opinion. So if I go to Uniqlo's website, okay, I hope you all know what is Uniqlo. Uniqlo is a very popular brand, okay, when in clothing. Now, if you could see, Uniqlo as a website has good amount of traffic coming on their site, okay, but they are not allowing Google to run any ads on their website. Could anyone tell me what is the reason behind it? So all this popular brand like Uniqlo, Veromoda, Zara, they would never allow any. They have good traffic. Their app also have good traffic, but they would never register themselves on Google AdSense and give some slots to Google that okay, I have some space available on my website and app. You try to run some third party brands ad over there and share that revenue with me. Can you tell me why? No, not about competition. I mean, competition that that is not the major reason. So, see, when such kind of ads are shown on a website and app, it affects the user experience. Do you agree? Like, imagine you're trying to shop from Uniqlo, and in between there are some ads which have been bombarded to you. Would that impact your user experience? Correct. Now, for Uniqlo, that revenue or that extra money that you'll earn from Google Ads is very less compared to the business that they get. Okay. So for an e-commerce brand, the user experience matters a lot, because how much would you get? Right? You would the revenue would be equal to what the business that you're generating by selling your clothes? No, not at all. Right? So it's not about diversion. It is about they don't want the customer experience to be impacted by such kind of ads. It is not also distraction, it is the experience. Imagine you're scrolling and somewhere in the corner there are some ads which are popping up. It will disturb your experience, right? The smoothness that the website gives you, that will get disturbed, and you might get irritated and you might go back. You're like, I don't want to buy from this site. So their business is getting impacted. So obviously all these brands are pretty smart. They are like, for some few penny amount, why should I get my user experience get disturbed? So if you're an e-commerce website, no matter any, like if you're a website where person can go and buy stuff, please never register yourself on Google AdSense, because that money is not, that penny amount won't be equal to probably your business, right? So do not do that. Yeah, but let's say you are a blogger who writes blog, and like it doesn't create much impact for you, then for sure you go and do that. Right? For Pink Villa write news, Villa write blog, so for them that's okay. Make sense? So for an e-commerce brand, at least, like if you're selling something on your site, please do not allow, do not, just to earn some money, do not do such kind of activity, but because that impacts your business in general. Yeah, if you're a blogger, you just have like a random site and all, then you can allow, that is fine. If it's not impacting your business in any way, then all good. Why, what's harm on earning extra money? Clear? Okay. So we have discussed this. Let's go next. So I'm turning it off. I personally don't prefer. And the thing is, YouTube, when we set up, when me as a brand, when I want to run an ad, YouTube itself is a big platform, right? Let me just first cover YouTube, then I'll try to show it on some third party websites and app. Okay. Now location, very important, where you want to show your ad. Okay. So guys, I'll just take few settings and then we'll go on a break, because it's like a long thing. So what I'll do, I'll take location, language, and till here, like till EU political ad will discuss, and then we'll take a break. Rest we'll discuss once we come back from the break. Okay. So now here in location, um you can choose where you want to show your ad, like in which location. Okay. Now what all you can choose, either you can choose all countries and territories, like at the entire world, but obviously you would not want to do that. You want to just show in some countries. Okay. Then what you can do, you can go to enter another location and you can add the country's name. Like, I want to show my ad in United States, I'll say include. I want to show ad in India as well, I'll say include. Okay. But let's say you want to, guys, give me a second, I'm getting a notification to confirm my identity. Give me a minute. Hmm. That's done. Okay. So now here, let's say, but you want to don't, let's say in India also, you don't want to show ads in all the places of India. Okay. You want to show ads in some states or cities or area, you can do that. Let's say in India, there's a state called as Maharashtra. There's one city called as Jaipur, so I can just choose that. Okay, I want to just show ad in, let's say, California, I can do that as well. In some place of California, I can do that as well. Okay, you can go as low as, let's say, I want to just show this ad in my area. Okay, like not even city, in my area, I can do that as well. How? I'll just go over here and write my area pin code. So I reside over here, I'll say include. Okay, include means I want to show my ad over here, and when I click on this, see, can you see, it's getting highlighted. Okay, so that it is showing me that okay, the ad would be shown over here. But I don't want to run in any of these places, I'll remove it. See, so this is getting highlighted, that means I can just show this ad in my area. So you can go as low as that. What's harm, right? I have done this. There are some brand who don't want to promote to entire city, right? You can do it. If you, let's say, you can do this as well. Let's say you want to show ad in the entire city, so Pune is the city where I reside, but the brand don't want to show ad in my area. Then what they can do, they can again search for my pin code, but they'll have to exclude it. Exclude means the it says that they'll target the entire city, but they won't show ad in this particular area. So you can do include, you can do exclude as well. Clear, guys? Am I clear? Okay. Now moving next is the language part. Okay. So now in language, see, if the video is in some, see, if the video is in English, obviously English makes sense over here. So how the language is selected is that okay, whatever the video, the language of the video is, you choose the same language over here, and also the audience should speak that language. That also matters, right? So the video is in English, right? So I'll choose English, and most of the audience do speaks in English. But let's say the video is in any other Indian language, let's say it's in Hindi. Okay, so here I'll have to choose Hindi, and I'll have to also make sure I'm targeting those audience who knows Hindi as well. So it is not necessary that you have to do your commercial in English only. Okay, um trust me, I have experienced this, that let's say you run one ad in English and you run one ad in the regional language, there's a good chance that the regional language video will have a better engagement because people are able to relate to it. Area name, yes, Rohit, you can do that as well. So my area name, like here, I'm in, let's say, so like when you search for the area name again, it will show you the pin code. You just cross verify if it's correct or not, or you give an address. You can do address as well. Okay, so let's say you go to radius and you write the address name. Let's say I want to show ad in the college, nearby the college where I learned. So I'm searching for it, so it will show the address. And here when you do address level targeting, no, you just have to make sure that you fix this kilometer thing. So you can choose like minimum 1 kilometer at least. Clear? Okay, now coming back to language, I was saying that, so in language there's no, like, people think okay, brands do only promotion in English. No, brands do promotion in the regional language as well. So if they are showing ad in some regional language, let's say if I'm working for Adobe Japan, not necessary I work on, I show my ad in English and also create one commercial in Japan, in Japanese. And most of the cases I've seen that the video which is in Japanese has a better engagement compared to the one which is in English because people relate more to it, right? So thinking that only English as a language, you should only promote in English, the video should be English. No, I think those days are gone. Brands are experimenting, and the customer also react in that way. I mean, people also like it when they see an ad in their regional language, correct? So you as a brand can do that, but like, it depends. Now again, not every brand is comfortable to do this. If you are a global brand, I'm not sure, some of them would be hesitant to show ads based on regional language. But if you are a brand who's very popular in that area and all, okay, then you choose your regional language because that will have a better impact, right? So some brands won't be comfortable to create a commercial in different languages. They will have their own reason. They will think because again, see, every brand has their own mindset. They have thought how they want their brand to be perceived. So they would be like, we don't want our brand image to be impacted because of all these reasons and all of this. So it depends is what I would say. But I've worked with some brands who are very open to try regional language. They don't have that mindset. But there's some brands who are like, we don't want our brand to be perceived that okay, in regional language also they create their commercial. We want to keep that standard equal, we just want to keep it English. You can't do anything. That's your client call. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. EU political, we are not running any EU political ads, so no. Okay. Now there are some other settings also that we choose. So we can choose, by the way, you can choose on which device you want to run your ad. So like if you want, let's say your brand is very premium. Hypothetically, I'm saying it, but let's say this is a very premium protein brand. So and they know that even when they do awareness, they know that not everyone could afford it, right? See, yes, you should do awareness, but then you know that the target market can't afford it, so then why would you do an awareness to everyone? So let's say hypothetically they say that okay, we just want to show our ad on to those user who own iPhone or any other premium model, right? Then you can do that. Here in device you can choose set a specific targeting for device. Let's say you just want to show the ad in mobile phone, you can just choose mobile phone. And here in device model you can go and you can choose, let's say you just want to show ad to people who own iPhone. So here for iPhone also you can choose a model, because see, not everyone who owns an iPhone is a premium audience. So you choose a recent one. Let's say you just want to show the one who are using Pro Max, Pro, whatever it is, 16. You, if you want, you can choose any other device model as well. Like you can choose from Android. Let's say you can just choose something from Samsung or OnePlus or any other brand. Okay. So basically, the whole point of saying is you can choose to like devices as well. If you're a premium brand, you don't want to show it to everyone, choose your devices. And which is what I really like. Again, I really like the settings. I've done this and it has worked well for us. So yeah, it's up to you. You can choose all, or like up to you. Frequency capping, if you remember yesterday I told you that the brands do control at the back end that how many times they want to show you, they want to show the ads to you. So this is what we mean by frequency capping, right? So you can, like, let's say I just want to say that okay, I want to show my, like, I can put a cap on impression, that how many times I want to show my ad. So let's say I just want to show 3 times a week. So here I'll choose 3 times a week. I can put a cap on view as well, if not impression, that okay, I want user to see my video, but not more than 3 times a week. 3 times is also a lot, only 1 time a week, or let's say something on those lines. So you choose. So the platform won't show ad to the same audience beyond this limit. And we discussed this yesterday, if you remember. I was speaking, I talk about this verbally. So this is how it happens on the back end as well. So the brand choose on the platform how many times they want to show you the ad. You can decide it on per week, per day, per month basis, up to you again. Okay. Ad scheduling is basically, guys, let's say now you don't want to show your ad 24/7 time, right? Let's say, like you just want to utilize your money in the best case possible, and you just want to show ads to audience when they are most active, the time and the days where they're more active. So let's say people are most active during weekdays and in a specific time period. Let's say they, when they wake up, so let's say people are active, I mean, starting let's say from 9, okay, to whatever it is, 12 p.m., and then again they're active in the afternoon. So basically you can choose from on which day and on what time you want to show your ads. So again, this is only there, all of the settings are only given by the platform is because you can decide, you can utilize your money in the best possible way. That's the importance of all the settings. Okay. Then here, now this is very important thing, this is what we call as targeting. Okay, I won't go in detail because it's a very long like to explain this in detail it might take 3 more hours, so I won't go in detail, I'll just give you a summary. Targeting here is basically to whom you want to show the ad. Okay, like exact your audience characteristics, okay, basically, or where you want to show your ad in general. So let's say, here you can choose, okay, I want to show ad to female or male. Unknown is something Google is not able to identify. So anything that Google is not able to identify, it's better you turn it off, because you know they can be audience who are seeing content in incognito mode and also why you want to get into it. But yeah, you can choose your age group, to what age group you want to show the ad. Do you want to show ad to parents or non-parents? You can also choose like their household income range. Okay, so it's up to you. Let's say if this protein powder, I'll just only keep till 30, because below 30 band mean premium, not everyone can afford it, so I'll keep it till here. right? This is what we mean by targeting. So like to whom you want to show your ads. Again, there are a lot of factors over here in the targeting. My favorite one is something I'll show and I'll proceed. So there is keyword, topic and all, which is a bit in detail, but I'll just show you the one that you will find it very fascinating is placement. So in placement targeting, what happens is you can choose on which YouTube channel and on which YouTube video you want to show your video ad. Let's say this whole truth ad, I want this whole truth video, I want to show on their competitors video. Let's say, okay, who's their competitor? I can just pick up one. So I can go over here and I can search for the competitor is this. There's this guy in India which is very popular, food farmer, something on those lines. This guy, okay, so he also has his whey protein and all of that, so he's competitor only, no? So I can choose mm, let's say his video is about this one, peanut butter and whatever it is. Okay, so I can just choose this. I can put it over here. This. So what I'm saying is my this video should appear on this particular video as an ad. You can take computer channel as well. Okay, so you can search for his channel. You can take his channel link. Anything, you can target anyone, you can show ads on any video, any so you can choose on which channel, on which video you want to show your ad. That's the use case of this particular how should I say, targeting. There are other targeting as well, like if I have to just give you an overview over here, like you can target people based on here, like if I go, you can target based on what do they like, what is their interest and all of this. Okay, this keyword and topic targeting, keyword targeting is basically if someone searches for protein bar, okay, on YouTube, I want to show my ad to them, basically based on what people are searching. Topic is basically what type of content they are watching, what kind of topic content they are watching. So anyone who's watching any content on YouTube related to beauty and fitness, I want to show ad to them. So targeting means that different characteristics on which, like to whom you want to show your ad and where exactly. So that's what we choose in targeting. And trust me, the details, the options that you have are mind blowing. You can customize it to next level, right? And lastly, you create your ad over here. Okay, so to create your ad, as I said, that brand should have a YouTube channel, and whatever video they want to run as an ad should be uploaded in their YouTube channel. Because when we create the ad over here, we don't upload the video, we give the link of YouTube video. So see this, it will appear like this, right? Now I have to, what are the details that the ad would ask me? Final URL. Basically, if someone likes your video and they want to see your product, where would you take them to? Okay, so I'll go to their website and I'll take their URL. So this is their website URL here. Okay, now here I can give more text copy because this is all video, right? So if I want to give some good catchy captions, basically. God. Okay, guys, let me just confirm again. I'm getting this notification right now. I won't. But display path is basically you can tell them, okay, where exactly on the website you will take them to. So let's say we are only promoting about kids, okay, kids protein or something. So I can. Because this video was all about kids. Let me see where do they have a section. Yeah, this is like for kids, I believe. So junior. So I'll tell what I'm trying to say is here I'll take the user to that junior page. Here I can write that kids protein, something on those line. I can give a call to action that like once they see the video, what do you want them to do. Now it's coming in Hindi because the setting of platform is in Hindi. Let me just change this, guys. Give me a minute. I'll quickly confirm the identity thing and then I'll share my screen again. Otherwise, it would keep on popping up. I'll share my screen again. So yeah, I can say something like this. Then I can write a good headline. Headline is basically the text that I want to show along with my video. So I can say what's not in my food drink. Something like, again, by the way, the platform has their own AI integration. This is AI integration, okay? So the platform is recommending what line you can choose. You can choose from what the platform is recommending. If you want to write your own customized line, you can do that as well, okay? But this is how your ad would look like basically. See. You see, so now this is how the skippable ad would look like, okay? You can see other format as well. So this is how the skippable ad would look like. This is how this ad would look like in feed, basically where you scroll. This is how the ad would look like in shorts. Again, this is a mobile view. You can see the desktop view like this. So in desktop it would look like this. The in feed would look like this. So you can show basically, before you start running this ad, you can take a screenshot, show it to your client, and if they find okay the ad is looking good and all, you can launch it. Okay, and last but not the least, here you have to tell now cost per view. I told you, right? Basically the platform will charge you based on view basis. So it is telling you, because I've added all the settings at the end, the platform tells me that based on the settings I've selected, what is an average cost per view that they would charge me. So can you see that telling me it would charge, it would come around 0.40. So you put that exact amount over here. Basically this number is something that the platform calculates after you add all your settings, and they give you an estimate over here. See this. So this is something you can test, send to your client, that okay, if we run this video as per the targetings and settings we have chosen, these are the kind of numbers we can expect. Like our ad will be, the impression is something that will get around this line. We'll get views, the cost per view would range around this line. We'll get view of around 7.5k to 36k in our given budget. So you don't launch the campaign, okay? You never launch the campaign in this way. You send all the screenshots that okay, I've chosen all the settings, this is the forecast, and when the client is okay, you can launch it. Because there's good chance at end moment they would want to change their plan, so you can change the settings. Just one thing, even after once you publish this campaign, like publish is basically you're saying okay, I want to go live with the campaign. Okay, now it won't, I've not selected all the settings, hence it won't allow me to go live. But even once your campaign goes live, okay, it you can still make changes. Like it's not that okay, you can't make any changes to your campaign. You can still edit your campaign. That's a good thing. Like you want to change your targeting, you want to edit your ad, you want to change the location, you want to change the language, you can change all of the settings even after the campaign is running. So, like, did you saw the kind of customization that the brand does? So, all the ads that you see, this is not just for the video ad. Okay, the reason I've shown you the entire setup was to show you the detailing that we do whenever we run a campaign. Does this make sense, guys? Okay, so the whole point was this was just for video. The similar, like the nitty gritties that you saw for video, it is also done for if you're running ads on any other platform. It's just that they will have some additional setting or a different setting, but they'll also ask you for all this in-depth details. And your job, okay, just one thing, when you'll do this initially as a executive and all, everyone would expect that you should know how to do it. But when you get an experience, like it's like at in 1 or 2 year you would be able to do it yourself. Then why so the client is, yes, they are paying you to do all this setup and all, but setup is like something they can also do. They can watch a YouTube video. By the way, I mean, you might, I'm not sure you have heard this or not, but there's a lot of saying where they say, people say that okay, from YouTube video also we can learn all this, right? I'll open a YouTube video, I'll see what people are doing, and I'll try to follow it. You might have heard it, but the thing is, the client doesn't pay you like it's like 10% or 20% they pay you, or let's say 30% they pay you to do all this ad hoc operation tasks. The 70% the client pays you to improve this. That is not shown in the YouTube video. That comes with an experience. Okay, so let's say you start running this campaign, but let's say the cost per view is going around 2 rupee. Right now the client is panicking, why the cost per view is 2, can we not reduce it? So then you have to do a lot of changes, you have to do a lot of A/B testing, you have to do a lot of trial and error. So that the client pays you for that. Make sense? So not everything can be learned through YouTube. You have to do your own trial and error. Client won't like to do all this operation tasks. AI will replace it, right? Google has added a lot of features where you can automatically select all these details. So then why the client would pay you? The client would pay you for strategy. The client would pay for trial and error. The client would pay you because they might have a confidence that you will improve these numbers more, right? So you Obviously, because you are a fresher, guys, you will have to learn all this basic operation. But trust me, that is not your main job. That is only 30% of your work. Your 70% work is always improvement, optimizing, trial error, testing, strategy. That is the main work. Like as you go on a higher designation. So when you are at a manager position, no one would ask you that you please go and set up the campaign, because there your game is not execution. There your game is that okay, whatever experience you have gained, strategize, optimize, give us plan, give us some trial and error, give us some testings. You get paid for that. So as you go to higher designation, you do less execution, you do more strategy work. Strategy, handling people, handling client, that is the actual job that you would do, and getting business as well. So and this is not just for this industry, for every other industry. Starting may you do all the execution, but as you will go to higher position, you will be asked to do strategy, optimization, handle people, handle client. Once you able to do that, you go to more higher position like COVP and all. There they'll ask you to get business. Like you have a lot of chunk of money you get when you get business for that particular brand or for that particular client. I hope you understood this and you got good insight. How was it, guys? Like, did you understood the whole concept of the backend, how things works and all? Was this interesting? Did you guys knew about this before? Nope. Okay, great. So let's move to the next part. Enough of this. We'll go to the next part, which is influencer marketing. Now, in influencer marketing, we'll do some activity, okay? Because I don't want that I'm the only person who's speaking. I would want you guys to involve as well. So now, what is influencer marketing? You might have heard about influencer marketing for the longest of time. Okay, basically now there are different terms in influencer marketing. People call this influencer marketing, or people call that UGC, basically user generated content. Okay, like there are different terms. Basically influencer marketing is you are getting some popular face to vouch for your brand or to share their experience with your brand, right? Now before influencer marketing, what used to happen? We used to take celebrities were the influencer, right? When I say celebrities, basically the sports player or your movie stars, right? They were the face of brands, right? We would have seen this for the longest, like, and others, which include some, okay. But now after, I think since TikTok came into picture, okay, people started creating content. When content creation came into picture, everyone started creating content, right? And obviously the celebrities were charging bomb for any brand, right? So what brands started doing? Brands were like, okay, there are so many content creation platforms. There are people who are very popular in those content creation platforms. Let's just take them on board as our brand face. And that's where influencer marketing got into picture, right? Now why influencer marketing got popular was because every influencer has their particular type of audience, which is very niche, right? Like there is an influencer who only talk about finance, right? Because he or she has a knowledge of finance. There are influencers who only speaks about sports. There are influencers who only speaks about protein, right? So brands got people who are talking about it, they're specialized into it, and it's better you make them as your face, right? Let them promote your product as well, correct? And that's how influencer marketing got boomed. Second thing was the money. Okay, influencers were not charging as bomb as celebrities. Now yes, they do, after they got popular. But that was also a good thing, correct? And again, content been available on so many platforms, YouTube, Instagram. Now there are influencers which are very popular on YouTube, there are influencers which are very popular on Instagram. um and that's how things got into picture. Now user generated content, now with influencer marketing we also do something called as user generated content. User generated content is basically, guys, um like, you know, there are brands who don't just ask the influencers to make the video anymore. If any customer is taking their product and they are creating that video for that particular brand, is called as a user generated content. And if the video, they create a very good video, they'll take them as a brand face. There are many brands who have taken face of, like, they have chosen brand face of their own customer itself, okay. Now nowadays, by the way, even the founders are becoming the brand face. Okay, so I know many brands where the founder is a brand face, not any big celebrity. The one who created the company is a face for them. right? So again, like, this has changed the entire dynamic altogether. But now what is going wrong over here is that, everyone understood that, okay, not every you can trust what the influencer is doing. Like, there was a time period when people were getting influenced by what these people were posting and all. But over the period of time, the user realized that, okay, the brands are paying them to talk about it, correct? They might not be even using it, but they're promoting again the same story. Celebrities promoted a lot of brands which they themselves not consumed, right? And this started happening with the influencers as well. There's some influencers who promote a lot of brands which they themselves don't consume, which themselves they don't have a knowledge of, right? So this is like one gap or a problem that influencer marketing has. I'm not saying that every audience thinks in this way, but there are many audience, because people are getting educated, people are getting informed, right? People are understanding things, and now people are realizing it, that okay, you shouldn't blindly follow what the influencers or the celebrities are doing, because probably there's a good chance they themselves are not consuming those brands, or they themselves are not using that brands, right? So now brands have to be very careful if you want to, like, because like, as I think, this has been my personal experience, that as we go to next few years, people are getting I mean, people know what is good and what is bad for them, to be very honest. At least the one who, like, I mean, AI coming into picture, everyone is smart enough to go and figure out things, okay, if they want to. And people are getting very much aware for their health, for how they live, their lifestyle, all of that, right? Obviously there are some chunks of audience who get influenced easily, but there's some chunk of audience, and that chunk of audience is also increasing when it comes to how aware they are, right? So now brands also have to be cautious when they choose the influencer, when they choose the face, when they choose people to promote their product and services, okay? When we talk about influencer marketing, we always think of big face, right? But trust me, I know brands who have taken regional based influencer and they've grown their brand, okay? So if you're a small brand, you can't afford a big influencer, right? You can't take Mr. Beast as your influencer because you can't pay that kind of money to him, correct? So you'll have to find someone in your region who's popular in your region, popular in your area, and consider, you ask them to promote your brand, to promote your product, right? And that's where different kind of influencer marketing came into picture, okay? So the type of influencers came into picture. Now, what are type of influencers, okay? So when I say type of influencers, I mean, by the way, I'll give you a link of this platform as well. Basically, this is majorly for India location, guys. I think for other location as well, they would have their own platform. But here, basically, you can find influencer based on different following. So your influencer got divided into basically, micro, macro, then midterm, and then mega, right? Basically that completely based on their followers, okay? So micro would have a less follower, followed by macro would have much more high follower than micro. You will have mid tier, and then you have your mega. This audience are clearly divided, this influence are clearly divided based on the followers that they have, okay? Now, I know, like, personally, see, brands realize that not necessarily that, only the macro influencer will create that impact. You can choose 10, 15. Let's say, instead of choosing one macro influencer, you choose 10 micro influencer in different region, and you try to do that, okay? And it won't work well for them. So I mean, there are a lot of case studies on influencer marketing where brands have done this kind of activity, where instead of choosing one big mega influencer or mid-tier influencer, they chose 10, 20 micro and macro influencer, and they created hype around that, correct? So a very good thing to do, okay? Now this tool, okay, like this tool, there are other tools for different markets as well, but what this tool does is, it try to help you. See, now how does influencer marketing work is, guys, first thing is you should know, um you have to pick up your influencers, right? Before reaching out to them, first you have to shortlist influencers. Now, on what basis you shortlist? As obviously, first thing is budget, how much you can afford to pay that influencer. Second thing, you have to decide, on what basis would you think that should you still continue working with that influencer or not, okay? So you would have seen many influencers in their video, they say, if they're promoting any brand, they say, right, that there's a coupon code or there's a link in the chart, and if you use that you'll get 20% offer. Have you ever heard that? Like on their Instagram post or on their YouTube video, if they're promoting any brand, they always say, see the description, there's a coupon code with their name, 20 10 something on those line, and if you use that code you'll get some offer. Have you ever heard this? Right, what exactly it is? So brands have created all those specific coupon code for this influencer, and at the back end the brand actually track how many of, like, after watching doing that collaboration, how many of actually came to the site, use that coupon code, and how. So basically this coupon code thing is done to track what kind of business this influencer is trying to get for that particular brand. So brands are not just blindly picking up influencers and they're like, yeah, please promote our product, and that's all. No, they are also choosing ROI based influencers. So the coupon codes that they create, it is majorly done. Obviously, that 20% often and all of that is fine. But the major thing for a brand to do this is because they want to see on the back end that how what for this influencer, how many people have actually from this influencer, how much business we could generate, and based on that they take a decision that should they proceed working with that influencer or not. Make sense? Okay. Now here, so that's one thing. Now how would you pick your influencer? As I said, depends on different factor. Okay, first is your budget, very important. How much budget you have. Second is for what platform, because for YT it's different, for Insta it's different, for LinkedIn it's different. There are influencers which are popular on each platform, and it's better you choose on platform basis. Okay, because see, there are some influencers which are very popular on Instagram, but on YouTube hardly people would know about them, or they don't put that kind of content on YouTube. So you choose your influencer based on where you want to do that collaboration, whether it's on Twitter. Twitter would have all those smart people out there, LinkedIn will have all those professional influencers out there, so you choose based on that. Okay, so you choose your platform. um Sorry, coming back, then again, once you understand your budget platform, you pick up your influencer based on the region as well. You check their engagement. Okay, more than, like, see, people see or will see the followers, but the problem is the followers are bought. Okay, like you can't, like, you will see, okay, they have a lot of followers like 100K 200K, but if you see the engagement of those videos, that would be very less. Right, so your priority, I always say, first check the engagement, then you choose the followers. Okay, so I always say first you fix this, how much money you have, for what platform you want, and for based on platform you choose a region as well. Like there are some influencers which are very popular in some part of the region, there's some influencers which are very popular in other part of the region, so you choose region. But once you fix all this, check, like when it comes to number perspective, see their engagement. Okay, see how, like, then what is their followers, and obviously their costing and the bargaining, and how would you do the dealing part, very important, how would you deal with them. Okay, so um like dealing happens on a very different way. The one is like you do a barter deal, very clear. Like if I'm a skincare brand, Pooja is an influencer which has 10K followers. Okay, so let's say Pooja has a 10K followers. There's a good chance for a micro influencer. You know what brands do? They don't pay them. The main, because now there are many influencers in the market. So they would tell, like, let's say I might say Pooja that, okay, Pooja, this is, I'm a skincare brand. I have so many products. You take that as a free product and you create like a short video on it, or you post about it or whatever. Again, the pricing based on, because all this influencer charge different for post, video, story, reel, they have different charges for all of this section as well. Right, so you first think what is your dealing, either you are doing a barter deal or you are paying basically amount for it. Okay, so you choose. There are many brands who just give those products and they ask them to talk about it, or they pay money. So whatever you would want to do. Clear? So far so clear. Coming back, so now in this platform, there are a lot of influencers. Okay, now let's say I want to take an influencer for this whole tooth brand only. Let's say this whole tooth brand doesn't have that kind of money. So what I'll do first thing is, the whole tooth is very popular on Instagram more than YouTube, so I'll choose, okay, let me just find out someone from Instagram. Then what category do I fit into? I'm into food and beverages, so I'll say apply food and beverages. Okay, then what kind of influencer I want to choose? Now obviously I want to find someone who's at micro and macro level. I can't choose anyone about. So let's say I'll just choose macro 50K. Whole truth is someone who can choose on those line. Okay, female male doesn't matter. Budget, okay, let's say budget also doesn't matter for time being. Okay, so then how would you choose my influencer? So I can check all of them. Can you see some of them are also talking about the rating? Now I should, now for example, I know this guy who's very popular when it comes to his content about food. Okay, he gives a very brutal honest rating. And also this tool, if you go into this, it will give you, like, instead of manually going and checking their insta, like it's a lot of tasks, right? If you go to Instagram, search for that influencer, then check their engagement. The good thing is this tool summarize everything for you on those lines. So it will tell you how much followers do they have this guy's popular on Instagram, right? What are their average, like what is their average engagement, what is their average view, right? So they'll give you all of this data. Now for pricing wise, the problem with the tool is you have to buy a subscription of this tool. But at least don't buy the subscription, I would say. Take stats from here and then you directly reach out to them. So there are agencies who handle all this influencer. So big influencers, they work with an agency and that agency get works for them. If you're a small influencer, you yourself will take the collaboration with the client, so you can reach out to them, you'll find the contact details. But here, this, at least this tool, uh, like, don't buy the premium to know their charges and all. I always say use this tool to collect the data instead of going on 10 different places, manually going on their page, checking how, what kind of, for the basic start you can use this tool. Then obviously if you're very much interested to work with that influencer, then you go to their page, see what kind of content they have created, what people are commenting, right? 10 other things. Once you see some basic numbers, then you proceed, then you do some manual work where you go check how people are responding to their video, how frequently they are posting, and 10 other things. Okay, so once you do all this check, you check again their, content quality, what people are commenting, right? Exactly. Quantity and quality both are, by the way, like how frequently do they post also makes a lot of difference. But if you choose, if you like, when you shortlist the influencer, you have to look after all of this: your budget, platform, your region, their engagement, their followers, what kind of dealing you want to do, how is their content quality, quantity, are they good with storytelling, how do they speak, you'll see all of that, right? Lastly, what they're charging you for posts, how much they're charging for videos, story, reels. And like, and it right now it might be sounding very easy, but it is not. So here you have to do a lot of communication. Okay, so when you're working in an influencer marketing department, guys, all of these tools are there to help you out. But when it comes to communication, like not more than communication, I would say the hassle or the efforts that you have to take when you're talking, when you're getting on call with 10 different influencer, 20 different influencer, listening to them, you showing your demand, your deals are not working. That is the draining part, I would say. Okay, so execution is not the, like, doing platform execution and all is not that draining part, that can be managed. Where people get frustrated is the communication part. Like, you have to talk to 20 influencer, talk to their agency, talk to their manager. There are some influencer will have their own attitude, you might have to listen to that as well. So that gets frustrated. People don't get frustrated by doing execution and all. If you like the feel, you'll do the execution, right? If you're curious, you'll do it. But things get draining when you have a bad experience with influencers, or with your team, or with your people, or with that influencer manager, how they speak, and someone would have talked very rudely to you, someone is troubling you a lot with their demands. That is the draining part. So right now it looks very nice, but when you work, you should have that resilience. That's what word I was thinking of. So you will have to build a lot of resilience and a lot of patience to deal with a various kind of people, right? So influencer marketing, if you're getting into it, guys, trust me, you will be talking to a lot of people. I'm not sure as an introvert how would you handle, but a good chance you'll have to be an extrovert to this, and at least you will have to start becoming an extrovert. And lot of resilience, lot of patience to deal with such kind of clients and influencer. Like, one is you're dealing with the client, now the second thing is you have to deal with the influencer, their manager, their tantrums. So you should have that patience to deal and work into it. Make sense? Okay, now, So I was talking about that case study, right? Like, so there was this brand, okay, and I really like what they did. I mean, they're like this. There are many case study, but the reason I liked what this brand did was they were first in the kind who did this. Okay, hence I remember them. See, after they, I mean, now everyone is doing everything, but you sometimes you remember that okay, this was a brand who initiated doing something on those lines. So this is a vegan based brand, okay, and they are there for mass audience. I'm not saying they are premium, but they are all vegan and all for office going people and all, okay. And what this brand did, okay, the founder, that time it wasn't popular to reach out to small influencer, but they find out, okay, what they did, that on YouTube there's this video which is very popular. What's in my bag? Okay, I'm not sure how many of you will be able to relate to it. Girls might relate to it a lot because it's a very popular video type, okay, where people want to see what's in my bag, okay. So now what this brand did, they reached out to thousand of influencer, okay, like lot of influencer. So and they asked them to create a content related to what's in my bag, where the bag that they're using is a zook bag, okay. And if you just search with this keyword, you will see so many videos on YouTube, like, and these are all not big influencer guys, like can you see 1K view, 40K view, like it's a mix of everything, 5.1K view. So this like a haul, everything. So they didn't focus on reaching out to big influencer, any other influencer, like who I remember there were influencer who just had 3K subscribers, 4K subscribers, 5K subscriber, 1K subscriber. They reached out to them, they're like, this is a bag, they might have not paid them, but they would have given them a bag and create a video related what's in my bag, and the bag that you're using is Zook. So they were like when I was getting like when I was trying to do influencer marketing for one of my brand, this I got a lot of inspiration from this particular brand. That time I didn't see a lot of brands doing this, and now you would see, oh, like the thing was, the trouble again, the hassle came because for them, the person who was managing so many influencer, imagine the headache that person would have taken, correct? So this got like very, and after that again there are many brands who are doing something on this line where they're reaching out to regional influencers and all of that. This was very interesting. Like they, and in India, like because this is brand is in India at every region language changes and everything changes, so they reach out to different states. In Maharashtra they picked up some influencer, from Tamil Nadu they picked up the influencer, and the influencer also created video in the regional language, not English or not Hindi. English is like English and Hindi are the standard language, but every state has their own language. So those ladies created the video in their own language because they had their own followers, and they saw very good demand, and they didn't spend that heavily as well. So I got to like I always when I want to talk about the case study, I talk about this brand because this was, when I was working, this was first of the kind of brand, at least in India, who was doing this. Okay, after that there are many, like there are many case study of influencer marketing and all, but I personally like this. Now there are brands, what they do apart from this, okay, so now there are brands who hire a very different face, like no one expected anyone to do something on those lines, right? So in India there's this brand called as Cred, okay. Now Cred is basically a payment app, okay, like you can do payment, you can do 10 other things. Now this brand thought, instead of taking the phase that everyone would expect, let's just take something very different, a different influencer altogether which doesn't align with the brand, right? So they took this guy called as Rahul Dravid. So he's a cricketer who is very famous, popular, and his what they did was, his image is very, that he's a very calm guy and all. But the video they created, can you see this video? Here he's shouting and reacting like no one thought of that this guy would react something on this line. If you watch this video, I'll give you the link over here. So now there are brands, and it worked well for them because no one expected something like this would come up. So you can, as a brand, you can do something completely different as well to shock the audience and to get that attention. So it can work in your favor, sometimes it won't even work in your favor, trust me, okay. There are times when you'll get backlashes as well. Sometimes it will work for you, that oh, how interesting this was, this brand took a guy and they changed the narrative and no one expected. There are times when it will go viral, and there are times when it will have a backlash as well. I've seen both the kind of stories. I've seen good stories, I've seen bad stories as well, where the brand got backlash like anything. Obviously there were 10 reasons behind it, but yeah, like it you'll have to again experiment on those. Thanks for confirming. Okay, so I remember last that we discussed was I gave you three website link. One was Maisha, one was India, and one was Pair Patola. And I asked you guys to analyze, which website did you like, for what reason. I believe that was the last thing we discussed. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like I think that's where we stopped. I didn't give my insights at that time, right? Could you guys please confirm, or if I'm saying something wrong? Okay, correct. So yeah, that's what I mean. Even I would need a recollection in case if I'm saying something wrong. Okay, thanks for confirming. So now I told you that I'll give you my views from today onwards. So few things about website thing, guys, that you should know is let me open a Word doc again. I will write it over there along with our PPT. So when you are into working in the space of digital marketing, okay, very the first most important thing is you as a digital marketer. As I said, uh, if you work with a bigger brand, would they ask you to create a website? No, there are how should I say, specialized uh, website developers. There are you know people who work into the UI UX front, which is like a different category altogether. There are many people who can work, they are specialized into creating websites on, let's say, your WordPress, Shopify, Wix, etc. Okay. So then, like, what's the point of website? Like, why are we discussing website right now? Because as I mentioned in last lecture as well, that see, you don't have to ideally for a bigger brand. Okay, you don't need to create this. The only reason, like, practically, when would you apply learning a website creation part is either for yourself or when you're working with a small size brand and all who don't have that kind of money to afford all these people to create their website. So either this is applicable execution wise, it is applicable for your personal use, and either you're working for some small business owner. Okay, but then, like, what's the other use case of website? So when you're working with a bigger brand, see guys, like, though they would be specialized, they would know how to create a website and all, but as I said, like, whatever marketing activities you guys would do would land to your website, right? So if your website is not in a good place, your overall effort would go into waste. So you what you have to do, I will come to it, Aman, about UI and UX. We won't be discussing in detail about UI and UX. We will be just discussing the overview, because UI and UX is not part of digital marketing in general. It is not. It is never a part of digital marketing. You should just know it from overview perspective. There are other courses for UI UX. I mean, website UI UX is not. It is, how should I say? It is just like for a beginner understanding one should know in digital marketing. But when it comes to execution front, we never do UI UX or website development. Okay, so we only give suggestions and our insight. We never do the execution part for website development, UI and UX. Okay, for my last 7 years of my career, if you work into just digital marketing space, no one would expect you to work, because for this, like, UI UX and web development is a separate field altogether. It is not part of digital marketing as a field. So please be clear on those lines. Okay, I hope, Aman. So, Aman, we will be discussing about UI UX and all, but in a overview perspective, not execution perspective, because I have never done UI UX. I have only suggested or recommended few things for the brands. We never do on the execution side. There are specialized people sitting over there for that separately. Coming back to my topic, so then what's the use case? So as I said that, okay, let's say you're working for a brand and you're doing digital marketing campaigns, but you're seeing that, okay, all is going good, but once the user lands on the website, there's something going wrong and you're not getting good conversion rate. So that's where website problem comes into picture. Now what would you do, or what would the brand expect you to do? So if you see face such kind of issue, the brand would expect you to sit with their website developer, to sit with their UI and UX designer, and get the website made as per your need. Okay, so when you're working into digital marketing space, The execution part, let's say, you have seen, okay, competitors are doing 10 different things and your brand is not doing that with respect to website perspective. And if you'll go and you'll talk to the CEO or the marketing head and all that, this is where we are lacking, that other brands have created a really good website with a great UI UX, but we don't have that, and hence our marketing campaigns are not performing well. So what your manager or what your CEO would expect you to do is that, okay, you know what the competitors are doing, you sit with the UI UX developers and our web developer and you get it done, right? So you should just know from a strategy perspective, or like from a perspective that, okay, what kind of website the competitors are created, and you should just get your work done from your developer. That's your job ideally. Okay, now obviously in the market there are many AI tools which have came into picture, with which, without taking help of a developer, you can create a website. Yes, you can, but then would you be able to make that kind of customization that the developer does? No. Okay, it will be an average basic website. It won't be a customized detailed website, the way the developers and UI UX people are creating. Okay, so would do I ever get into website development? I have done it, but I have not done that great work because that's not my domain, that's not my forte. There's a different department. Okay, I have done it for my personal use case. For example, I'll show you. This is for my, like, this is a website that I created, but not through coding. This was done with a tool called as WordPress. Okay, but it's a very basic website. I can create a basic one like this. I can't go very detailed because that needs a lot of coding customization, and it's not my job. So yeah, for personal use case you can create something like this, or you can create it like for a small business. But you would expect that, okay, me as a digital marketer should create a website like Myntra, Amazon, Flipkart and all? No, we are not specialized into that, and we are not supposed to do that. Are we clear what is the whole point why you should know about website? The only reason is your marketing campaigns get dependent on the website. So if something is going wrong once the user comes on your website, it's your job to sit with the developer and get it fixed. And hence you should have a knowledge about website. That's it. Execution wise, no one would expect you to do that. Are we clear? Okay. So now then, how do you learn this? Like, how do you understand, okay, what does a good website looks like, or what should be there in a website? uh, Ideally it comes with a lot of research again. Okay, like I personally do a lot of research by checking, okay, what kind of website the competitors have made, what is different. We use different tools to figure that things out. Okay, and I'll take you through all of that. And it takes time for you to generate that knowledge as well, but I'll just talk about some basic few things today. Rest, like the detailed part, is something that you learn with experience, to be very honest. Okay, now for website creation, like, okay, when we were seeing Maisha, Pair, Patola and Inji, we'll take with an example and we'll discuss. Okay, the first thing about website development, guys, is before this design and everything comes into picture, a brand, how does they create the website? They don't just start working on the tool or start coding, right? The first thing that they do is buy a domain and buy a hosting. Okay, what is a domain, what is a hosting? In a very simple term, this is what we call as domain, like .com, .in, all of that. In a simple term, domain is basically the address of your website. Okay, so like, if someone will ask you, okay, like, can you give me the link of your website, that means it's like domain is basically this address of your website. Then what is hosting? Hosting is basically where, like the PR Petrol has created this big page where all this data is getting saved. Okay, so that is getting saved on the hosting. So hosting is basically where you save all the information or store all the information about your website. Okay, now this two thing is something that the brands buy first, and then they start working on the website creation. Okay, now from where do they buy? The domain and the hosting? There are many tools in the market, okay, to buy this. There's GoDaddy, there's Namecheap, there is Hostinger. I mean, there are many. Okay, I mean, again, now, are this tool different? See, the domain and the hosting that they would provide would be kind of same only. Majorly people keep on changing, like obviously somewhere you might get a little bit cheaper price and all, but to be very honest, I'm not bit concerned on those line. I mean, it's like, how should I say, I mean, if when it comes to my website, I don't want to compromise on the pricing part. Okay, so then what do I do? Like, I've bought it from GoDaddy, I've bought it from Namecheap, but I'm someone who still prefer to work with Namecheap only based on the customer experience that I've got, like whenever, so because I'm also not a developer as such, so if I get stuck somewhere with my website, or if my website is facing any problem, I always reach out to Namecheap. Okay, and the customer support is great, hence I stick to Namecheap and not Hostinger and GoDaddy. My personal experience with GoDaddy and Hostinger has not been great, but again, person to person, this thing can vary. Okay, so then you just have to go to this platform, buy your domain and hosting. That's the first thing that anyone does. So let's say if I go to GoDaddy, you like, let's say domain is basically, again, here you can type the domain, like for what name you want to, like what you want to call your website as, right? So I want to say vegan bites, then I'll have to search like this, and then again here it will tell me, okay, for different extension how much I'll have to pay. Like, can you search the veganbite.com is for this, vegan bite life is for this, they give me the pricing. Okay, now this pricing for is per year basis, you have to renew it, then this is not lifetime. So it's up to you, you can buy it for a lifetime as well, you can buy a domain for lifetime, you can buy it on yearly basis. There are some customization possible, I don't think you can do it on monthly basis. And similarly there are options to buy your hostings as well. So like, if I go back over here, right, one second. So GoDaddy also provides their hosting, okay, web hosting, and again there are different prices, and this is for per month. Okay, again, if you could see how they're different. So like this hosting 169 per month. For this I can only host one website, but let's have multiple website, then this is not possible. I'll have to take this package where I can host 10 website. Can you see the storage is different, 10 GB, 25 GB, 50 GB, right? So there are some few things also that they give, like free SSL certificate. What is SSL? Basically, to secure your website. Okay, so like this website is a secure, can you say connection is secure, but there are some times when you go to a website and you get an indication that the website is not secure. That means they have not got the SSL certificate. It like, so if you see any website which has HTTP and not HTTPS, so let's say just HTTP dot something dot com, then it's not a secured website. To make a website secure, you have to buy SSL certificate. So again, there are 10 things that they'll ask you to buy and all, and you can choose the right package based on your requirement. Again, would uh is this only for guys? Surender is saying he's not able to hear me. Is this for others as well? Guys, I hope I'm audible to everyone apart from Surender. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Belinda, for confirming. Aman, can you create a basic website without help of plugin? Yeah, but that will be very bad. Like it won't be worth. I mean, on WordPress without plugin creating a website, yes, you can do it. One of my student has created a free WordPress website, but it isn't that great looking, is what I would say. Okay, then you're compromising on the look and feel of the website. So coming back, yes. So again, like this is a process that we follow. I mean, whenever you want to create a website for your personal use case, you can do this, buy a domain and hosting based on your need. By the way, your website speed depends a lot on the hosting that you buy. So again, it depends. If you are a service kind of a website, you will buy a shared hosting. Shared hosting means apart from you, other people will also store their data. Okay. Uh, but let's say if you are a premium brand, you can buy like personalized hosting for you, where only you can host your website, but again it will have more charges. So these are the calls that the brand takes. Ideally for your personal use case, you can just go and figure out things, again, because everyone has their own personal needs, so I can't give you a precise answer. But that is what the process you have to do. You have to buy a domain, you have to buy hosting. Once you buy domain and hosting, you can ask the then depends, where are you creating the website? Are you manually coding the website, or are you creating on tool like Shopify, WordPress and all? If you're creating on Shopify, WordPress and all, you can ask all these tools to help you out to connect with them. Like basically to connect your domain and hosting to all this platform, there are some steps that you have to follow. So these tools are pretty chill to help you out on that. Okay, but that's how the website thing works. Now coming back, so once you buy a domain and hosting, okay, um it is all about your website creation. Now obviously the developer creates a website, but as I said, it is your job if you see something wrong on the website, wrong content, anything of that sort, because if something is wrong, or wrong on your website, it will automatically hamper your brand. Okay, now what do I mean by wrong on the website? So we can just evaluate each one of them. For example, ng. Okay, now let's say starting with, this is a good thing that they have added a code that okay, they are free shipping. Navigation menu, again, it's up to you. You can make it simple as well, you can make it this complicated as well. Okay, so like there's home, there's bestseller, new arrival, then again top, they have different kind of top kurta, they have different type of kurta, right? So it's up to them, they can make it this short as well, they can make it this long as well. There are people who have navigation menu in the corner, so again you as a brand need to decide that. Now this banner, like I would, if I would have been working with NG, I would have clearly asked them to change this, because the thing is the picture doesn't make sense. Second thing is this button is also not visible because of this picture, right? Again, here the main problem is there's no model, there's no proper description about the product and all. Like it is a simple website, yes, works, but the website should not only about product, right? Show me your testimonial, show me some of your reels, show me what these products are made of, behind the story, brand story. There are so many things that you can do on the website which they are missing out on. Okay, so basically you should know what does a good website look like. Now how do you get an idea? How do I'm not able to understand, okay, ng website is not good, because I've seen other e-commerce brands website which are pretty well. Okay, again, so you can ask your developer to work on all this line. Now, for example, okay, logo is still fine. Let's say if I see Pair Patola, I'm really not aligned with this brand because the logo color says something. Here, the color says something. Here, it is something. Like there's no one at least. It's okay if your color are different, but at least you can follow the same shade of color instead of going so contrast. Right, black over here. Like, why would you put a shop now button in this angle? Right, why this picture is getting cut out? So you have to basically, again, pair patola is not something that I like because it doesn't look professional at all. Like the logo, the font style. See, in one banner there are three different font style that I'm able to see. So it doesn't look good, right? Here, okay, they have wrote meet your bestseller. That is fine. Some category name, but where are the testimonial? Where are the reviews? Show me behind the scenes. Show me how this brand is crafted. Nothing on that sort. But similarly, if I look after Maisha, can you see the navigation is very clear? Unlike Inji, the way it was scattered, because it looks very scattered and very confusing. So what they did, they made it very clear. Like category, they have divided like this, right? Again, for each category, they have put a picture so you can view it, which is a very good thing. Very interesting banner. So they are using this space very properly because they know the first thing that the user will land to on our website would check is this carousel, right? So now to show this carousel in the best possible way, like instead of just showing one picture, they are showing you multiple picture over here. Correct. New arrival, okay, what new has been arrived. Watch and shop is a very great thing they have done where people can watch and they can buy the product. Who are the celebrities who are carrying this bag, because they have done a lot of influencer collaboration over here, right? They are also telling you about the behind the story of this particular brand, and not just with text, because trust me, I don't think any one of you would take an effort to go through this entire box. But yeah, you might get attracted to this video, right? You might want to pause and see what this brand is doing here in the video instead of reading this out. So they have done that, right? So again, if they have other category, they're mentioning it. What their customer saying, they are mentioning it. Here they are giving you some USP like, okay, pan India, hassle free, top notch, secure payment, and all of that. So how, like, see, this is something that you learn obviously with some experience, but there are basic things that you should know. The basic things are what of website creation. First thing is your color, your font style, your font size, and your color. Okay, so first thing, the color should be in the same tone, or at least like you just follow one color. Like this brand is following a very pastel color, okay, if you would see. So they are trying to follow that, so your brand can choose, or you can keep it just like one color, right? Your logo, the font style that you're using, the font color that you're using. Again, this is not your job ideally. The UI UX designer can think it in a much more creative way, but you can give your inputs. Okay, let's say you're not liking what the developer has done, you can give your inputs that okay, it can be done in this way, right? So that's the first thing. Then where would you place what? The structure of the website also makes a lot of difference. So like obviously we have to try to utilize as much space as possible at the top. When try to show some testimonials, try to show some USP, try to show some Instagram thing. So all of these features you'll only understand when you'll see what the competitors are doing. Are you getting me, guys? Yes, no? Okay. So now this was for e-commerce. Okay, website suggestion is different for e-commerce, it is different for lead generation. Okay, now for lead generation, I'll open some generation website. Okay, as I said, lead generation website and e-commerce website are a bit different. The reason being, for e-commerce website, guys, see, it's a long process when it comes to e-commerce website. You want people to buy your product, so you can't fit everything in one page when it comes to e-commerce website, hence you have so many pages. But then when it comes to lead generation, what many brands do is they create a page like this, which is what we call as a static landing page. Okay, now what is a static landing page? Basically, from here a person can't go to any other page. Like, can you see there's no navigation menu only? Like for this page also, you'll see there's no navigation menu. If you would have observed, this also doesn't have any navigation menu. So for lead generation, because see, e-commerce, I can't create a website like this where there's no navigation menu, because like they will have to go to next page to add to cart, wish list, and they'll have to do the entire process to buy the product. But then for lead generation, what brands do is they create a page like this, which we call as a static landing page. Now the whole point of creating a static landing page is they don't want the user to get distracted. Okay, so what happen if they give a navigation menu, the person might get distracted and they might go to that page and they'll forget the whole point of coming to the site, right? You might have yourself faced this, that there are times when you go to a website for a different reason, and then you don't do that action only because you got distracted into browsing 10 different things. And that's what brand does. So whenever they want, like, they want to do lead generation activity, whether it's for BFSI, whether it's for finance, whether like BFSI is obviously part of finance only, so sorry, whether it's for education, whether it's for real estate, whether it's for B2B, all this four category which heavily rely on digital marketing lead generation, what they do is they create a static landing page like this. So there's no navigation menu for me to go to other page, and hence like that's a good thing. Now what does a good static landing page looks like? Obviously static landing page, the word static means there's only one page involved. Okay, second thing, then if you're creating a static landing page, what does a good static landing page should look like? Okay, first thing, if you would have observed the brand color that this all these brands are following, HDFC logo is red and white, they're following that same color theme on the entire site. Same goes for Bhupa, same goes for Care. So all good on those lines. They are not misaligned with their brand. So always see it looks professional. If you follow whatever color you have used for your logo, if you use it for your website, for your text and all, it looks professional. So you should ideally try doing that. Okay, especially for this industry, which are serious kind of an industry. Like BFSI is a serious industry, right? It is not a funky kind of a industry where you can play around with colors and all of that. So again, guys, industry to industry, like if this would have been for a creative company, my website could have been a creative and different things I could have done. But again, so you have to think, like whenever you give suggestions to your developer, UI and UX people, you should also think, okay, is it applicable for that industry or not? Don't just randomly give you don't have to share your personal view. You have to share mostly with respect to what works in the industry. Okay, so for this kind of industry, you should always like it should look professional. It shouldn't look very like funky kind of a website, and this is what all the three brands are trying to maintain. Now what apart from that? So because you're asking, like the first thing is this, because again, this, like, why would a user would want to scroll down if they are interested? If you tried something catchy on the first, again the same thing, the first thing that your customer would see should be very catchy enough for them to scroll down as well further. So this brand is doing a good job. They are telling you that the insurance would cost you only 27 rupee per day. Now the 27 looks dirt cheap for anyone. Obviously, this is brand tactic, that instead of showing a higher amount, they divide it into months. Nowadays, brand are doing it. They divide into months. They divide into days. Like call it an EMI and all. This brand is also trying to utilize the space as much as they can. Same goes for Care. Okay, they have all wrote their USPs and all. But then what's wrong with Care and Bhupa is basically like, for example, Care, there's nothing. Like I can't how should I say, this much information is not good enough for me to decide should I give my details to Care or not, to be very honest. Like I'm buying a health insurance, obviously everyone will talk all about their USPs. But when we talk about health insurance, the most like apart from the USP, the one thing that I'm not sure if you know the insurance category or not. The second thing, for like the most important thing for any consumer, is that how easy it is to get that insurance claim, what is the process, what is the hassle, how quickly one could do 10 other things. And first they would want to at least read the basic content, and then they'll give you the details so that you can explain them further. But this brand is not doing anything of that sort, right? Care is doing this. Like apart from this, now they have created this table, but the problem is the way they have put it across. I'm not sure how many of you would take that effort to go through this table. It's pretty boring. I mean, if I see it, I feel sleepy right now. Okay, so they have put it, but not in the best way possible. Correct. Now then, what HDFC doing is great, is basically they have given you a very detailed information, and which they should, because when you show that transparency in such kind of industry, whether it's real estate, whether it's education, whether it's BFSR, whether it's B2B, transparency matters the most. Okay, so if you show that transparency in your content by giving such detailed information, that builds some trust, and you might want to give your details, because you know these people, otherwise they'll call you, they'll spam you. So it's better you give it to the right, at least you try to shortlist some right one over there. Now what they have done, because they have created a long page, as rightly mentioned by Ashish, for after every section they have given you CTA. Why have they given you a CTA? So that you don't forget to give your details. Like if I click over here, it takes me to the top, right? So they have made sure they do this. Second thing, if you could see, they could, like, this website could have looked very text heavy. But why is it not text heavy? It's purely because they have used a lot of emoticons and icons over here. Like if they would have written this in bullet pointers without this icon, it would have looked text heavy, right? This one would have looked text heavy, right? This section, can you see the reason they have wrote it this way is they have to make sure it should be easy for someone to read. If I write it in para, if I don't add all of this icon and all, trust me, anyways the category is very boring. For someone to read that further would be more boring. So they have made sure ki the whole point of doing all this entire feature was to not make it look text heavy. Here as well, can you see? Again, like, and they're trying to cover everything from comparing. They're telling you, okay, you yourself compare what are different kind of plans do we have. Okay, why you should choose this brand. What now, this is very important for an insurance. What get covers in the insurance, what doesn't get covered in the insurance. Now again, they have wrote it in a very such box formats over here, right? So which is again a good way, the way they have presented how you can do the claim process, like cashless claim, reimbursement claim. They have done that. They have also given you the testimonial. Now Care and Bhupa didn't talk about any of the testimonial. Lastly, they also told you, okay, what are the frequent questions that the consumers are asking. So if anything of that sort questions you have, you can just get it solved over here itself. So yes, it's a very big page, but it is required. Okay, like imagine I'm trying to promote a 2 BHK flat, and I don't give you a proper detail. Would you really trust me as a brand to show, to even give your details, guys? Yes, no. So like for this industries like this, you have to show that transparency. Like I'll show you example of real estate as well. Okay, they would also do something on this line. So let's say I've just searched for 2 BHK flat. I reside in Pune, and like this is the first link I could see. Now see this guy as well. They are sharing all the information over here. Why would they do that? To show that transparency, right? Here, from here I can say, okay, request a call back. So now it depends. They didn't created a standard form. They created, like, even if I scroll, this button is not moving. So now this is what we call as UI UX feature that the developer does. Okay, like where should they keep the form? When we do lead generation, the main goal is about collecting the details. Okay, and you have to make sure the person doesn't get distracted, and they forgot to give your details. So what brands do? They create different section. Someone creates a form at the top. Someone creates a CTA button where the user goes at top. Someone creates a feature like this. Someone gives you a pop-up. I mean, every brand will try out different ways to make sure it looks proper. Like, can you see here they are saying okay, great brochure, and there's a process they're asking me to follow. So again, this is something that you have to now again for this also. So see, it is, I'm not saying that a form would work and a pop-up won't work. We have to ourselves do a lot of A/B testing to find out in website as well what feature works for my website, what feature doesn't work for my website. Okay, so like probably for my brand a normal form would work, but for the another brand they have to create like a static form, like even if they move the page, the form doesn't move, right? So the developers and the UI UX people keep on testing out on such kind of things, and you can also give your inputs that okay, let's try out this, let's try out this, see if this works better. So you have to push your developer and UI UX people sometime to get best for your campaign. I hope you're understanding, guys. Okay, now we do, now again when I say A/B testing, guys, even A/B testing is not done very blindly. Okay, we like, I can't just assume or I can't just always create an hypothesis. So we use sometimes some tools as well to see if like we can give like a proper data or proper insights on this. So like there are many brands who use this tool called as Microsoft Clarity. Okay, I can show you, I have it for my website. I mean for my personal that website, so I can show you how does it look like. So what this tool does is it actually maps, like whoever, look, so whichever user comes to your site, it actually maps that okay, on which page of your, on which section of your website the user is spending time, where are they clicking, where are they scrolling, where are they not scrolling. So we see the user pattern and user behavior as well, and based on that also we take a lot of decision, okay, on what factor of my page should be changed, on what element of my website should be changed. Okay, so this is for my that website that I've showed you that was created on WordPress. It's like basically for this one. I have a Microsoft Clarity account set up on this, so I can show you basically. Though there's not a lot of traffic because it's a pretty new website, but I can still give you a basic idea. Let's say I'm just taking from here to here. Okay, now how we can see this? Okay, so there is something called as recording, and here you can see okay the people who came to on the website. So one user is online now, that one user is me, so it is just telling me that okay right now I'm online, so it's just trying to tell me okay right now I'm online. You could see that recording as well. These are all the recordings done in the past. Basically what is this recording, like whoever visited on my site, what action did they took. So see this, like if I play, can you see it gives an insight as well. So if I play, can you see this arrow button? Basically, where did the user scroll? And it was me only, by the way. I believe this is for today only. Yeah, 7:11 p.m. So I showed you at the start, right? So we do this kind of tracking as well. Now again, this are before, like, okay, for someone visited my contact us page, okay, what did they do over there? So there's hardly any action happening over here, right? But this, now here did the person did scroll later on, and it also gives you a summary. Can you see? Like it tells you the summary as well. So it records like this. It also sees okay where people are clicking, where people are not clicking. It will give you all those detail as well. So there's something called as heat map. Heat map is basically you can see okay on which page of website the user is spending a lot of time, where are they keep clicking, where are they scrolling, and that gives an insight that okay, you know what page of my website should be changed. Can you see like now this is for home page, like this is basically where did the user actually clicked. Can you see? If I scroll down it will show me further okay where people are actually clicking. So this again, this data is not enough for me to come across a conclusion, but for a bigger brand they take insights like this to see okay what section of my website is not getting clicked, if are people actually clicking on the form or not, and based on that they decide if they want to change some element or section of their website or not, right? Like again, let me show you more. Like okay, see scroll, there's a section of scroll, so where people are spending a lot of time. So 100% means 100% of user days spend some time over there. As I scroll, can you see they're saying 70%, 25%? That means where exactly they're spending time. So start the upper one are the most popular. As I scroll down, it is the least popular page, section of my page. So where are, again, attention wise, where are the, what is the attention span, where the user is giving the attention to. So all this can also gets tracked, and you can't randomly see it. So you have to, what you have to do, you can only see for the website for which you have an access of. So I had an access of this website and I set up a Microsoft Clarity on my website. So you have to set up Microsoft Clarity on that website, and then only you can see such insights. Randomly you can't see it for any random website, because what happens, Microsoft Clarity gives you a code, and that code needs to be added on your site. So what I've done, I got a code from Microsoft Clarity that put this code on your site, and then we'll be able to track everything. So I set up that code. Now you can't set up this code for any random website because you don't have access of that website, right? Make sense, guys? Everyone? Okay, so we use tool like this as well to understand, figure out our website and see what changes should we do. Again, it is not randomly thought that okay, I'll change today, I'll change the main banner, tomorrow I'll change some another section. No, we take help of tools as well to give us some insights. So you, as a person, as a digital marketer, your job would be to help your developer and UI UX people to give your insights by using these tools, using some your personal insight, doing your computer analysis. Are we clear? Okay, now when we talk about UI and UX, guys, like just understand the theory of UI UX. You ideally don't do the execution part, as I clearly said. What exactly is UI and what exactly is UX? Okay, so I mean, user interface and user exchange is what people call this. Okay, now when we talk about let's say UI is more about the aesthetic of your website. Okay, like how does your website look like? Okay, but your UX is more about how smooth it is to use your website, like how your interaction is with your website. Okay, so in UI, the UI designer always look about the aesthetic, the color, the theme, and all of that. Okay, whereas the UX person always put efforts on the experience of using the website. Okay, so like, and this is also applicable for app as well. Okay, so the UI designer will look after, okay, how good looking I have to make that app, but the UX person will try to make that app uh, as smooth as possible when it comes to using it. Okay, no blockage, no, not getting lagged, easy to navigate, all of that. Okay, so UI is basically the face of your website which try to attract the users and try to retain them. UX is more about the experience of the website. Okay, and these are two different people. So now there are brand who just hire a UI designer, there are brands who just hire a UX designer, there are people who can do both, and it is a technical job. Okay, it is not anyone could do. You have to take like a proper, like the way you're taking this digital marketing course, you have to take like a proper course for this. It's not part of digital, it is not, how should I say, like the way we have running ads, SEO and all, it is not part of like a department. This is how should I say, over and above, we should just know what does a good website look like. And trust me, to be very honest, if you're working with big brands, they have great UI UX designer, they might even wouldn't need your suggestion. Okay, you just have to tell them that okay, I want a website like this, and they'll get it created for you. And they will add their own features as well, they'll put their own thought process as well. So they are quite professional. Rarely you will come across such website developer to whom you have to guide. Okay, the only like, and other thing that you can do with them, let's say they are good with all of this, so at least you can set up all this Microsoft Clarity. You can ask them, okay, let's just set up Microsoft Clarity to be on a safer side, to see at least what is the user behavior pattern, right? So you can suggest such kind of tools, because probably they wouldn't know all the tools in the market. So if you know some tools which can help them to make the website great, to make it smooth, to make it better looking, feel free to talk to them about it. You can, I mean, I usually talk to the developers out there. I also understand what's going in the market. They also share insights to me, I also share my insights to them. Because see, they are good with website creation, they know what is good user experience, they know what is good UI, but they don't know requirement of specific industry. So like they wouldn't know what does the farm, let's say you are doing digital marketing for a pharma company, or you're doing it for a textile company, they probably wouldn't have an idea that what does that industry need. Okay, so your role comes into picture, you as a marketer roles comes into picture, that okay, this is going on in the industry, we can create something on this line, right? They would know the basic UI and UX thing that they have to make sure it's good, but the industry insights or something that is which is very specific to your company or your brand is something you'll have to guide. Make sense? So you're not teaching them many technical aspects, to be very honest, you are only giving your recommendation which are only personalized to for your requirement or for your brands. So the role of UI designer, as I clearly said, they create all this good interface. They also do research and try to understand the audience for that brand, and they try to create in that way. Obviously, if you're working with a bigger brand, they create a lot of prototypes, lot of hypothesis, and then they see which works well, which doesn't work well. So they are the one who looks after the design part, the font part, the branding aspects of your website. Okay, whereas the UX designer is an opposite of it. So they majorly focus on the interaction of the website, the technical compatibility of the website, or the system of the website. Okay, so these two are two, like, I mean, there are many people who can do both, and there are many designers who take like a very specific role. I have seen people who does both UI and UX, and I've worked with people who just know UI and just UX separately. So it depends, like, again, and trust me, there are many in the market. Again, it is a competitive field. Like, if you want to learn, yes, it's a good topic to get into if you are someone who's really interested into those technicalities. Okay, but then now the catch is with them as well, with website development and UI UX as well. AI tools are able to do a lot of beginner level role. Like, I've personally used a lot of AI tools. I've tested out a lot of AI tools for website creation, and for a beginner level role, it can replace them. Like, so yes, there would be some very great professionals who have that kind of create, because you need that kind of creativity as well. So if you're someone who's basic on this, trust me, there are AI tools who will get that work done. You wouldn't need a basic level UI UX designer to get it done. uh, like, when I created this website, I'm trust me, my sense when it comes to website creation is not that like, see, I'm not good with how should I say, the creative process of website. So I usually see, okay, what the competitors are doing and all. And like, for me to get an idea about to create this website, I just took help some of AI to with respect to content, with respect to what picture to put, what alignment to put. So a basic thing is something that the AI can also do now in the market. If you are like, you are actually, if you are really creative and you have that kind of technical compatibility, then yes, it will take AI, it will take some time for AI to replace that job. But for a beginner level, I'm bit dicey on those lines. So your website needs lot of visual content. Okay, uh, and that's what makes your website attractive, and that leads me to the next part of our today's session, which is what are the requirements of visual content. Okay, so again, like, your visual content, whatever you're using for your website, should represent should be used as per the target audience. Okay, and it should impact them. It should maintain your brand identity. It should align with your marketing purpose as well. um, uh, and it should have a good marketing strategy, is what I would say. Okay, now, what are the benefits of having a good visual content is, obviously, it will create a good engagement and interaction, like the way on Maisha Baisha, they had a good visual content. Like, when I spoke about visual content, I really liked what Maisha by Isha was doing. And trust me, it's not a big brand, it is a very small, like, it's a mid-sized brand, is what I would say. But the kind of effort they have taken on their website is good. Like, when you see the visual content part, they have, it looks like they have taken effort. Like, if you see the way they have clicked picture of their product and all of that, it's really good, like showing this pop-up that what people are purchasing. I really like this website when it comes to the way the visual impact that they have created. Okay, similar to this, I can show you one more brand. So see, guys, I do understand. I can show you some big brands in the market, but they're already established. Okay, like you won't like, how should I say? They might be having a basic website. They don't have to majorly focus on this side of it because they're all like Nike is already established brand. Okay, do they have to always show this kind of creativity and all? I don't think so, right? But all these new upcoming brands in the market, because they are competing, and for them to stand out they have to put a lot of effort on all these digital marketing activities like website and all. They try to test out a lot of different things. Hence I always keep my eye on small businesses, because they are the one who are actually doing a lot of creativity, because they want to up their game, right? I like this brand as well. If you see again, like look at the way they are shooting their products. Okay, that also makes a lot of difference. So this is what I mean by visual content. Visual content means like how you're taking the picture, how you're shooting the video, everything's matter. And this brand also does like a really good job. Like if you would see their video and all, the way they are describing their product, it's clearly visible that they're taking that kind of effort. Like see this, okay, like if I play this video, the person who created the video also took a lot of effort on this and looks very professional. Right? So um I mean, this is what like makes your website attractive, right? Like if you could see all this feature that they're adding, this thing, like I like the brands who try out something different. Okay. I saw one more brand. I mean, there are many brands in the market. To be very honest, I'll give you a list. And more than me giving you a list, you yourself should go and discover all the small business brand, and you should see what they are doing. Because trust me, you get a lot of creative ideas from them. So what are the benefits of using such kind of visual content is obviously it will make your website more engaging and interactive. It will create a good impression. Like obviously your website does create an impression about your brand. So it also again creates a non-verbal communication. It will help you to, again, if the website is good, the visual content is good, it will automatically at the end of the day will impact your business, and it will try to boost your growth and your brand recognition. Again, like, so ideally you should put efforts is what I'm trying to say, especially if you're a new brand in the market. You have to make sure you stand apart in some way. Okay, and there is a lot of competition on this as well. So I can show you a list of brands. Like I mean, I can show you a list of a lot of Indian brands as well who are like trying to do different things on their website. Like, they're putting that effort to show you the behind the scene videos and all. Now, like, say this brand, so this brand is basically what they do. Whatever flowers, so in India, in temple you try to give flowers and all to the deity. And what they do, so whatever those flowers which are not used, which are thrown away, they try to reuse it, and they try to create some product about it. So now this is what they're doing. They're trying to create that impact, so they put it on their website accordingly. Otherwise, why would they take so much efforts? Right? So nowadays a brand has to show the behind the scene, their experience, their story, their vision, mission. But instead of just saying in a text format, this brand always show it in a video format. So if you see, like, see, takes inspiration from such kind of brand is what I'm trying to say. Can you see, like, they are taking that effort to show you how they are doing the entire process. Ideally people are not bothered about it, but this brand is taking that effort to show you, right? Again, similar like this, there are many brands. Like I can show you one more. uh like I have a list of brands that I can keep on talking about, but we would like now see this brand, like they're trying to tell you, okay, from where they're getting their native products. Again, they'll create a lot of engaging video, the kind of, like, even instead of just putting a product picture, they'll give you detailed information about it. Like for example, this one, okay, how that curd is made, what has been used, what was the source, who was the farmer who created it. Can you see, they're also telling you, okay, you can see how are we doing the entire process of selecting the product, what kind of testing we are doing. They also give you the report of their testing. So brands are taking that kind of effort is what I'm trying to say. and you have to beat this kind of brands. Like if you are working into the digital marketing side of it, trust me, there's a lot of competition as well, and you get learnings by seeing what your competitors are doing. So I always do this whenever I have free time. I always try to see, okay, what are the new brands in the market that I should go and check what they're doing and how they're doing their marketings. Are we clear, guys? Hence, on the first day, if you remember, I think I gave you Mad Over Marketing Social Samosa link, so that you should go yourself check and see, what different campaigns the brands are creating. So, am I clear? Right? So, your job would never be to create such kind of website, but your brand would expect you to give insights like this. That, okay, let's try to add this feature on our website and see how what kind of impact does it create. Right? So like this, people have created cook with Anveshon, like basically how people are using their product to cook their food. Right? So you yourself, you can come across, give such kind of insights to your developer, to your CEO, to your CMO, and they'll be happy to integrate it on the website, because they also know that at the end of the day, the people who are getting converted comes to the website or goes to the app, and they have to make sure that that page or that app is created in the best way possible, and there shouldn't be any roadblocks to it. I hope I'm clear, everyone. So in future, not now, but as you gain experience, try to get into this side of business as well. When I say this side of business, you yourself try to put that effort. See, trust me, you will get so much busy with your own work that you would never have time to give such kind of suggestions to your brand managers and your CMO. But I specifically say, if you want to come in their good books, you try this extra efforts. Like this is something, an extra effort that you would take, that over and above the work that you're doing, you're also giving such kind of recommendation, you're also giving such kind of insights that what the competitors are doing, and that ideally helps you in your future growth with this, if you want to grow in the corporate ladder. Right? So I mean, and your trust me, your manager would be very happy to get you involved into it. Like, I mean, they want to obviously give you work, and if you are happy to explore and all, I don't think there are any brands who would stop you to do that. So you should get involved by yourself. Okay, like not every time a manager would ask you to give this kind of insight, but if you give it by yourself and you give a really good insight, they might get you involved in such kind of part of work as well. And as AI is coming into picture, you have to diversify your role. You can't be only be a specialist. You have to create a T-shaped career where you know some specialist part of digital marketing, but you should know the overall digital marketing aspect as well. Okay, I hope I'm clear with this. Okay. So I think okay, I'll just show you one part and then we can take a break and then we'll come back and we'll discuss rest part in the detail. So I think as I said, website creation perspective, guys. Now for website creation, what is required? Okay. So a website creation for you guys, what we I will teach you how website creation works, but on a tool called as WordPress. Okay. So WordPress is basically a CMS platform where you can create a website without doing any coding work. Okay. Now WordPress is good for a portfolio website or a service website. I never recommend to use website for an e-commerce website. For so what happens in industry, mostly people use, if you want to create a service page or a portfolio page, use WordPress. But if you want to create an e-commerce page, you can use a platform like Shopify and Wix. Okay, and others as well. There are many in the market. Now all both of the CMS platforms, you don't need to code for it. Okay, so without coding you can create a website on these tools, and that's why everyone can use this tool. Okay, but again, as I said, there are limitation of these tools. When I say limitation, you can't create the customization the way you want. Like, there are restriction. There are some basic templates, you have to use those templates. You can make some changes on the template, but not as per. You can't make a customization the way Maisha by Isha is doing or any other bigger brands are doing out there in the market. But I'll teach you this tool, WordPress, for the website creation. It's just that, would you ideally use it in your job? Yes, if you're working with a smaller brand. If you're working with a bigger brand, not really. You will ideally use this only for your personal use, or if you're working with a smaller brand. Okay. Now on WordPress, guys, you can create a free website as well. So I'll show you what does a free website looks like. So basically, this is one of my ex student, And X as in like she's still my student, but yeah, like we are not that much in touch. But yeah, she created a website for free on WordPress. Now, what do I mean by free WordPress website? So if you could see what is the address of a website, it says Ahana Raghuvanshi dot, instead of directly .com, it says wordpress.com. So whenever you create a free website on WordPress will promote their name in your URL. Okay, so my website is also created on WordPress, but if you could see, my URL doesn't say is wordpress.com. Why? Because I have bought proper domain and hosting. I've spent some money on domain and hosting, and then I created my WordPress website. She didn't wanted to buy a domain and hosting, and she just wanted to do a practice kind of a thing. And for portfolio, she thought, okay, there's no point of paying money for the domain and hosting. So what she did, she created a free WordPress website. In free WordPress website, you don't have to buy a domain, you don't have to buy a hosting. So but what does the brand does is they the platform use their name in your URL. So what we would be doing after the break is I'll show you how one can create this free WordPress website. Are we clear? What is the difference between a free WordPress website and like a proper WordPress website? In a free one, the name WordPress would be promoted in your domain name. Okay. But in my case, because I bought my domain and hosting, WordPress won't promote their name over there. So you guys, for your practice purpose, you will be creating it on the free one, because for the paid one, you have to buy domain and hosting, and domain and hosting does have some charge. And you guys are pretty new to it, so you don't have to buy a domain and hosting. It hardly you might probably not even use it for your future. So your practice purpose, we will create a free WordPress website. Once we are only discussing about WordPress and how things can be created on WordPress, I'll guide, I mean, what see, it's up to you guys. I would say you also do the practice, but I think in 1.5 hour, because we have a lot of time restrictions and a lot of topics to cover, I would recommend for this time you just observe what I'm doing. Once you get the recording, you can watch the recording and you try to do it by yourself as well. Okay, it's not that complicated. So I think you'll be able to do it while seeing the recording. If we do side by side, I think it will take a lot of time and our other topics will get compromised because of that. Hence, I would suggest that this is my suggestion. Obviously, if you can match the speed, why not? You can go ahead, but in case if you're not able to match the speed and all, I would say you just observe what I'm doing, try to understand the concept, and then once you get the recording, you can watch the recording and you try to do it by yourself as well. Does that work? So I want you guys to pay like proper attention. uh so yeah, I mean, if we get extra time, then Shopify, but first WordPress, I mean. So, as per your syllabus, WordPress is a kind of priority, and other topics towards the end of our lecture, basically next Saturday. If I have extra time left out, I'm happy to cover. I can like Shopify and Wix is more of add-ons, so I can take you through that in case we have more time left. Because we have other topics also to cover. There's SEO, there's analytics, and there are 10 other topics I need to. And I have only today's day and next 2 days. I have a lot of topics to cover, so I would take only additional topic if I get time at the end. I'm not giving any commitment for now. So you guys can give me a reminder on last day in case we are left with some extra time or something on those lines. I'll be happy to take that up, but no commitments for now because we have a lot to cover on our plate. Okay, guys. So this is basically how WordPress backend look like. So this is like a prop. This is the WordPress backend of my website. Okay, my website again. This one. So this is my website, and this is a backend on where which I've created the website. And I'll show you the free WordPress website backend as well, both. So how do you create a free WordPress website? Is you just have to go on Google, search for WordPress free website. Okay, there once you go, you will see this link, WordPress free website builder. If you want, I'll give you this link in the chat so you guys can refer to it whenever you have time. Okay, and here you can say start with free. So you will be doing this one, you will be doing the free website one, because you don't have to like you don't have to spend any money for this one. To get like this backend, you have to buy domain and hosting, so you're not doing this one. You're doing the free one, for which I'm showing you the process right now. So here you have to, you can ask, like it's asking you what would you want your website to be called as. So it's asking you write your domain name. So let's say I want my website to be called as vegan bites. So I'll say vegan bites and I'll say search domain. Now what you guys have to do is You don't, now it will ask you to buy some domain, like if you want proper .in, .art, .co.in, but you don't have to choose any of this, because for this you have to pay money. We don't want to pay money, hence we'll choose this option: start free with vegan bytes 2.wordpress.com. So the difference is, in the free one they're promoting their platform name. In the paid one, where you're buying the domain, the platform name won't be promoted, and we are choosing this one, we are choosing the free one. So I'll say start with free. Now when I say start with free, this is the free WordPress website's backend. Okay, so try to understand, I'll put this in between. This backend is of a WordPress website for which I have bought like a proper domain and hosting. This is the backend of a WordPress website for which we have not bought any domain and hosting. Okay, so then how this both are different and what are the limitations? Let's try to understand this first. Okay, so obviously if it's a free website, there are limitations to it. Okay, you can't do everything with the free website. Now my I'll just show you the differentiation factor, and then I'll show you how to create the website. First, let's just understand the backend first. Okay, so on your WordPress website, okay, the first thing, like the first major roadblock that I feel with the free one is that it doesn't. So free website, I'll write free website, and then so the first problem or the first restriction is can't install any plugin. Okay, or if you want to install any plugin, you have to pay for each one of them individually. Okay, whereas like a WordPress website with the domain and hosting, that will allow you to install as many plugin as possible and can use its free version. Okay, now what exactly is this plugin? So guys, plugin is more of like, imagine guys, I give you two phone. Okay, and in one phone you can install the apps, and in one phone you can't install the app. Like basically the second phone, let's say if I give you a phone and you can install any apps from Play Store, right? It won't ask you for, sorry, I've given the link to Learner Success Manager, give me a minute. Mm, yeah, so this one, the free one, the free website one, what will happen, imagine the free website, WordPress website is a phone. But I'll tell you, see guys, in this free, in this phone you can open Play Store, but you can't install the apps for free. You have to pay money to install those apps, right? Whereas in this WordPress website, where you are buying proper domain and hosting, here you can install as many plugin. Basically in the second phone you can install as many apps if you would want to, and it won't ask you for any charges. So that's the major difference. Okay, so the role of plugin is equal to like the role of your apps. Okay, yeah, would you mind staying? Okay, yeah, sure, I can stay here only. So what is the role of this plugin? The role of this plugin is that, see, the way you can't use your phone in the best case scenario if you don't have any apps, right? Like how would you use your phone if you're not accessing 10 different apps that you have, right? The app is the one that makes a difference on your phone, right? Where you can use different feature, you can do 10 different things. Same is a use case of plugin in WordPress website. Okay, you can't create a great website without taking plugins help. You can create an average website is what I would say. Okay, so the website that my student created, like this one, is pretty average, I would say. Like for this she didn't use any plugin, and if you would see how does it look like, it's very average. Like it is not that great website that one would talk about, right? So would you call this as like a great website? My answer is no. Okay, so this is how a free website looks like. So that's a restriction. Now what are plugins exactly? Basically, yes, I will come to it, Aman. Patience, patience. So, what are some good plugins in the market? So now there are many plugins that uh, website developer install to add different features. My website, my backend also has a lot of plugins. So if I just show you the plugin section, this is a plugin section, and there's something called as install plugin. So here we install whatever plugins we want, we search for it and we install it. In my case as well, there would be a lot of plugins over here. I mean, there are many, but I'll give you some name that at least should be there, like on, if whenever you create a WordPress website in future. Okay, so if you could see, these are all the plugins that I have installed for my website. Okay, and there are also quite few, like just like, and there are more I would be adding because this is still under development website, right? But here in the free one, if I have to show you, if I go to plugins, okay, can you see it says upgrade, access thousand of plugin with the personal plan, free domain included. So I'll have to upgrade. Like, can you see, I can't install any of this, it's asking money. Like if I want to use this plugin, I have to pay 790 per month. If I want to use this one, I have to pay 616 per month. But in my case, like in my WordPress backend, it's not asking me. Like if I search for any plugin name, let's say I search for Microsoft Clarity plugin, I can install it for free. I don't have to pay any money. It's already installed, by the way. But from here you can say add plugin, and you can search for any plugin that you want to install. Okay, so in my case, if I go over here, can you see all this plugin, I can say install, install, install. It's not asking me for any money. Whereas here, there's no option of install, it's asking me to pay the money. So that means here, because it's a free WordPress website and I don't have a proper domain and hosting, I have to pay for each plugin, which is very expensive. But in my case, I don't have to do that. I can install all of this for free, and I can use all. So each plugin has their premium version and free version as well. When you install now, you can use the free version of it. They have some premium feature for which you might have to pay some money, but the free version are enough for a basic website. Okay, now what are the good plugins that one should install? So for your SEO work, so SEO is basically, you have to make your website SEO friendly. What do I mean by SEO friendly, guys? So anyone who searches about your brand on the search engine, you would want your website to appear at the top, right? So let's say if someone is searching for health insurance, if I'm searching for health insurance, these are all ad result. But if I hide this ad result, all this brand HDFC, Policy Bazaar, they have created their website in a way that it ranks higher on the search engine organically. They're not paying money for this. So if you want to do this, like if you want to optimize your website for SEO, you need to use this plugin. So for um optimize your website for SEO, you need to use plugin called as all-in-one SEO and Yoast SEO. Okay, these are two plugins for that. Now you should also install Microsoft Clarity, as I said, so you can see what the user is doing on your side, what are their patterns and all. So Microsoft Clarity is a good plugin, I would say. There's something called as Monster Insight plugin. Now this Monster Insight plugin is to connect website to Google Analytics. Then you have something called as Google Site Kit. Now here you can connect website to any Google platform like Analytics, Search Console, etc. Okay. Then there's Akismet. Akismet is basically to flag spam on your website. You have WP form to create lead form on website. Basically, lead form is one where people will go and give their details. There are others as well that I've installed. I can just quickly, like, because I won't recollect all the name. Yeah, to now there's this plugin called as LE Mentor to build advanced, to use some advanced feature while creating pages and posts. So Elementor is a good one. I'm using others as well, but I won't give you all the name. Some of them are probably not. Elementor is fine. There are others as well, but I won't, like, some of them are not applicable for you guys in general, hence I won't give you that name. Um, I think for basic guys, this much is enough. Okay, I would say, like, Beginner, for a decent website, this will cover everything. For SEO, this two tool, so there are almost how many, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, this 8 plugins will give your decent website would be created with it. Okay, but apart from this also there are many in the market, like there are, and like, as how should I say, there are so many apps in the market. Similarly, there are many plugins in the market, but doesn't mean you'll use all the plugins. So like if you know, to do a payment, there are so many apps, like there's Google Pay, there's Credit, there's Paytm, but are you using all of those payment apps? No, you are just sticking to one that you're comfortable with, because all of them are doing the same job. So same is the case of plugin. To make my website SEO friendly, there are many plugins, but I have just shortlisted the OG one or the best one in the market, right? So for every feature, there are 10 different plugins. You have to shortlist the best one in the market. And based on my personal experience, these are the best one as per whatever I've used, and I've spoken to other developers as well, and they also use this one. Am I clear? If you want, I'll give it here in the chat, because we won't have lot of notes today, so there's no point of giving you the entire word doc. So I've just given it to you over there in the chat. Okay, so that's one biggest thing about a free website and a paid website. Okay, now the second part. uh, okay, we also spoke about free website will have wordpress.com in the URL. So basically, here in the proper one, no WordPress word would be used in the URL. So that's a good thing, I would say, because see, it doesn't look professional if your website has, like, this is still fine. This was for a practice purpose, but you know, like if I see a brand showing me a website which is promoting the platform name, I'll doubt that brand, because can you not even spend on buying a domain? Okay, so let's say you're a brand and you're using a free domain. Ideally, it doesn't look good on you as a brand, because like, can you not spend like minimum, let's say, how much does it depend, like for my domain I've paid probably, I don't remember now, but like 5,000 a year. So now I'll judge that brand, that can you not even afford this much amount of money on your brand, that your URL also promotes a platform name. So it hampers, like, it's how should I say, I'll Aman, hold on. So it will hamper your brand image, is what I'm trying to say. Aman, what you're saying, will come to it. We will be creating the website without using plugin, but it will be like a very basic one, and we'll come to that. Have some patience. I'm going step by step. It's like, I thanks for again I reiterating this pointer, but we'll come to it. And hold on. Let me just cover the basic first. I can't actually jump to the website creation part, as I said. So we will do how to create a free website without plugins, but it will be like a very basic bare minimum, not that great one. Okay, so that is how it would look like, and there's no other alternative to it. Okay, so coming to the next point, then what are the other difference? In the paid one, we can do something called as, let me just show you. So in the setting part, okay, so there's something called as permalink. Okay, now what is permalink? What does this mean? So permalink, the meaning of this permalink feature is that, see, if I go to any page of my site, let's say if I go to, let's say, this case study page, it will automatically, that page name will reflect on my URL, and ideally this is how it should look like. So what, in website development, there's one thing, that if a user goes to any page, that page name should also reflect on your URL. Okay, now to do that on the WordPress website, we have to do that feature in permalink setting. Okay, now if you see in the free setting, I can't use permalink. It's asking me to take the business plan and all. Okay, but in my website I can set my permalink. So if I go to setting over here and I go to permalink, Can you see? I can choose my permalink. So I have chosen my permalink that okay, after my website URL, whatever page the user goes to, that page name should also reflect in the URL. Like for example, if you see it for any brand, like if I check it for Mintra, you will see that okay, right now I'm the home page, it shows home. If I go to this page, it will reflect kurta and kurtis. So this is the whole point of permalink, that if the user go to any page, that page name should be reflected in the URL. Now you can't use this feature in the free one, but when you buy a proper domain and hosting, you can set your permalink. Okay, so can't use permalink setting for free. Here, you know, can set the permalink for free. So these are like major features that differentiate your WordPress website and like the paid one and the free one. The major one is plugin, because see, whenever we create a WordPress website, it's all created with the help of plugins. Okay, like the reason I have so many plugin installed is because without, how should I say, I feel very handicapped if I don't have plugins. Okay, and when I say handicapped, there are a lot of things I can't do. I can't make it look appearing enough. Okay, so the major drawback is the plugin part. Like if you don't have plugin, like it's simple thing, you can't use the app and you have to use your phone, right? So that's a major drawback that only restricts 90% of your work over there. Okay, so for a proper brand, I never suggest them to create a free website. Please, it hardly costs, like how much this will cost, your domain hosting won't cost that heavy on your pocket. Okay, you can spend this much at least on your brand. So I would kind of judge those brand who are using wordpress.com in their domain and they're not spending money to just buy their domain and hosting. I'll judge that brand and their capacity in general is what I would say. Okay, so coming back, now I've shown you all the free the differentiation. Now how can you use this tool, how can you use a free version of it, is let's try to understand this. Okay, so for the free version, what you have to do is, guys, there are two sections when you create the website: post and pages. What is post, what is page? Okay, so post is basically if you are writing any blogs, okay, that should go in the post section. But if you are creating pages, basically my website has all the pages, like case study page, product page, about us page. This is what we call as pages, which has business information. Okay, so that you need to be created in the page. But if you are writing any educational blogs, okay, that should go under the post section. Okay, so for example, my website is vegan bites. Okay, so in the pages section, I'll create, okay, about us page about vegan bites, what are the products that are available, what are some services that I have, what, where a person can reach out to me. All of that I'll create in the page section. But for me to educate people them about vegan, I'll write blogs, right? Okay, I'll say, okay, how can you replace your dairy milk with other substitute. So I'm educating and I'm writing blogs. Okay, that I'll write under the post section. So it's very clear. Post means you are writing your blogs here. Pages means you're creating your business pages over here. Okay. The simple, if you guys have never seen a blog, I'll just show you an example. Blog is basically, let's say there's this company called as Nika in India which sell beauty products. Now what they do, they also educate people about beauty. So they write blogs on different topic. Can you see 2026 beauty trend? Why Gen Z is ditching doom scrolling for the beauty with bold blush, something, the rewind, whatever, Nika top 50. So blogs are basically educational information. You're educating your customer about your product and service, and indirectly you're promoting that your product and service as well. Okay, so be very careful where you have to write. Blogs will go to post, your normal pages will go to pages. Now how do you create it? So the process of creating pages and posts is simple. It's the same basically. So if I go to pages, I can, here I can say, like, I can add a page, I can edit a page. Now I have like one page created. By the way, whatever page you create, guys, you can edit it, you can duplicate it, you can delete it as well. So let's say I don't want this page, I can say trash it. Trash it as in I want to delete it. Okay, so now I don't have any pages, I'll create everything from scratch. So I'll just show you one as an example, obviously, and that should give you an idea. So what I'll do, I'll say add a page, and let's say I'll create an about us page. And I hate using the free version of WordPress website because there are a lot of restriction, like I can't do a lot of editing, that's my problem. But yeah, like this is what it is. So I've given the title over here. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll just quickly take some content from ChatGPT Give me a minute. Let me just create my content first, and I'll share my screen. I don't want you to read my history, hence. Uh, Give me a minute. Otherwise, you guys will go through my chat GPT history, and I don't want to share that. So hence, I did stop sharing. Um, what I was writing about this page, right? Write introduction content for a brand who is launching vegan food package products which are healthy. Say, I'm just taking that content and then I'll show you. I mean, I'll reshare my screen just for content. I've stopped it. Yeah. Let me share my screen again. So now let's say this is my content. Basically, I've just copy pasted a content. I don't have to think. I don't want to put my time into brainstorming. So yeah. Now let's say this is the first para that I have to write about my brand in my about us section. So what would I do? Here there you see a plus sign. So this has multiple blocks. Blocks basically um you the way you use Canva, I hope you all of would have used Canva, right, where you add different section and you create a post. Similarly, you use WordPress block as well. Okay, and this is how WordPress websites are created. Like there are different blocks, you just have to drag and drop and whatever section you want. So let's say I want a para first. I'll say okay para and I'll give my para over here. Okay, so this is my first para. I'll put it down over here. Okay, now I want a picture. So what I would do, I'll say enter, and here I want a picture, so I'll find the picture block and I'll drag it over here. So now what I'll do, I'll upload a picture. Now for uploading a picture, I'm randomly taking any picture for the sake of it. So I'll say upload desktop this, right? Again, you have to work on its alignment, so it's very how should I say, annoying as well. Do you want it to be full width, not width? Like it's up to you how you want it to be look like. Again, what I want a para below that. So let's say again I'll go back. So you can use whatever section you want. You want to create a list section, like you want to write a list, you can do that. There in the corner it will also show you how does it look like. Okay, you want to write a quote, you can do that. You can create a table. So these are basically blocks that you have to drag and drop and you have to put your content over there. Obviously you can edit that as well. For example, I've wrote my text over here. I can make it bold, right? I have option to change its color and 10 other things. Like, so let's say I want to change the text color, I want to use something different, I can change that. I want to give a color for the background, I can do that. So it's up to you, like you can play around with all of these features. It's like your editing tool only, guys, basically. Okay, how do you use Canva? You take a block, you edit it, it gives you a section to change the color, the font style, the typography, right? It's exactly in the same way. Okay, I want to change my typography, I want to use something different, I can do that, right? I want to change the dimension, the border, everything can be basically, it can be edited. And some of the sections are free, okay, and some of them might ask you for money, but again you have a lot of section, like see the amount of options that they give you. So you just have to drag and drop, that's it. Let's say at the end I want to add I don't know, like you want to add a list of gallery, you can do that. You want to add some icon, you can do that over here. Okay, so it's up to you. Want to put a slideshow, you can do that. Buttons can be added. By the way, you can delete it as well. I don't want this section, I'll delete it. Okay, now this button thing, I want it to be in center, I'll say center. I'll say okay, shop now, whatever I want to write. Again, I would want to change the color for this, so I'll choose it. Again, like outline I want to change, text color I want to change, background color I want to keep something different. So it's up to me what I want to do basically. Okay, but it's like your drag and drop tool. Are you understanding this, guys? How do you use Canva? Similarly, you have to use this. It's just that it will take some time for you to like the designing part takes time. Like you have to think, okay, after this section what section I should use. So the tool is easy to use, but the thing is there are so many blocks that they give you. So you have to figure out, okay, first, so what we usually do is we first think of the layout of my website. I'll first design, keep all the content ready, I'll keep all the images and video ready. I'll think of the designing pattern as well, that how I want my design to look like, and then I'll start working on the execution side of my website creation. Are we clear? Right. So it takes time. Like my process of my website creation was, for this website what did I do? First I thought, okay, what should my navigation menu look like? What are the amount of, so whenever you sit on website creation, first thing is, think of number of pages and what all pages would be created. Okay, then think on the content for each page, basically the text, the image, the video, icon, logo, everything you have to keep ready. Okay, then any social media handle link or anything of that link that you would want to put. Then the structure, okay, the structure of website, basically what will come at top, what will go at bottom, and then you start on the execution side. Otherwise you will be like, you can't go to the tool and then you sit and figure out, okay, what feature should I use. It can't go other way around, right? First you have to do your planning, and then you go on the tool, and based on your planning you choose the grid. Now you just ask me abruptly to create a page, I am very confused. I don't know what should I put first, what should I put second. I'm just doing it randomly for the sake of it. But this is not how you do it. You first plan and then you create your website. Because when you come, you just come without a plan, you'll be very clueless. You don't know now, because I don't know the layout of my page, I don't know which grid I should use, or which block should I use. Am I clear? Okay, everyone, is this clear? Now one more thing, like when on this free section, I'll show you one thing. um okay, that annoys me a bit. So where is the layout part? One second, give me a minute, guys. I'll just show you, like, why. And by the way, my website that I've created, I have not used this free way of creating the page. I use plugin called as Elementor, and then I created my pages, because here also there are a lot of restrictions that I can't do. For example, like if you would have seen my website, if I go to home page, can you see all the sections that I've divided? Three sections, four section. It is very difficult to do it on the free side of WordPress website. So here they do give you an option, but it is very, how should I say, not that um user friendly. So can you see, you can create a column like this. Okay, like you want one column, two column, three column, four column. But again, there are a lot of restriction, like you only have this many options if you want to divide your content, like you want to divide your content in two parts and all. So my pages, by the way, okay, once you create a page, very important thing, you should publish it. Why you should publish it? So for the customer to see your page, you should publish it. Otherwise they can't see it. Let's say this page is still work in progress. Okay, I haven't completed it clearly. Like if you could see, this page is not completed at all, and it's still a work in progress page. So then what I'll do, I'll save it in draft. Why? Because in future I'll come back, I'll edit it, and then I'll publish it. So now if I go back to my WordPress, if you want to go back, you go from here, and can you see this page is still here? So I can edit it, and let's say once my page is ready, I can publish it. Publishing means it is ready for the consumer, like for the customer to see my page. So I can say publish from here, and from here you can see how your website would look like. So can you see, this is how it's looking? Very pathetic, very bad, I know that, because it's not planned. Okay, but and now let's say if I make some changes on my page, let's say I wrote some content. So you have to save it again. If you don't save it, the exact so like if I don't save it and I just go back, this content won't be saved. This extra words that I've wrote, it won't be saved. So whenever you make any changes on the existing page, make sure you save it, so that it also reflects on the user end. Otherwise, it won't reflect on the user end. Are we clear? So like that's how you create your free pages, okay? And I do not like using the free side of it. uh Similarly, you create the post the way you created the pages, similarly you write your blogs as well, okay? So my pages, what I've created, I'll just show you. Like if I show you my page, I won't, guys, I won't play around, because trust me, it takes a lot of effort to decide the work. So I can just edit, but I won't show you, like, how should I say, I won't make any changes on my pages. Please do not ask me to do that. It took a lot of effort and time and energy to do whatever I could do. So I don't want to play around is what I would say, but I'll just show you. So I use this plugin called as Elementor. Can you say it says Elementor? Because I created this page, all these pages with the help of this plugin called as Elementor. Now I'll say edit with Elementor. So I didn't use the basic version the way we created the page. I used a plugin to create, to design everything. And by the way, there are other, like Elementor also, many plugins. There's something called as DV. There are many plugins to make your appearance better. Again, I have tried DV, I have tried Elementor. I like this one, hence I stick with it. Okay. So now in this one, in the Elementor part, what I like is, um, the widgets that I get. So like this, like, yes, WordPress free version also gives you a lot of widget, but here it's taking some time to load. Actually, the tool is a bit heavy, the plugin is a bit heavy to use, so hence, um hmm problem is this is still loading. Okay, let me just exit and come from another page. Let me take another page. Let's say this is the only page where I've put a lot of effort. Rest of my page are very simple, hence I thought I'll show you that one. But let's say, and by this is still work in progress page, so please do not have high hopes. Yeah, like, can you see in the widget section? Okay, there are, like, the widgets are really good. So first you can decide your layout. There are a lot of pro section as well, where you can make it look more better. For pro you have to pay money. I have used all the free version of it, but what I specifically like is the editing part that I can do. For example, I can edit the content over here, but there are a lot of options with style as well. You don't have all this style option in your WordPress free section. For example, yes, you can change the alignment, the typography, the paragraph, and all of that. But this advanced feature, it is not there in the free version. For example, you can't give some, how should I say, like, there are a lot of things over here. Like, if you want to give some background, you want to give some, how should I say, motion effects and all of that, you can't give it. Okay, so I like this advanced feature where I can make my design look more better. Okay, which is not there in the WordPress free section. It doesn't give you, it doesn't allow you to give some motion effects and 10 other features out there. So the basically the whole point of using this plugin for me was, I have more options with the widget, I have more editing option, and I have a better advanced option features in the Elementor plugin. Okay, again, I use Elementor. There are people who use other tool, the other plugin as well, to create their page. It's up to you guys, and obviously which what suits you and what plugin you're more comfortable to work with. Because whenever you try different plugin, you have to learn those plugin as well. It's not easy. Like, how should I say, whenever you install a new app, you take some time to figure it out, right? So similarly is the case of the plugin. Okay, so, and just one more thing. So when you create your website, there's something called as appearance, okay, and themes. Theme is basically how does the basic website would look like. Okay, basic, like, structure of your website would look like. So now here in the free one, in the free WordPress website, you just have, like, how should I say, two options over here. Can you see? Rest, like, till free you only have this option, rest all are paid. You can't available on premium, available on personal, and all of that. So in theme wise as well, either I can use this theme, okay, and I can say activate. Now when I say activate this theme, see this, I'll just refresh my about us page. Can you see my about us page changed completely? Why? Because I changed my theme. Okay, my theme was different. I changed my theme. So if you change like your theme from here, the website look and feel will also change. Okay, but now in the free version, you hardly have few themes, like two or three themes, right? But in my paid version, I have some options with the themes that I want. So again, that is the difference, that you have more options for themes. Again, not sorry, here I'll say not lot of options for theme. Here you have good enough options for themes. Okay, so yeah, you can choose like from here. I won't change my theme again. I don't want to play around. But like, can you see I have still decent options? Like at least I have like four, and I can keep on adding more. So yeah, that's the difference between a proper WordPress website where you're buying domain hosting and like the free one. So the free one would look like, as I've shown you, like this, because there are lot of things that you can't do, and the proper domain hosting one would look like this. Am I clear? I'll have to check that, Mirinda. I'll have to check that because I have not tried it at the free one. See, I was never in that place to try the free version of it. So I'll have to check in the free one you can do it or not. So not sure on this. I'll have to check because I've never tried it doing it that way. Paid also, I've never tried it doing it that way, so I'll have to check. Like we always try to create it and then we directly go on WordPress and we do it. Otherwise, what we do, we create some templates on Canva as well. There are other tools, the AI tools as well, that help us to create that prototype. Okay, so with Figma I haven't tried, but with other AI tools I have tried linking it. I have tried taking templates from there. From Figma I've never tried because, again, as I said, it's not my job ideally to create a website. It's not our job, so I've never tried, I've never explored till that end. I've just done like a basic decent website creation, that was also for my personal use. So I've never tried with Figma. I've tried with some AI tools, I've tried connected some AI tools, I've took some templates from the AI tools and all, but with Figma I haven't tried. So can't answer, I'll have to see. But anyways, I hope you understood the context, guys. Yes, no. Okay. Now going to the next part, guys. What are other features that you should know on your WordPress site? So in the free one, I'll just show you the overlap between free and both, because like I can't show you my section all together, because for me, if you would see, like if you see this setting, there's so many things. Okay, because I've installed a lot of things. Here it starts here, it will end over here. Okay, so first thing, I've shown you what is post and pages. You should know the media section as well. Media section is where you upload all your pictures and video. Okay, so what we usually do in media section, we upload all our pictures and video, and then whenever we create the page, we use those pictures and video instead of in uploading all of them individually. So you can use this media section over here. Comment section is, again, you can add a comment section for your blogs and all of that. Appearance, I've already spoken about it. I've also spoken about plugins. User is basically if you want to add more people to your website, like if other people are also working on the website, you can add them as a user. And in setting section, guys, honestly, there are a lot of setting sections, basically with respect to your permalink, with respect to the general setting of your website. What do I mean by general setting? So for example, can you see here that there's no title for my website, right? So I can give a title to my website by saying vegan bites, and it will reflect over there. Can you see it's reflecting over here? I can give a tagline for my site. I can choose a site icon as well. Now, what is site icon? Can you see, like for my website, this is the icon. This G sign is the icon. For WordPress, this W side is the icon. Right? If I go to Mintra's website, that M sign was an icon. This one. Okay. So if you want to upload this kind of thing, you can do it over here in the site icon section. You can give a site logo as well. You can decide your URL, you can choose your time zone, you can choose your date formatting. So these are basic general settings that we do. Okay, that is there in the free one, it is there in the paid version as well. So majorly in the free version, what you guys would be using is, to be very honestly, you guys will be using the first thing you can, how would you start with this? First, you choose your theme in the free one, that how you want the website to look like, the basic theme, how it should look like. Then you decide, as I mentioned, your number of pages, the content, the media and all. Make sure you upload all your media over here. Okay. Then you go to your settings and make your general setting good, like give the title to your site, give a tagline, choose an icon, to upload your logo and all of it over here. And then you start working on your pages and post. So this is the only things that you can use ideally on the free side of the WordPress. You can't do much, as I said. Like you can't connect your website. Can you create some one or two more pages in home page? Aman, we don't have time to do that because I need to go next as well. But like, what do you want? You want to link it to your home page, is what you're saying? So you will have to add a navigation menu for that, and that you have to do with the help of plugin again. So for that, I'll just show you the setting. We don't have time where I can sit and create two or three more pages, but I can still give you a. Give me a minute. So what we usually can do is, you can go to pages, all pages. I'll just randomly add name of some pages. I am not creating the entire pages because I do not have time. Like I have to go to the SEO part as well. So hence I won't keep writing the content, but I'll just add. So yeah, like you can keep on adding pages basically over here. And when you go to home page, it will reflect. So let me just first create some product page. Mm, okay, let's just say products. Okay, and like, so here you can decide basically if you want this navigation menu to this way. So here in the navigation section, you can decide how you want navigation to be. First, you want your contact us page to appear top. You can edit it basically. Okay, you want your product page to be appear at top. So this, all of this can be switched around. Okay, so that's how you create the. You have to go to edit your homepage section and you can decide your navigation. Okay, so like I can just go back and I can decide other style and all as well. I don't want this typography, I want something else, I can do that. I can go back. I don't want blue as a color, I want another palette altogether. I want entire pink palette. This also should be something in the lighter gray side, whatever I would want. This one should be in black side. So I can do that. Okay, and I can say review two changes, save. And like this is how it can be updated. Now I if I go back, can you see? So here about us page, contact us page, product page. So this is my home page. From here one can go to product page which doesn't have anything. From here one can go to the contact us page which doesn't have anything, and from here one can go to the about us page. So you basically have to go to your WordPress backend. Sorry, I'll go back again. Array, 1 second. Yeah. So basically, how do you do that? You go to your pages, whatever pages you create, you can say edit home page from here, looking to customize your home page. And there you set how you want your navigation menu and all to look like. Make sense? Aman, does that helps? Because this was specific question that you have asked. So that's how you can add more than one or two pages to your home page. Okay, I've not wrote the content in other pages that I've created. I have just created the pages and I've added it to my home page. Cool. So guys, again, like, these are some basic things that you can do in the free version, and you have to explore them. I hope I'm clear. So I'll go to the next part. Guys, are we clear with how does a basic WordPress website can be created? Yes, no, anything. And I would want you guys to try it out. Okay. So probably tomorrow, like, you can try it out by yourself as well, because by just looking into it, you won't understand everything. So you have to go like free one, you can do it. You can use any of your Gmail ID. You can choose just the only thing when you give your domain name, the just below there, shows you an option, create the website for free. You have to choose that option. You don't have to buy any domain name hosting for it, and practice it. Otherwise, you wouldn't understand. Okay, coming to the next part. So guys, when we talk about website creation, um it is not only about creating the website. As I said, we have to make our website SEO friendly. Okay, and that takes me to the next part of the website part, and that's where your role comes into picture. Okay, so SEO is part of digital marketing, and I'll just create a separate section over here. So what is SEO? SEO means search engine optimization. Guys, today I'll just discuss the basic part of SEO. I don't think in the 40 minutes time period I can go in depth. I'll show you the practical side more in detail tomorrow, but let's just understand some basic. And we are going dot by dot. I don't want to take another topic altogether because we were discussing website since we started with session. Let's just stick to what we are discussing. Okay. So now search engine optimization is basically ranking your website organically on the search engine result page. We also call this as SERP. Okay. Now this can be applicable to any search engine like Google, Bing, Yahoo, Baidu, etc. Okay, Google being the most popular as we know. So the whole point of SEO is that whenever a user is searching for any product and service, there are two kind of results you see: paid result and organic result. Paid result to show this which comes under sponsored. Your these brands are paying money to Google to show their website over here. Okay, but let's say you don't have this money, then you can do you'll have to make sure that your at least website rank organically on the search engine result page. So this is not sponsored result. These are all this all these brands have put that kind of effort through which Google is ranking their website organically on the search engine result page. By the way, this page is called a search engine result page. Okay, so like how do you do that? Okay, so basically there are some optimization guidelines given by Google and other search engine, and if you create your website as per the guideline, your basically website can rank higher on the organic result. Okay, so you have to there are basically a lot of guidelines given by all these tools and their algorithms, and that's what, like, you should know about website creation. I'll give this doc only. I'll save it and I'll give it. Okay, I'm not writing this in Google Doc, so I'll just give it once, like afterwards the end of the session. Okay, so coming back, how do you do that? Okay, um so let's just try to understand few basic first before getting into SEO. So let's say we create a website. Okay, like right now only I created this website called as Vegan Bites. Okay, which I've closed. But let's say what do we do after that? Like let's say this website was created, this Gayatri Impacts website was created, then what did I do after that? So how would, let's say I create a website, but do you imagine or can you imagine how Google or any other search engine will know that okay, there's a website that has been created and we need to see whether its website is SEO friendly or not, right? For example, how the search engine will come to know that there's a website that they have to check with respect to, is this website SEO friendly or not, right? For any search engine to rank your website organically on the search engine result page, first they should come to know about your website, right? Do you agree? Do you not agree, guys? Are you understanding my point? I have created my website, okay? Let's say Mirinda is Google as a search engine. For Mirinda to rank my website organically on the search engine, first you should know, right, that there's a website that has been created, correct? So how Mirinda would come to know about it? That's the first thing that you have to solve once you create your website. So what you have to do is, there are two things that we do once we create our website. Like once my website is completely created, um from SEO perspective as well. Okay, I'll talk about how you create your website from SEO perspective later on. But let's say, just hypothetically right now, just assume that my website is created properly as per the SEO guideline. But then how Mirinda, which is right now she's playing role of Google, let's say, how she would come to know that there's a website that has been created and she has to rank that website if someone is searching for any query related to my brand? So for that, what we do is, once a website is created, we the first thing is submit the website to web directories, and the second one is create Google Search Console account. When you do these two things, the search engines get an indication that yes, there's a website in the market. We need to go check that website and we have to see whether this website is SEO friendly or not. And based on that, they'll decide, should they rank your, where should they rank your website. Okay, so the first thing is, you have to do this. Once you create your website, the first thing that you will do, okay, you will submit it to the web directory, you will create your Google Search Console account. You will also create your other accounts, you'll have to create your Google Analytics account to track your website performance. This is to track website performance in depth. Okay, Search Console account is to see basic website performance, but also check any flags or error about the website that the search engine has raised. Okay, so Google Search Console account is basically what, there you will see your basic website performance. But what will happen when you create your Google Search Console account, automatically the search engine will understand, especially Google will understand that okay, there's a website that has been created and they have created a Search Console account. So there, what will happen once you create your Google Search Console account, Google will so what is the process once you do this is, I'll talk about analytics later, but what happens is, um so all the search engine will send either their crawlers, or you call them as bots, on the website, which, and they will do something called as crawling is basically, they'll scan your entire website. Okay, you can call that scan. They'll scan the website. Okay, then they'll do something called as indexing. Indexing is basically storing the website information. Okay, and then they'll do something called as ranking. Ranking is basically, whenever on the search engine, so basically ranking is basically what I, instead of writing the entire line over here, so this is three process. Once you create your Search Console account and once you submit your website to the web directory, the search engine gets to know about your website. They'll send their crawlers or bots to your website and they'll crawl your entire website. What do I mean by crawl? Basically, they'll check each and every nitty gritty of your website, whether, like, is your website created as per the SEO guidelines or not. This is what they'll do when they'll do the crawling. Okay, then they'll store your website information, which we call as indexing. And then the next part is ranking. So ranking means, okay, let's say on Google, if someone searches, my website is about wastewater treatment, so if someone searches for wastewater treatment and my website is, Google, what will do, Google will check their, storage space, where they'll see, okay, how many websites come into this part of wastewater treatment, out of that how many of them are SEO friendly, and based on them they'll rank your website. So this is a process of ranking. Okay, so the three step of ranking is, first you have to submit your website to the directory and create your Google Search Console account. Once that is done, and just make sure you submit your website to web directory and search console account only when your basic website creation is done, like basic SEO, as per SEO guideline your website is done. What happens if you just randomly create a website and you submit it on the search or on the console or the web directory is, whenever this bots and crawler will come on your page, um how should I say, if the website is not SEO friendly, anyway it will, so the crawlers and bots comes on your pages to see whether the page is created on SEO friendliness or not. So if the website is not SEO friendly, that will impact your ranking. Okay, so what we usually do whenever we create the website, we make sure at least the basic SEO checks are done, and then we submit it to the web directory, and then we create a Google search console account. So at least our ranking shouldn't go down. Obviously you'll have to keep on doing a lot of improvement, but the basic website creation should be good is what I'm trying to say. Are you understanding my point? Then only I'll go next. But like, did you understand this picture before I go more in depth about this? I know I haven't went in depth, but like I'll go to it once you understand this basic summary. So you create a website. The step is you submit your website to the web directory. You create your Google Search Console account. From there, this process will start off crawling, indexing, and ranking. Okay. Now, what is this web directory? What is this Google Search Console account is something that you should know. Okay. Um, Before I go to that, guys, did you understood the picture? Did you understood the story? Yes, no? Okay. So let's go to the next part. Now, what is this web directory and what is the search console? Directories are nothing but, you guys know, in like in your I'm not sure how old you guys are, but let's just take an example of your parents. In your parents' time, they used to have a book which used to have all the information of businesses. Okay, let's say, information about plumbers, information about electrician, information about some courier service company, their name, add their contact number, their ID, right? The directory, the book that we used to get. Imagine that book in an online form. Okay, so that is what I mean by web directory. The name web directory means it's like your book only, but in an online form. And instead of, like, here a business will go, they'll give their details like, okay, this is my website URL, this is the category that my website is part of, and basically from there the search engine can find out that, that's where they'll go and discover some websites. Okay. Second thing is you create your Google Search Console account. So Google Search Console account looks like, I'll show you how does it look like. I'll show you my Google Search Console account. I hope it's logged in. Yeah. So can you see my website is submitted over here? Okay. So this account, see, it shows you basic website performance, but that is not the goal. Okay. What happens is whenever you create your Google Search Console account, again Google gets that indication that, okay, there's a website that we need to go scan, and we want to see if there are any problem on the website with respect to SEO or not. Okay. And they'll flag all those error over here. So how Google will convey the errors to you is with the help of this platform. Okay. So on this platform, can you see, okay, I'll show you. So basically, my website is submitted on the search console, and they have done the crawling. And can you see, in for indexing, they are giving me an information where, so I have almost 7 pages on my website. Out of that, five pages are indexed, two are not indexed. Okay, 5 pages are indexed. That means the database of this website are stored, and it's probably all good for that matter. But for two, it is not indexed. Basically, the database has not been stored for these 2 pages. Now, why? Can you see it's telling me the error? So it is saying that one is there some 404 error page, and the second one is it is getting redirected. Now I have to go and check what is the exact error. I haven't went through it, but this is where you will get the indication. So once your website is submitted on Search Console, and once the crawlers and the bot goes to your website to crawl it, and when they go to the next page of indexing, and if they are facing any problem while indexing, that error would be flagged over here. Make sense? And you have to make sure all your website pages are getting indexed. So my 2 pages have not got indexed. That means those 2 pages can't be ranked on the on the SERP page. Okay. So for all your pages to be ranked on SERP, it should be indexed as well. My 2 pages are not indexed. That means out of 6 pages, out of 7 pages, 5 can rank on the search engine, 2 can't, and I have to fix them first. Are you understanding this? So the whole point of this account, I mean, I usually don't use this to see website performance. I have better platform to see that. My whole use case of search console is to see what are the flags on my website that the search engines have raised, and I have to go and fix it. Can you see? It is telling me crawled, currently not indexed. So these pages are crawled but they are not indexed. Can you see these pages aren't indexed on served on Google? So I'll have to go and check all of those pages. Like what's wrong on them. I hope you're understanding, guys. Yes, no. I can't go more practical than this because you guys are too new to it. But see this, okay? Um like right now they have not given me any other flags, otherwise I've shown you something. I have only two flags for now because it's a new website, so it doesn't have that kind of data as well, but like it will give you some general performance like this. Can you see it is giving me a basic website performance, basically what people are searching for and all of this. So basically it is telling me, okay, so basic performance as in it is telling me, okay, what are the queries that people searched on for which my website got ranked. So people search for microbial composition of activated sludge, my website was ranked for that. Someone searched for technoenzyme, my website was ranked for that. Someone searched with the brand name, my website was ranked for that. What pages are people checking, from which country I'm getting the traffic. So I've got like 12 clicks from India, one from US, one for Bahrain, one from Nigeria, and whatnot. From what device people are coming, So basic information about your website. This okay. But like here again, as I said, here it will understand what pages are indexed, what are not indexed. Very important for me to fix this too, for which I'm getting the error. Other complication I'll show later, guys, but this is where like you get all your flags. So today we'll be discussing basically overview of SEO and ads. Basically, how do they work? I will give you an overview, not in depth. We will also be covering, what should I say? One second. The four P's of marketing. We will be understanding some strategies. We will be also going through some, how technology has changed in the marketing landscape. So these are like few things that we'll be discussing for today. This is basically the agenda of today's call. Um, and just like to give you an idea, uh, Saturday, like basically next Saturday, we would be discussing more about behavioral marketing, where we'll be covering, tools like um, Google Analytics. We'll be also covering email marketing tools. We would also go through, I'm just, yeah, we'll also go through SEMrush, SimilarWeb, etc. So like this behavioral marketing part we'll discuss next Saturday. This is like basically the last part of our session. Today I need to cover all this four aspects that wrote over here. So let's get started with the SEO and ads part. Okay, so yesterday we discussed all about the website thing, what process one has to do, how like Google Search Console to learn to like how the WordPress website gets created. Now if you remember, I clearly said that whenever you create a website, you have to make sure it is SEO friendly. Okay, now what do I mean by SEO friendly? So there are some rules set by the search engine when it comes to SEO optimization. Okay, now you are starting with the first part of SEO. So your SEO is divided into on page, off page, and technical side. Okay, guys, you will have this topic in detail as well. My role is more to give you an overview. um, if time suffices, next in the last lecture I can go more in detail, but like today just will try to cover the basic. You'll have a detailed session on this as well later on. So now how what exactly do we mean by on page, off page, and technical? Okay, so on page is basically mostly any content based changes made on the site. Okay, off page is more about building credibility, but on not on your web page. Okay, basically when the word off page means outside your website. Okay, So we'll talk what do I mean by outside your website. Technical SEO is more about, the technical, fixing the technical aspects of your website. Okay. Now, how does the SEO work is in industries? Like, let's say one of you just come to me and say that, okay, ma'am, can you do SEO for my website? I won't just get started like that. I'll have to do an audit. Okay. Audit basically means I'll try to find out, figure out, okay, what all improvements that are required on your website. And based on that, those agencies or the freelancers or the consultant charge the brand on it. So always SEO starts with an audit. Okay. So before, uh, taking the client on board, you need to do an audit. Okay. Now for audit there are many tools in the market. I will talk about all of them later. First, I mean, I can't show you an audit because you don't know anything about SEO. Okay. Now, what we'll do today is I'll try to show you all of this part on my website, and you can also try doing it on your free WordPress website. Some of the aspects you'll be able to do it on your free WordPress website. Some of the aspects you won't be able to do. Okay. So let me just go back to my website again. And we'll try to see now again, guys. We can only like if it's a coded website, try to understand, you won't be able to make any execution. Okay, so if your brand has a coded website, you can't do most of the execution you won't be able to do. So whenever you work in SEO, guys, you work with two department. Okay, first one is your web developer. You can call them web developers. They are, some of them would know UI UX and everything. And second is basically your content writer department. Okay, so your content writer, your graphic designer who will create pictures, and then your video editor and all people. Okay. uh, so basically execution wise we'll have to take all these people's help. You can't do an execution for the coded website. Okay. If it's a non-coded website like WordPress and all, you can easily make changes. Okay. So now, um let's go one by one and I'll give you an overview. Mostly we'll be able to do on page and off page. Technical, I'm even off page we won't be able to do like practically because it takes some time to build off page as well, but I'll give you an idea what exactly it means. And probably in detail you'll do it when you'll have a proper SEO session. Okay. Now on page, as I said, any content based changes made on the site. So for on page, guys, what you have to do is you have to, like, the process of doing on page is always you have to first shortlist the keyword for which you want your website to rank. Okay. Now, like, how do one shortlist this kind of keywords? They do keyword research with the help of keyword planner tool. Okay. And by the way, keyword research is a very extensive process. What do I mean by extensive process? Basically, imagine if you are a brand like Mintra. Okay, an e-commerce brand which has so many um products and category. Now obviously for each category there'll be different keywords, right? So like if a brand is has like multiple product, multiple category, the keyword research would take more time. Okay, like if you're a brand with just one product, it's easier for you to do keyword research for them. But like for Mintra, they have to rank on so many different keywords because they have so many categories. Okay, so because whenever we do keyword research, we do keyword research based on different categories. Okay. Now to do keyword research, the most, how should I say, popular tool is your Google Keyword Planner tool. Again, to access Google Keyword Planner tool, you need the Google Ads account. There are some third-party tools as well in the market, like Uber Suggest and all. I personally don't like those tools because they ask you for a subscription. Okay, so if you're getting, if you have an option to get your things done for free, why do you want to buy a subscription? Okay, so there are other third party tools, but I prefer using the Keyword Planner tool. The only reason being the other third party tool, they don't give that in-depth information for the free version of their platform. Okay. So basically this is a place where we do keyword planning, like tools planning and keyword planner. I hope I've never shown you keyword planning, right, guys? Please confirm, because I mean, in just in case if it's sounding repetitive, did I have I ever showed you how to do keyword research? No, right? Like in any of the past lecture? Okay. Okay. Okay, then that's great. So let's say, and this keyword research tool is applicable for both for SEO and for ads, because for ads as well, when you want to run search ads, you have to do keyword research. So when two keyword research comes into picture, one is for SEO and second is through ad, because obviously the users search on Google and they see two kind of result. One is the search ad and then one is this SEO ranking. So for both of them, you have to do a keyword research. Okay. And keyword research is something that, it's expected from a beginner to do this. Okay. So how would you do that? You go to this tool. Third party tools, again, I'll just reiterate, you can check them out. I can give you name as well. There is Uber Suggest and all of that, but they ask you to sign up. They ask you to buy the paid version of it if you want to go get more details. So it's very annoying. Personally, I don't like them. So I've been using Google Keyword Planner tool since ages. Okay. So here you can say discover new keyword. Now there are two ways for you to do a keyword research. Okay. One is with prompt, second is with website. What is the use case? Prompt is like you give your prompts away, you give prompts to ChatGPT, and maximum you can give 10 prompts over here and it will get you similar keywords like it. Start with the website is usually used when let's say I tell you guys that, okay, can you do a keyword research for a wastewater company? Now you wouldn't know, like for you to do a keyword research for wastewater company, first you should know that industry. If you don't know the industry, you can't even give the prompt. So this thing comes into that scenario when you don't know the brand, you don't know the category, and you want to do keyword research. So what you do, you give the website URL over here, and the platform will fetch out keywords from that website itself. But the problem is that the keywords are getting only fetched out from the website. So over and above website, you can't get more keywords. So if you want like good quantity of keywords, I always like, my personal preference has been always start with keyword. Okay. And then this is where you give your prompts. Now how do you do keyword research? As I said, you check your website structure. Okay. And based on that, you um do your keyword research. Like you can't do keyword research for Mintra brand altogether. You will have to do it category wise. Okay, because every category will have different prompt and you have a limitation of only 10 prompt over here. Okay, so we always do keyword research category wise. Now that is also further divided into, like, it's a very extensive process, trust me. So first is like you have to do category wise bifurcation. Okay, now let's say once you do that, your keywords are further divided into two types. Okay, so one is like your keywords majorly first is divided into brand, generic, and competitor. Okay, competitor is only applicable for ads and not SEO. We'll talk about this later. But brand keyword means, okay, if someone is searching for Mintra t-shirt online, this is brand keyword. That means for whatever brand you're doing promotion, that brand name comes within that query. Generic keyword means, let's say, t-shirts online, as in like doesn't have any brand name within it. Competitor keyword would mean, let's say, a Geo t-shirt online. Basically the competitor name appear in the query. So competitor keyword is, you can't, like, for to do competitor keyword you'll have to put that keyword in your website, right? So for SEO you can't do that. How can you add your competitor name on your site? You can't, right? So hence for SEO it's not applicable. But for ads, people can run ads on the competitor keyword as well. So that I'll discuss later on with you guys. For now, just look, keep this in mind that competitor keywords are not applicable for your SEO part. Now, this keywords like brand generic keywords are further divided into two types, which is your long tail and short tail. Okay, what do I mean by long tail? Um, okay, what do I mean by short tail first? So, if I say t-shirt online, that means it is short tail. So, basically, it is vague keywords. Vague as in like not specific. Um, it has high search volume. That means like more people are searching for it. High traffic. Um, how should I say? More than high, calling it high traffic, quantity traffic, but not quality, I would say, because it's these are very vague keywords, generic keywords. Okay, like in short, long tail keywords are like it has more words within the query. So let's say if someone is searching for t-shirt online from H&M under 2K. This is long tail keyword. Now it has a less search volume because not everyone searches such like long tail keywords like in that in depth. It has I would say quality traffic. So now what is good? Like, should we go with long tail or short tail? Ideally you should go with both. So for brand, if you're choosing a keyword, take some long tail keyword, take some short tail keyword. One will give you quality, one will give you quantity. Same goes with generic. Okay, and it's applicable for competitor if you're doing this keyword research for ads. Okay, now see, basically when you do a keyword research, you'll have to pull out for each category, you'll have to, at least for SEO, for each category, okay, like for each, more than calling it category, for each subcategory you will need to pull out two sheets, basically. Okay, one for brand and other for generic. So imagine how extensive work this would be. Like, trust me, I used to hate doing working on this task. The reason being, can you send a screenshot, Aman, here in the chat? I can see, because I don't think you have an option to share your screen. So would you mind sending a screenshot quickly? And how did you log in to Google Keyword Planner tool? Do you have a Google Ads account? Like, I didn't ask anyone to do that. Because to access Google Keyword Planner tool, you need a Google Ad account. And to create a Google Ad account, there's a big process where you're not supposed to give any payment info and all of that. So like, no, but then Aman, I hope you have not given any payment information or any payment method or no card details and all of that, because if something goes wrong in future, you're responsible for it. So I'm not taking that responsibility. On a very serious note, guys, do not, like, it's always recommended to create such kind of account in someone's guidance. Okay, just see your billing should show zero and no payment method given or no payment details given. Otherwise, in future, if you just mistakenly run a campaign, or mistakenly any campaign has been turned on, it will start spending and your money will start getting deducted. So be vigilant on those lines. Anyways, coming back, so now imagine, like, I used to hurt, I mean, this is how should I say, one of the most annoying tasks for me as well. I hate doing keyword research, especially if it's a bigger brand, because imagine you have to do keyword research for so many subcategory. Like for t-shirt also, like, okay, like, how should I say, for men, like, you won't do just keyword research based on top wear. You will have to do keyword research for t-shirt separately, casual shirt separately, formal shirt separately, sweater, because these are all different categories, no, categories and subcategories. The reason why do we do keyword research so differently is because, guys, trust me, if you club each and everything here, what happens, like, I'll just show you. Let's say, if I want to do a keyword research for t-shirt men and shirt men, okay, the problem that will appear is, see a amount of keywords that I would get. I've got 2837 keyword. Now I have to share this with my client, and if I download this, it appears in an Excel file. Now in Excel sheet, it is very difficult to segregate them further. So what we usually do, we always give a new prompt for whatever category we are working on, instead of like just clubbing everything in one. So I used to hate doing keyword research in initial days of my career, because it was very boring task, to be very honest, but one has to do it if you are working with a bigger brand. But a very boring task for me. Like, I don't get excited to do keyword research, because I mean, the tool is getting all the work done. It's a lot of manual tasks that you're doing. Okay, now I'll just show you an example on how to do it. Let's say I want to do a keyword research for men t-shirt, but for generic. Okay, so what I'm saying, I'm doing keyword research. Subcategory is basically men t-shirt, and let's say I'm doing this only for generic, not for brand. Okay, generic, which includes both long and short. So what I'll do, I'll go over here, give my prompts like t-shirt for men. Okay, cotton t-shirt for men. If you see, all my prompts are generic prompts. I'm not giving any brand prompts. Brand prompts would be where I'm writing the brand name like Mintra and all. Okay, so I can just say get result, and you can give maximum 10 prompts, but I just stopped at 2. We got 3408 keyword. Okay, but how, when you do keyword research, there are few things that you have to check. First is your location. Okay, so for which area you are doing this keyword research, how does that matter? Because this average monthly searches is based on the location that you select. So let's say your client just want to run ads, just want to do, they are doing this SEO for US location. but you have selected India over here. What would go wrong is this number. Like you would give unrealistic or wrong expectation to your client. Like they might, let's just say that t-shirt is, hypothetically I'm saying, let's just say that t-shirt is not that popular in US, uh hypothetically, okay, so, which is not the case. But they just see, okay, then if it's not popular, why people are searching so much? 100K to 1 million is a good amount of search volume. So that means you are giving wrong expectation to them, and wrong expectation leads to wrong expectation in results as well. So be very vigilant. Like for, let's say, even like in India, if you just want to like your client only want to focus on some specific areas and all, mention it over here. Okay, so right now for like I'll just show you an example. Let's say this is average monthly searches for India location, which is 100K to 1 million, 10K to 100K. But let's say if I just want to do it like for my city, which is Pune, what would happen? Obviously the search volume will decrease because the population is getting decreased. See, so you have to be very vigilant on this line, that whatever location you're working on, you choose that. For whatever location you're doing this campaign, you choose that. Here always choose last month. Basically you want to see the recent data, and you see some columns over here like the keywords, their average monthly searches, basically on an average how many people are searching for these terms. A 3 month change, year on year change means that did the search volume increase or decrease in 3 month or year on year. So 0% means there hasn't been much change. Competition is basically how difficult it is for you to rank on these keywords. Okay, and this is for ads. Basically when we run ads, we have to pay for each click, right? So basically it is saying that, okay, if someone is searching for men's shirt as a keyword and your ad appears, you might get charged in India at around 0.9 paisa to 10 rupee for each click. So we always take an average of this. But and by the way, this also varies on location. Like right now you are seeing 0.70, 9.49. Low range is like the lowest, high range is basically the highest. Okay, now again, if I change this to Pune, this number will look very different, because like, or even if I take Mumbai, which is like the most competitive cities in India. So just see how this changes. Can you see it increased? Because why? Compared to India, Mumbai, like if I take overall India, the competition gets averaged out. But like Mumbai is the most competitive city, like one of the most competitive city of India. So high the competition, high the CPC, because everyone want to show ads on these keywords. So this is for the ads part, not for SEO part. Are you getting me, guys? Did you Are you understanding the tool? Others, okay. Now let's just try to see this. Okay, so my prompts were very clear that I want generic t-shirt keywords. Okay, but still it's a tool, so it will mess up somewhere. Okay, what do I mean by mess up somewhere? Let's just see. I'll tell you what do I mean by messing up. Can you see it is showing me Tommy Hilfiger t-shirt. Now I want generic keyword, I don't want any competitor or brand keyword. So why is it appearing? Obviously the platform will do some mistakes. So instead of, again, before you download it and short these things in your Excel sheet, what we usually do, we refine keywords from here. Refine keyword means like the keywords that I don't want, I'll turn it off. Now what was my requirement? I just want generic long and short t-shirt, men t-shirt keywords. Okay, so if I go over here, there are brand, non-brand keyword and brand keyword. Non-brand means generic keyword. Okay, the word non-brand means generic keyword. So we have to keep this on. But brand keywords I need to turn off. Brand keyword means that there'll be keyword which will have polo word in it, Nike word in it, jockey word in it, Adidas work in it, and I'm not targeting like it for SEO. Obviously, like if I'm doing this for Mintra, I can choose this keyword because Mintra sell all their products like Nikes and all because they're aggregator. But let's say if I'm doing this for Rare Rabbit, which is like a premium men's clothing brand, for them to do SEO, I can't choose all this keyword because I can't use the competitor name in my website. So, anyways, it is not applicable from SEO perspective. Even if this would have been ad, this keywords would have not been applicable because the clear requirement is we want generic men t-shirts related keyword. So I've turned this off over here. There are other retailer as well. I'll have to turn them off. Okay. Other brand, turn them off because we want pure generic keywords. Okay. If you want to make further filters with material and all, you can play around. But now can you see out of 3,408 keyword, only 1,969 were generic keywords. So now this your keywords have got shortlisted. So you once you do that, You always download these keywords, and like again, though you have shortlisted over here, the Excel sheet will still have some wrong keywords within it. Okay, so let me just, what do I mean by wrong keywords? Probably it could be wrong for some of the brands. Okay, um let's say, see this. Now, if you are a premium, not premium, but a decent brand, would you ever want to show or rank your website on such kind of keyword which says cheaps within it? No, right? Like if you're not a cheap brand, why would you want your website to rank on such keyword? So always before sharing any list of keywords to your client, it is your job, trust me, to scan all these keywords. So first, the hierarchy of choosing keyword is what basically. First one is the relevance. Okay, you can't compromise on the relevance. It should be a relevant keyword. Okay, now for example, this shirt, it is not applicable for me. Why? Because I want men t-shirt. Even this word t-shirt is not applicable. I want men or something on those on it. Okay, so now let's say this keywords, most of the keywords are they're not applicable for me, right? Let's say this one as well. So if any keyword doesn't have main word in it, that means it is kind of not applicable. So you have to see the relevance of your keywords. Okay. After relevance, you shortlist keyword based on the average search volume. So obviously higher the search volume means more traffic, more buzz. So always filter it from largest to smallest and see. Okay. Like see what are the keyword which doesn't have good search volume. Like let's say this doesn't have shirts and t-shirt. God knows what it is. There's this, right? By the way, you get a lot of bad keywords for keyword which has a search volume of zero or blank. Like you'll see a lot of messier keywords over here. So you can check this as well and you can delete those keywords. So basically, whatever keywords which are irrelevant, like see, obviously you can't rank. Let's say for this page, which is men t-shirt page on Mintra can't rank on all of this to like all of this page like by just in one go. Not possible. Like you rank at one time for how many 1952 keyword? No. So hence you're shortlisting the keyword. So obviously you start with the best 10, then you add more, then you add more. So as the ranking improves, you can introduce more keyword or more other keywords. But like to begin with, you for each page or for some of the page, you can shortlist some 5 or 10 best keywords and you can get started with your SEO. Make sense? So that is the use case of Google Keyword Planner tool. Okay. Any question? How to find high converting, high user intent keyword? Obviously then you'll have to give those kind of query or prompts in while you do a keyword research. Okay, when I say high intent, obviously the query needs to be very specific. Correct. So let's say your brand is selling t-shirts above 2000, right? So then you target those specific queries only. So let's say, t-shirts for men above 2K, or let's say, premium quality men's t-shirt. So you'll have to search for such kind of query and Google will try to give you those kind of relevant queries. Did you understood this? And again, here also you might find something. So you're like, now high converting is not dependent on keyword, to be very honest. Okay, you can find relevant keyword. Okay. Oh, Kranti. Okay. Kranti, we discussed the entire Ramayana and then you're asking what is Ram and Sita. But anyways, we do keyword research because, okay, like to rank your website on search engine, randomly you don't see any website appearing, right? Like you go on Google, you search something and then you see a website which is shown to you, right? So for that website to appear on your query, they have to do a keyword research. They have to shortlist the keyword. They have to add that keyword in their website. So whenever people like you go and search for it, their website should appear. You're understanding this? Randomly Google doesn't show you any website, right? When you go to Google search, do you see any random website shown to you? No. You only see those website when you search for any queries. So all this brand, they shortlist, queries that people might ask frequently about their brand, and they add those keywords in their content so that their website can rank on the search engine result page. Make sense? Okay. Coming back to Subiksha, your question, you can find high user intent content, but you can't find, it's very difficult to say high converting keywords. Because see, conversion is not based on keyword, it is also based on your website, your brand image, the offers, and all that you give. So yes, you can filter out high intent keyword, but converting one is converting is a wrong word to use, because the user will convert is not only about keywords. No, it is also about your website, the product, what you are showing, all of that thing pushes for conversion, not just selecting a keyword. Like here, I can target all this keyword. These are all like stylish, premium, cotton men shirts, and all are high intent keyword, good intent keywords. Okay, these are your high user intent keyword. But would you, if you would ask me, ma'am, like if someone is searching for a white premium shirt, would that person convert on my website? Depends how well your website is created. So yes, your website is ranking for this keyword white premium shirt. But once a person goes on your site, they probably doesn't like it. You're not giving good offer, 10 other problems, they wouldn't convert. So how conversion is not just based on about what keyword you're choosing, it there's much more things to it. I hope I'm clear. Okay, guys, just give me 2 minutes, I'll go and have some water. I'm facing some throat issue. Like, just give me like 2 minutes, I'll go quickly have a sip of water. Two minutes, guys, I'll just be back in 2 minutes. I'll have some water and I'll be break. Going back to what we were discussing, so I hope you understood the concept of keyword research, guys, how it is done. Any question? Everyone, could you please give me a confirmation, because it's very important. This is like a basic thing, basic execution work that a brand would ask you to do, because here they don't have a risk that you will go wrong. Even if you go wrong, it can be corrected. So they will give you all this kind of tasks. So when you initially work with a brand, they won't give you any major execution tasks which can have a risk of spending money incorrectly. They'll give you all this research kind of tasks. So keyword research is one of the tasks that you might do. They might ask you to create the content, write the content sometime if you're working for a smaller brand. So these are like some basic execution tasks that are which are been expected by a beginner. I hope you understood this. And like, digital is not that you'll just say in theory, oh, I know what is long tail, short tail. No, they'll ask you this process. So in interview, they do ask you, okay, for keyword research, what are the columns that you see? What section you go to do the keyword research? And also, you will have to get, guys, some hands-on practice as well on all this aspect. Hence, I'm showing you the platform. The reason I'm not going through PPT a lot is because, I mean, theory you will anyways learn when you do the practical work, but vice versa, it can't be done. You can't learn practical work by just seeing theory, right? Like when you do keyword research, automatically you will understand what is long tail, what is short tail, what are these columns. You yourself will go and hover and you'll read about it. So while you do the practical work, the theory works get automatically done with it, but vice versa, not possible to do. Okay, and it needs practice. In one go you would never understand all these tools. Like, if you learn today and like for next 3 months 2 months you don't do any of this practice, trust me, there's no point of taking the course. You would have forgotten everything. So more the practice, more you get used to these tools, more you get better memory. Like, it's like if I just ask whatever the process I discussed right now, imagine I have just asked you to go, like, imagine I'm just showing you all of this in PPT and I've asked you to mug this up. Would you be able to do it? I don't think so. But imagine when you try to do it practically, automatically you learn all these things. You don't have to force yourself to mug up all these concepts, right? Like, I hope you're understanding what I'm trying to say. So to learn this topic, the best way to go is through doing it instead of reading it. Guys, am I clear? Okay. So yeah, that's how you do your keyword research. So once you shortlist your keyword, you have to, by the way, I was just writing this condition of choosing your keyword. So first is your relevance, then you check your search volume, give priority to the search volume, and the third priority goes to the competition. Okay, based on that, you shortlist your keyword, you send it to your client. The client will go through it, they might have some questions and they might ask you to do some tweaks. Sometime before doing keyword research, you can speak to your client that, okay, any category that you want to focus first on, or any buzzword you want to focus on, because your client will also have some what do I say, choices, or they might have some expectations, right? So you can speak to your client before you get started with keyword research, but like, it is an extensive process is what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's go next. So we discuss keyword research, we discuss this tool called as keyword planner tool. Now what do you do once you shortlist the keyword? So we are done with the first part of shortlisting the keyword, I think. Yeah, first step we are done over here. Now let's go and discuss the next step. So once you shortlist the keyword, you have to incorporate this keyword into different section of your website. Okay, so what are those different section, guys? I'll just cover what are those sections. Okay, so we always make sure the keywords are incorporated in our meta title, in our meta description. uh I'll speak about all of them. Image alt tag, we write this in our main content by following a keyword density of 1 to 3%. We try to add it in URL structure. Then image anchor, you can also give it in your h1 tags. And I think this. Okay, so now what are all these words that I've just spoken about? Okay, sorry, what do I mean by all of these words? Okay, I'll just show you each one of this on the screen. Okay, let's just do it for this keyword only because we've been using this keyword for a while now. I've searched for health insurance. I'd ignore the ad part. We are not discussing ad, we are discussing SEO, so I'll hide this ad. Now, can you see this keyword for all these brands? They have added, like, this is called as meta title, by the way. So now you should know all these technical jargons as you would learn all these concepts in detail. This is called as meta title. This is called as meta description. Okay. Now, if you would see, the keyword is added in the meta title and meta description, right? So meta title, meta description, by the way, they have a guideline to write a meta. So now, if like, what your job would be, try to understand. Okay, let's say your job is to do an audit and to you have to see that did the brand added all the key, like, so if your job as an SEO person would be to do an audit and find out all these things are done or not. If you see that, okay, the meta title, meta description doesn't have a keyword, you have to um give keyword to your content writer, they'll create the sentence, then you have to sit with your developer and get that sentence implemented on the back end of the website if it's a coded website, because you can't do the execution side of it. You don't know coding, you're not a good content writer ideally to do that work, if you're working for a bigger brand. So if you want to get this job done, you have to take help of these two people. You're understanding this, guys, what I'm trying to say? For a coded website, no one would give you that, oh, you take an access and you make the changes. No, you are not a web developer to do that. and you're not even a great content writer to write a content, to use a keyword and then frame a sentence and all of that. So bigger brands, whenever you work in SEO, your job is more or of doing audit, finding loopholes, getting all this work done from the developers and the content writers. So there's a lot of coordination required in this department. Content writer is the one who writes content for your website, for your social media, etc., etc. So they are good with, how should I say, writing content. They are creative enough to write a good sentence using proper words, jargons, all of that. So are you a good content writer? No, I mean, content writing has like I know, I mean, there are people who are naturally good, that creative enough to write and proper content, with obviously them having great English, and they can obviously whatever language it is, not English, let's just not speak on English language. I mean, the other people write content on their regional languages as well. So you need a help of a person who can write it and who can frame it in a better way. Make sense? But in a similar fashion, guys, if you are a smaller mid-sized business whose website is created on WordPress, and WordPress, as a SEO person, let's just say, the probably the owner would be very much okay for you to do the execution side of this as well. Okay, so it depends where are you working. Okay, but a coded website no one would give you an access to. Yeah, it's if it's WordPress, Shopify, or Wix, they would expect you to do this work. Okay, now, I'll talk about how things gets implemented on WordPress later on, but let me just cover all these pointers first. So, writing all this meta title, meta description, guys, there are some guidelines. Like for meta title, there's a guideline that you can't exceed the character limit of 60. This also has a guideline that you can't, exceed the character limit of around 90 to 120. So, they give you this dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot means that you have exceeded the character limit. Is it a problem? Not ideally, like it's not a red flag, okay, but it is, how should I say, a warning. um so yeah, like you have to when you write your meta title, meta description, you have to sit with your content writer and get this done, that okay, and by the way, this thing has to be done for each page of your website. So it is not just done for your home page. For each page on your website, you'll have to, so what the process that I'm talking about, it is applicable not just for your like home page, it is applicable for whichever page you want to be ranked on the search engine. So you want your entire website to rank on search engine, like all the pages that are there on the website should rank on search engine. You'll have to do this process for all the pages out there. So yeah, like by the way, to write your meta title, obviously apart from keyword, brands write some attractive, USP like this, like add 27 rupee. If you could see, all of them are playing the same game because they all are competitors. So what they have done, like because this brand's website was ranking higher, this two brands kind of copied what this brand is doing. So now if you would see, if this person is saying at the rate 27 rupee per day, they are saying 10 rupee, this person is saying 11 day. So obviously competitors try to copy each other as well in many way. Okay, now like this person, they're writing all their USPs over here, so this brand also tried doing something on the similar line. This brand has also tried doing something similar line, but this is how you write your meta title and meta descriptions. Okay, like in description, try to write your USPs, because see, the user would decide should they click on the website or not by reading your meta title and meta description, right? So you have to get this done. That is your meta title, meta description. Next is what? Your image alt tag. Now what is image alt tag? Image alt tag is nothing but whatever pictures your website would have. Okay, um I'm just so all the pictures that you use on your website basically. Sorry, because just to show you, I'm opening multiple option. So what happens if your images also gets ranked on the search engine, right? Like if I search for face wash, the images also gets ranked over here. Correct? Apart from ads, there are organic pictures that are getting ranked. Okay, so to for your images to rank higher, there are multiple reason people do image alt tag. One is like they want the image also to rank higher on this particular section. Apart from this, as you remember yesterday, I told you the crawlers comes on your website to crawl your content and all. Okay, so it's kind of difficult for them to understand the picture, right? So that is also one of the reason that after like behind every picture you have to describe what does that picture mean. Okay, so that is the second case, that it's easier for the crawler to understand the use case of that picture. And thirdly, whenever your website doesn't load, like whenever your website is taking some time to load, the image is the last thing that will load, right? So till the time your image doesn't load, the user can see the description of that image as well, right? So again, that's the use case of this image alt tag. And like it looks something. Now again, to do this, like your how should I say, see this, can you see? So they, at the back end, they use this code called as alt is equal to and all. Okay, now for example, this is the second picture, and this is a, now she's an actress. Okay, so see this. Okay, when I go next, can you see alt is equal to Alia Bhatt? So her name is Alia Bhatt. How are they describing this picture? With the name of this actress. If I scroll down, like they have this person. So again, Ananya Pandey, so they're describing her over here. Then I don't know her, but like they might have described her. Zara. Okay, so Zara is here. Then who else do we have next? Perfume wardrobing picture is there. So if I, can you see they are saying perfume shelf, right? So they're just describing all the picture. This is what some eyeshadow is finally. I don't know what exactly it is, but like see how they have described this picture. Woman with heavy makeup, because I believe like she might be not that popular face or something. So to, instead of saying her name, they described it by saying woman with heavy makeup. Are you understanding this? I said, right, meta description, you have to just follow the character limit of around 90 to 120. Add the keyword in that meta description and you write some USPs or some offers which can grab that attention. Okay, so Biksha. Coming back, so did you understood how does this image alt tag looks like? Now imagine when you'll do an audit and you find out that okay, a picture doesn't have an image alt tag. You'll have to quickly, you can give a content that okay, how to explain that picture, but your developer will have to do it at the back end. Are you understanding this, guys? So if you have a picture online and let's say if it was of a celebrity, how do they get ranked with which you see first? It depends on how that picture has been described at the back end. And obviously based on relevance. So two things are seen. How relevant are those pictures when a user is searching for something, and obviously how they have been described at the back end. So it's majorly relevance plus the description at the back end. But the whole point of doing this, see, honestly, ranking your image higher on the image section is very, it's not that important to be very honest, because I mean, people are not that bothered to go there and check. Really, you will go and check it over there. But the main use case, okay, the main use case of this image alt tag is that, as I said, the when the crawler comes on your site, okay, like let's say I'm the crawler, I'm that Google crawler who's crawling this page. Now if they would have not described this picture, I would have not understood what exactly it is. And because the crawler didn't understand the picture, they will obviously drop your rank, it will impact your ranking, right? So the main use case of this is for the crawler to understand the picture. And also when your website doesn't load, till the time the picture shows up, the explanation of that picture would at least show up. So the main use case is that. And this is only applicable for a proper picture. If you are using any decorative picture, what do I mean by decorative picture? um I don't know how to show a decorative picture, but like, okay, let's just, if there's any decorative picture I can, how should I say, like for this banner. Okay, now like all of this are decorative pictures. So for decorative picture, you can just say NA or you can just say decorative picture if it doesn't have any importance. Okay, so you use some pictures for decoration perspective that you don't have to describe in detail. These are only applicable like for a proper picture. Clear? Okay. So yeah, we have image alt tag. Then you also now main content, okay, very important. So what happens in your main content also, you have to use those keywords, okay. So let's say whatever keywords you're selecting, let's say for health insurance it was, all these brands, okay, who are ranking for it, they are using this keyword in their main content as well, right? Now how many times they can repeat that keyword? So there's a basic rule which is said that, okay, let's say if, like, you can repeat that keyword which is health insurance in this brand's page case, is like you can only repeat the keyword up to 1% to 3% of your total word count. So the amount of words which are there on your main page, your keyword can be repeated only 1% to 3% of that word count. If you do more than that, it is called as keyword stuffing. Keyword stuffing means that you're unnecessarily feeding your keyword. So people have that assumption that the more the times I use a keyword, better would be my ranking, but that's not the case. If you unnecessarily try to stuff your keyword on your content, it doesn't look good, it looks very repetitive. And the crawlers can clearly understand that it has been done purposely. So hence they have set a limit that you can only use 1 to 3% time of your total word count. And if you want to go beyond that, you can create some permutation combination as well. But you can do only permutation combination when the keyword is a long tail keyword. For a short tail two word keyword, what permutation combination would you create? Right now again, people are very smart. What people do, not smart, they, I won't call that as a smart technique. So what people do, um, like they still try to add keyword multiple time. Now in what way? They'll write that keyword in a very small letter, which is very difficult to see from a naked eye, let's say. Or what they'll do, whatever is the background color, they'll write the keyword in the same color, that the text content would also be in same color, just to hide that they have repeated keyword so many times. Like, they think that they can fool the algorithm, or they can fool the crawlers by not fixing all this kind of things. So keyword stuffing is ideally, instead of doing good, it will do bad for your website, okay. So one shouldn't overdo it. I hope you're understanding this. Per page, not per page, like per page word count. So I've wrote here of total word count on the page. So again, for this you need your website the content writer to write your content in that way. Hence I said, like, it's always like SEO is a long process. It doesn't happen overnight. There are a lot of things that you have to do. And the sad part is with SEO is the algorithms keeps on changing. When I say algorithm keeps on changing, Google or search engine they do come up with some new rules now and then. And if there are new rules, and if they're changing the way SEO needs to be done, you have to redo your work as well, right? So let's say I've made sure like the basic things are done, and then again Google come with some new algorithm update. I'll have to make sure to make sure my website is getting ranked at the same page at least, or to maintain that position I'll have to again update as per the algorithm. So it, like, SEO is a very slow process. Firstly, like, it keeps on going. Like, I've how should I say, it's a very, it's like, in private, I call it as like a government job in a Indian government job in a digital marketing firm. That's how slow it goes. Like, and trust me, even the brand has the same expectation. They know that it will take time to grow. When I say time to grow, 6 months, 1 year, like, you should keep your expectation after 6 months, 1 year. You, like, even month on month analysis is not done. People see quarter on quarter basis. So yeah, I mean, that's how things works. You can't do much about it. Okay. Then you also have your URL structure. Now, like, URL structure is more about this. So you try that your URL can have the keyword. If not necessary, but at least make sure your structures are proper with your URL. You have something called as H1 tags. Now, what are H1 tags? Again, like, when you write, let's say, this blog only itself, okay, right now. So it has so many headline. Like, this is the main headline, but this is like what? This is sub headline, right? All of this are sub headlines over here. Now again, the search engine, for the crawler to understand the hierarchy or the structure of your blog or for your content, that what is main headline, what is sub headline, what is sub headline, you have to define it at the back end. So how do they define it? They call it as an H1 tags, okay. So if you have one main headline, this will call as H1. This are sub headline, this would probably called H2, right? So again at the back end, if I have to show you, this would take some time to reflect. Give me, oh yeah, let's just do search it in this way. H1. What's wrong? Mm-mm-mm. The H1 is there, but how should I say? It's a very long code for me also to. Code is getting shifted. That's a problem. Let me just open this again. So again, see, ideally we never. So first thing first, guys, we never go manually and check all these aspects. Okay, so like the way I'm showing you all these things manually, we never do it this way. We have tool which can audit a website and can tell me what things are done, what things are not done. This is just to show you for the sake of curiosity on how things looks at the back end. So you'll understand that if it's a coded website, you can't do anything about it. Like it is, you can't do the execution side if you're not the coder or if you're not the IT person. I'm just trying to shortlist this. Actually, it's not reflecting. So might be there's some glitch. Now again, me as a person can also not figure this out because see, every website is coded in a very different way. Okay, like right now for this particular brand, I'm not able to figure out their H1 tags because the way it is coded, I'm not a coder to find that out. Right. So hence we there are times like we come across such kind of problems, and what we do, we clearly use our audit tools to find out whether this page or whether this website has proper H1 tags or not. So not every time you'll be able to find out the um, loophole from this, but like just to show you, like see this. Okay, I think they don't have an H1 tag. Why I would tell you, because if you see over here, they have H2 given. Like, can you see this? So they have given H2 to this particular title, which is correct because this is the second headline, right? If I scroll down further, they have given H2 to all the sub headlines. So what they have said, like this is H1, but it's not reflecting, but all the H2s are reflecting. Like if I write H2 over here, like, can you see? This is the great headline liberation. So if I scroll down, the great headline liberation is there. Then whatever this is, so it is also over here. Then if I scroll down, this is what perfume wardrobing. It is also over here, perfume wardrobing. So ideally, there's some problem with the H1 because H1 is not reflecting, right? So you have to figure out. I mean, manually you don't have to figure out this way, but the audit will help you out to find out such kind of loopholes. Like here, I'm just trying to see whether this title is there or not anywhere. So I'll have to do some manual work to. Yeah, so the H1 is there, but here it's somewhere at the end. Like, can you see it's reflecting over here? If I scroll to this side, now I don't know why they have done this coding this way because I'm not a coder to figure that out. But their H1 might be somewhere over here then. Okay. But like, but then what would the first headline is referred to what I didn't understood. So I said no, like their H1, they have H1. I've searched for this. Okay, I'm able to see this exact line over here. Can you see 2026 booty 10 content everything? But have they added it as an H1 or not is not I'm able to find because the code is very lengthy. So I, even for me to figure it out, it will take some time because everyone codes in a very different way. Okay, so hence I'm saying we never do audit this way. Just to show you the back end, out of curiosity, I'm showing you the back end. But if you would ask me that do we have to go this way, manually check each page, each content? No, there are tools which can help you to do this audit. I just wanted to prove you that for a coded website, you can't do the execution side of it. Clear, everyone? Are you understanding things? So basically, for a coded website, you have to do an audit. Through audit, you understand the loophole. You sit with your developer, you sit with the content time and get it fixed for on-page perspective. Okay. Now, how does the audit tool looks like? So let's say there are many audit tools in the market. I'll just show you one, which is like SE Optimizer is like one of the not popular but like a known tool, I would say. Now if I go over here, okay, And let's say I want to get audit done for this brand called as Nika. So I have to just give, now again guys, all this audit tool, in free they won't give you an in-depth idea. Okay, they have their paid version. So what happens in the free version of the tool, it will just give you an overview. It won't even give you analysis for each page, it will just give you an overview. So when we actually work in SEO, the brands or the agency side get us premium of all these tools, right? So we don't use a free version is what I'm trying to say, but just to give you an idea of how does a tool look like see this. So I've given a link of this website Nika, and now it is doing an audit for this. Now this audit is a very vague, like, overview audit, it is not in depth at all. So, and does the this overview helps not that much, I would say. Okay, so see this, they are giving you a rating for on page, they are saying D plus, link they are saying A minus, right? So if I scroll down, it will tell me what are the things that needs to be fixed: medium priority, low priority, high priority. Like, see this, they are saying okay, for title tag, try to correct your title tag. Why? It is saying it should be between 50 to 60 character, your is exceeding the character limit, right? So this is a title, meta title for Nika's homepage, correct? For meta description also, it is saying the character limit is, I told you, right, 90, 160, between that. For Nike it is exceeding to 182, so it's trying to tell you that, try to crisp it further. So this is what I mean by auditing. But the problem with this tool, the free version of this tool, is that it doesn't give, this is just giving you an idea of your home page, not your entire website, right? You do SEO for the entire website. So you have to rely on premium of such kind of tool. If you're working like properly on SEO, you'll have to rely on premium of all these tools. Okay, it is giving you an overview how it will look on SERP. See H1 tag. Can you see your page has H1 tags? So it is telling you, okay, how the multiple tags that have been given, keyword, how consistently you're using your keywords, right? Image or attribute. Can you see? We found 57 images on your page and three of them are missing the attributes. So on the home page, out of 57 pictures, for three pages, they couldn't find image alt attribute, right? So this is what I mean by auditing. Guys, are you understanding this? So in real life, if you're working with a bigger brand, uh, with a coded website, your job is to do audit, get things fixed, and you will think, oh, it's easy to do. No, on page itself is a very time consuming task. Imagine that bigger brand will have so many pages. You'll have to do keyword research to fix all these aspects. This is just on page, and in on page also there are a lot of things. I'm just giving you an overview of on page. I haven't went in depth because for that you'll have a separate session, but this is still an overview part of on page. There are other things also that get fixed on page, so it takes time. And it is not that okay, today you have fixed and next day your website ranking would go higher. No, it will gradually, you will see that spike. And what if the competitor is doing better, then you have to again up your game. So there's always a competition, right, in the market. So you'll have to see what they are doing better so that you can rank higher than them. That also makes a difference. So there's a lot of, so your job as an SEO person would be more about strategy, auditing, client communication, handling, work, getting your work done from this two team. For off page, you'll have to do a lot of work because that is something that you can control till execution wise. You can control off page. Again, for technical SEO, you'll need help of developer to get things fixed. Are you understanding this, guys? Yes, no? Anything that you didn't understood? So guys, this was still an overview of on page. Okay, I can't go in depth because we my topic is foundation of digital marketing. When you'll have a specific part of SEO, there the trainer would go more in depth about it. Okay, now coming to off page SEO. Off page SEO, to just summarize off page SEO, it is more about, guys, building credibility, um not in front of um, search engine, and also your customer, to be very honest. Okay, and also the users. Okay, now what do I mean by credibility? See, try to understand off page. The word off page means that mostly you won't do a lot of changes on your site. Basically, you would want either your which rarely happens, either your competitor or anyone from your industry, or the bloggers or the PR sites and news sites, majorly, to talk about your brand on their on their website. Okay, this is what we usually do on off page. And apart from that, off page also consists of building. Basically, this is what we call as backlinking. Okay, this process is ideally called as backlinking. Okay, so you have to do this process of backlinking. Now, how does, like, not just from website, there are times we write content on Reddit, social media, that also help us to generate some backlink, which is not considered like important as such, but like just to do some additional activities, I would say. But the main part of off page is this. Okay, now what is the whole point of generating backlink is basically, clearly, there are few reasons we do this process of off page, or the second word for this is backlink, to be very honest. One is to build credibility. Okay, second is to increase the DA and PA score. I'll come to it, because if this score is increased, it impacts the ranking. Okay, and if the ranking improves, your website performance will also do good. So, like, to build credibility is basically, let me show you an example. um I'm just thinking, give me a minute, I'll just quickly open one blog to show you what do I mean by this. I'll talk about this tool later on. For now, just ignore what I'm doing. When I'll ask, you can pay attention to it. Um. mm, mm, mm. Hmm, 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 hmm. Okay, I'll have to search more. It's like another brand. They have backlink, but I want it in a blog style, so hence I'm searching for a good one. Nika has a lot of backlinks, guys, but I just want to show you like a more better version of backlink, which could be, let's say for this one. Hmm. Let's see this. Hmm. But uh, have they given a link to it? No. Okay, they are not giving link to this brand. Okay. Um. So just imagine, okay, just see this, for this brand's hostel. There was one company. There's this website which says the travel intern or whatever it is. Okay, that's the name of the city, the travelintern.com. Now they wrote a blog which says, you know, top 10 most beautiful cities to visit on your first time in India. They were writing this blog, and somewhere in the blog they featured this hostel name over there. Now, ideally, this would have been, it's still not a backlink, because why? They have mentioned the name of the brand, okay? But if I click on it, is it taking me to hostel? Is what I'm trying to check. Actually, no. So, like, it should be a clickable link as well, where I can go to this property and see it. Now, what does is, obviously, first is it builds a credibility, right? Like, someone who's reading this blog, it will create a credibility in front of that user, that okay, if this particular website is giving credibility, or that recommending some hotels or hostels, we can try to check that. Second thing is, it will also, like, even for the search engine, when they'll see that okay, there are so many websites who are referring to this brand, that means the brand might be good one, right? So it creates that credibility, is what I'm trying to say. Second thing, now what happens when you do this backlink process, you get a score. So every website gets a score of domain authority and page authority. Okay, is DAP is nothing but domain authority and page authority. It's a score that is given by a tool called as Moz. Now, and search engine do consider the score for website ranking. Okay, so now higher the score, better is your ranking, is what I would say. The score is from 0 to 100. So higher your DA and PA score, so basically higher the DA and PA score, better is the ranking. Okay, now on what basis we'll get a good DAPS score? Coming back to the same thing, so it says that, okay, write unique content, and lastly get backlinks. So if you do this process, there's a good chance your DAPS score would improve. If the DAPS score improves, your website ranking also improves. Are you understanding what is backlink, guys? Basically, on someone else's website, your brand name would be like, they'll talk about your brand. They'll try to recommend your brand somewhere, and wherever they recommend your brand, it's someone like, it should be clickable. One should click and go come to your site. This is what we call as backlinking. So you the like if any other website refers to your site, it is called as backlinking. But if you are giving link to someone else's website, let's say if Zostel is giving link to someone other brand, that is called as external linking. Basically, you are also like, if you take the link, it is called as backlinking, but when you give the link, it is called as external linking. Are you understanding this, guys? Everyone, yes, no? Okay, so brand has to do this entire process to generate backlinks from as many brands as many. Now again, to get backlinks, there are a lot of guidelines given. Okay, like, what do I mean by guideline? First, the most important guideline is get backlink from someone from the industry. Okay, as I said, like this, what I think I wrote it over here: competitor, industry, all of them. Let's say Zostel, imagine you are a health insurance company, but Amazon is giving backlink to you, right? So it doesn't have that kind of validation, because why? A completely different industry. Like, if you get a backlink from a completely different industry, first thing, all of this, you don't have to pay money. Like, you have to make sure it's done in an organic way. Even if you're paying money, it shouldn't be ideally revealed that you're paying money to do this activity. Now, if you take a backlink from a completely different industry altogether, it's not valid in front of search engine, because they'll think that, okay, why this industry is giving backlink to this particular company, right? There should be some relation. So that is one factor. Then you get backlink from those sites who themselves would have a good DA and PA score. Okay, so it is like, you study with those people who are toppers, not with the one who is not scoring well. So let's say I'm not scoring that well, but you come to me asking that, Jigisha, would you teach me? So it won't create any impact. But if you go to a topper in your class and you ask them to teach you, that will pass on that, how should I say, that credibility, or it will pass on that knowledge to you. So you should always take backlink from those websites who themselves has a good DAPS score. And then you have to do some other hygiene check, like, their content frequency of um posting content, their quality of content, like, basically, ideally a brand won't do such kind of error, but, like, just checking this grammatical error, etc., etc. So that is like the last hygiene check that you can do. But these are the three criterias you have to see before asking backlink from anyone. One is, they should be from industry or competitor or PR sites, blogger, and all would work. Then they should themselves has a good DAPA score, and lastly, you do just some basic hygiene check. Once you shortlist those website, then you can reach out to them. Like that is another process. Now if you're in the industry, you'll get their contact numbers easily, but you're just new to the industry, you're starting something of your own, you will have to get their contact details from Google. Basically you get the business development person's number, then you reach out to them, you ask them to connect them you to their marketing team, then you have a word with them. Now how would you deal with it? Like why would anyone give you a backlink? So obviously one is like you do a barter deal. Barter deal is like you give backlink to me, in future I'll also give backlink to you, or else I'll give you some of my free services or free product or whatever it is. If it's a blogger, you can do a dealing with respect to your free product and services to them. But if it's a business to business, like you're asking it from someone from the industry only, like someone, a competitor itself, let's say, or a PR site, they are not that cheap to ask you for free product and service. So it would be like you give backlink to me, in future I'll give backlink to you. If you are working with any blogger and all, you can ask them, you can tell them we'll give you some free product and all. You just write a blog and mention us somewhere, like you can do that. But obviously if someone is not agreeing and you desperately want backlink from that particular site, then you'll have to pay money to them. And if you're paying money to them, make sure it is not disclosed anywhere on your site or on their site. So wherever they are mentioning your brand name, they shouldn't write sponsored or promoted anything of that sort. Because again, if the search engine reads that, it the whole work that you did goes to zero, because it's organic. Organic means doesn't mean there shouldn't be any paid work done into it. Make sense? And again, you it shouldn't look very obvious in front of search engines. So let's say you're a new brand who have just launched themselves, you have a lot of money to do this activity, and you're paying every other website money that you give backlink to us. Now let's say in 1 month only you have got 100 backlinks. So it's very pretty obvious that organically this has not been done, right? Like a new brand who have just launched themselves and they've got 100 backlinks in 1 month is very dicey. So even if you're doing such kind of activity where you're paying money, do not make it look obvious, right? Do it, still do it gradually only. If you're doing this in a faster way and you're getting backlink 200 backlink in a month, you paid money, again it will come under that radar. Make sense, guys? So you have to work tactfully in this organic side. Like if you're paying money anywhere when you're doing SEO or anything organic, just make sure it is not coming in front of the search engine, it is not looking obvious in front of them. You do it between you and that side, you pay them. If you're paying, just make sure they don't write sponsored, they don't write promoted, and you don't make it look very obvious that how they are getting so many backing in such a short duration, right? So yeah, that's like the process of backlink. Just one thing, how like there's one tool that we use to figure out whom should we take backlink from. So we use this tool called as href backlink checker. Here you can check basically who's giving backlink to your competitor. So don't you think the websites who's giving backlink to your competitor, they can give backlink to you as well, right? Ideally, so you can just give your competitors url over here. This tool will tell you, okay, who's exactly giving backlink to your competitor. Again, this tool has a paid version. In free version it doesn't disclose everything. So let's say, I'm a company who runs hostel chains. Now I'm seeing for hostel, there's this company called as Indian Hikes who has given backlink to them. I can reach out to them that, okay, like they can obviously give it to me as well. But before reaching out to them, I'll have to do their check. What are the checks? They are from the industry, yes. Second thing, I'll have to check what is their DNPS score. So how do you check that? You use this tool called as Moz to do it. So there's this tool called as Moz which can help you to find out the DAPS score of any sites. So you just have to like give the URL of the site, and before reaching out to Indian Hikes, I'll check this. So what is their DNPS score? 46 is still decent. As I said, like anything about, see, it takes time to increase the score. Okay, so 46 is not bad. I won't say it's a bad score. It is a decent score, so I can reach out to them. Like anything, like how should I say, 0 to 20 or 30 is like not that great. 30 to 60 or 70 is like okay, and then above 70 is like good. That's how we differentiate. So this is still okay, I can still reach out to them. And last I'll see their website how they are how good is the website, how frequently do they post like is this website worth it to give backlink to me as well, also that makes an impact, right? So you'll check this, and then if you file all okay, you can reach out to their business team, contact them. If you don't know anyone from that industry, then you have to manually go contact them, get their connect with them on LinkedIn, connect with their marketing people on on LinkedIn, and you can speak to them. Now when we talk about, guys, the technical side of SEO, um it is all about, how should I say, your website's experience, okay, and which you can't solve again because you're not the technical person, but again you can help your developer to get things resolved. What does technical SEO consist of? Okay, like there are a lot of things, but I'll just cover like few. So it consists of your website speed. Again, your UI and UX is kind of part of this. You how should I say, whether your website is mobile friendly or not, your site maps, your robot.txt file, your other platform integrations that you do. As I said, it's also part of technical only, like all the platform integration like Google Search Console or your Microsoft Clarity. Basically, you're just fixing all of this for your website. So that you can say technique, not SEO, but it helps you with your SEO at the end of the day. Hence, I'm just adding it into this part. So you have to make sure like you are at least installing all of this tools to your site. The codes are added of all these tools on your site. So speed is basically, obviously we all know what is speed. Your website speed should be good. So how do you check a speed of any website? Just like instead of like you don't like just how should I say, assume or experience, but you have to use a tool. So you can use this tool to check anytime when you in future, if you want to see the speed of any website, you can use this tool. There it will give you a score. If you see a very bad score, like I mean, it's taking some time to load, hence I was quiet. So basically, here it will tell you what is the speed of your website on mobile and desktop, whether it's good, bad. So yeah, for mobile, for this Nika, it is giving in like it's like so it's below 50. So it's red. That means you need to improve 50, 29. Okay, 9 to 100, good. For desktop, it will take some time to diagnose. So this tool helps you to diagnose the speed of your website. You can use it. Then again it will take some time to load. We'll go next. UI UX, I've already spoken about the user interface and user exchange. Mobile friendly, now obviously whenever like a web now for desktop it is bad, so they need to fix it. Okay, mobile friendliness means that how should I show you? So whenever you see your website, you also see it in like how does it looks in desktop and how does it look in mobile. So if you think okay, the UI UX is not mobile, for mobile, because the UI UX needs to be changed for mobile, like how the structure you keep for desktop, you can't keep the same structure for your mobile. So you have to make sure your developer makes your website mobile friendly as well. Apart from that, the website developer has to upload sitemap also on their website. So what is sitemap? Basically whenever the Google crawler will come on your website to crawl, um see, don't you think now this website, this page itself, Nika website itself, they have so many pages, like there are so many pages, each page has so many sub pages within it. So don't you think if even if I ask you guys to crawl this website, it will be very difficult for you to understand where to start, where to end, because it's an e-commerce site, whether not just e-commerce but any site. Okay, so if you like, just to be on safer side, you don't want the crawlers to miss out on any of the page, to left out to be crawled. What you have to do is you have to upload a sitemap. Sitemap means a roadmap of your website where you list down all the pages, all the category, and like you're just saying that okay, this website has all these pages, crawl it. Okay, so for example, my website also has its sitemap, like it, I'll show you later on at the back end. But that is the use case of sitemap, basically a roadmap of your website. It's a file that the developer needs to upload as a direction for the crawler to crawl the site. Then you also have something called as robot.txt file. Now what is this? So like just for this brand Nika, let's just say, okay, now there are so many pages. There are some pages on your website, let's say you wouldn't want the crawler to crawl. For example, for an e-commerce website, it should never allow the crawler to crawl the customer's back page or add to cart page or their wish list page or their payment page or their order page, because it includes personal information, right? So obviously the crawler shouldn't crawl that, right? That is not for public visibility, correct? So what the developer has to do, they have to upload a robot.txt file. Robot.txt file looks like this. So you write a condition. Basically this is how you write the condition, okay? User agent is asterisk sign. Asterisk sign means that this conditions that I'm writing is applicable for all the search engines, okay? Like obviously not just Google. You wouldn't want you wouldn't allow Bing or Yahoo to crawl those pages which has your customers personal information, right? Also there are some pages which are under development. It is not like you're making some changes, you're making some edit. So obviously you wouldn't want the crawler to crawl, because if the crawler crawls a page which is under development, it will decrease the ranking because it is not SEO friendly. Correct. So you wouldn't want the crawlers to crawl those kind of pages. So what you always do, you write this code, like it's and you upload it again on your website. That user agent asterisk means it's applicable for all the search engine, and you write what are the pages you're disallowing for the crawler. Like whichever pages you don't want the crawler to crawl, you write disallow is equal to that page. Like you don't have to give the entire URL. For example, I don't want the crawler to crawl this hair care shampoo page, then I won't take the starting part. I'll just take anything after .com and I'll give that over here. And then you give your sitemap URL. This is how you create a robot.txt file, and it should be there. This gives a guideline with respect to what pages the crawler should crawl, what pages they shouldn't crawl. So sitemap will include all the pages linked basically as a roadmap. Robot.txt file will is a guideline with respect to all the pages that we have given you in the sitemap, which are those pages that they should crawl and which are the pages they shouldn't crawl. So obviously in robot.txt file, if you just write what are the pages they shouldn't crawl, automatically the crawlers are smart enough to know which are the pages they will have to crawl. So you have to upload such kind of robot.txt file as well for the crawling process. Then lastly, you have to make sure your website has all this platform integration. Google search console should be there. Microsoft clarity should be there to see what exactly, to understand the behavior pattern on your website. Your Google Analytics account needs to be there. Google Analytics will discuss a detail in the last lecture, not today, but Google Analytics account should be there to see in-depth website performance. Google Tag Manager, again, it should be there. So let's say, if you if the developer install Google Tag Manager code, you would not have to take that help every time if you want to put code of any platform on your site. So it's a one time code. It's like a tool which allows you to put any platform code with the help of this tool, okay, on your website. So let's say on your website you want to put Google Ads code, you want to put LinkedIn Ads code, 10 different codes. Now always you'll have to go and you'll have to take help of developer. So what does this tool does is, like, you just have to ask your developer to install this code of this tool one time, and then on this tool you yourself can integrate all the codes of no matter what the platform is. But it is bit advanced tool. No one expect a beginner to know this. You should have some year of experience to get into it. Like when you are at a head or a VP or a director position, that's the time when a company would expect that at least the hired people, the manager or anyone above manager should know how to use this tool. Because if you know this how to use this tool, you don't need a developer to always place code on your site of any platform. You can yourself do it. Make sense? Okay. Now, as I said, so basically in coded website, there's a lot of, like, your work is ideally, if I have to just summarize, you do audit part, you do client servicing as well in this, you do managing the content and development team basically to get your work done. You do your keyword research, you do the off page work as well, because you are the one who's reaching out to 10 people and all, right? You have to do basically monthly, quarterly, yearly presentation, whatever it is something that you will have to do. When you do off page, again here you reach out to many bloggers, brands, etc., to give backlinks to you. So it's like it's a different process altogether. And for technical, again you do an audit and you can take help of the developer to get the execution done. So your job is majorly, and then obviously you look after the strategy part and optimization for future. Like when I say optimization for future, you would want to do AI SEO. Basically, you want for the AI results also, you want your website to be ranked somewhere. So all those future optimization strategies part is your job. Again, you are majorly doing auditing, client servicing, handling teams, presentation, keyword research, strategy, auditing, optimization. But like execution wise, you need a lot of help. Am I clear, everyone? Now, for a WordPress website, let's say we discuss all of this part for a coded website, but for a WordPress website, you can yourself do all this work. Okay, most of the work you can do it by yourself. How? With the help of plugin. Okay, so this is my WordPress website. I'll just show you. Okay, because you now know all the technical aspects, right? So I told you, right? I think yesterday I told you two plugins for SEO that we use very commonly on WordPress. One is all-in-one SEO. One is Yoast SEO. Now see this, okay? What happens is whatever pages my website has, see this. It automatically gives, so this tool, this two plugins that I use, let's say I'll edit my about us page, okay? And to do this, you again need like a proper WordPress website, not the free one. The free one doesn't allow you to install the plugin, so then you'll have to manually check everything, okay? But here, can you see? So if I scroll down, I'm using two plugins, so both the plugins is giving me their suggestion, but you can refer to any one. Like, can you see there's Yoast SEO plugin, and there it gives me an SEO analysis. Okay, so this SEO analysis is given for each page. So can you see it's telling me all the problem that my about us page has with respect to SEO. Like it's telling me there's no outbound link. Outbound link means from my website, I'm not taking a person to any other website, right? My images doesn't have any image alt tags, right? Then there are some problem with the keywords and how frequently I've used those keyword. My keyword does is not there in the title, right? The length of the keyword is very long. My meta description doesn't have the keyword, so it is telling me all the problem that I should fix on this particular page. And it gives you analysis for each page like this. Again, what good things I've done, I've used image, so it's saying good. Internal linking basically means I'm taking user from one page of my site to another page of my site, right? My text length is fine, the title is okay. So now I'll have to fix all of this, and that makes my on page SEO good. Are you understanding this? So in WordPress it's easy. You have plugin, it will give you analysis of each page, you just have to fix it as per that. Guys, did you understood? So a coded website will have lot of time consumption compared to a WordPress website, obviously. But like now I'll just show you like few example. Obviously I can't sit and fix each one of this because my content needs to be rephrased accordingly, but I'll just show you some example. See this, okay? So this is how my about us page will look on a snippet. Okay, now I can, there's no meta descriptions that I've wrote, right? So it is one of the error here is for meta description. Can you see? No meta description has been specified, right? So I'll have to write a meta description because nothing has been wrote. Can you see there's no meta description wrote for this particular page? So let me just quickly write a meta description. What I'll do, I'll just go to my website and I'll pick something from there only. uh Obviously, guys, meta description you don't just randomly pick from the website. You have to phrase it based on the keyword. Now I have not done a keyword shortlisting for this page, that okay, this page should be ranked for which keyword. So you have to first, again, I'll have to do the process. I'll have to shortlist keyword for this page, then I'll have to, surrounding that keyword, I'll write my content, I'll write my title, I'll write my description. So like even this, as I said, this website is still work in progress, so do not comment please. But let's say for about us, I can take this para, okay, and if I put it over here, see this. Now it's showing still in red. Why? Because there's a lot of words. Like there's a character limit if you remember. So I'll have to crisp it further. So I'll just, let's say I'll keep it till here. Now again, if I keep it till here, um, let's just see if this can be. Obviously, I'll have to rephrase in a better way. Mm, what is the problem? Let me just see. The meta, it's too short. Okay, so I'll have to increase. Can you see it was in red, it came to orange, but still it's still not good because it's too short. So I'll have to hence I said like you need can you see? Now it's all green. Why? And now if you would see the meta description thing came over here. Guys, are you understanding this? How the plugin is helpful? This is what the plugin does for you. Now, if manually you have to do all this, no one it's this difficult to guide yourself. So plugin in WordPress are like, how should I say, important. Guys, are you understanding what did I do? So based on all the red flags that I've got for this page, I just have to fix it each one of this. And once it gets fixed, it goes to the green side. Okay, and it will take time to fix all of this. Like I can't do this overnight. Even if I sit for 1 hour, I can't fix all of this at one go. Now it is saying that okay, I don't have H1 tag given for the title. So I'll have to give that H1 tag to my title. Right? So this is a use case of Yoast SEO plugin. Like for any on page, again the all-in-one SEO also does the same thing. So I have both the plugin. This is Yoast SEO plugin. If I let me just hide this one and I'll show you all-in-one SEO plugin. This is the all-in-one SEO plugin. Here also, like it gives me recommendation. It shows me the snippet, how it would look like, how I can fix the title, how I can fix my description. Focus keyword. It's telling me, okay, tell me what are the important keyword for this page. It is again here also giving me analysis that content is good, internal linking is good, but there's no external linking. Title wise, it is telling me the title is too short. Readability wise, it is giving me all the errors. So this there are two plugins, you can use both of them and they both will give you mostly the same kind of insights only. Clear? Yes, no? So for on page, both of the plugins are really good. For off page also, these plugins are very good. So I'll show you how I did the off page part. Now, when I say off page, not off page exactly, but if you want to, let's say, I'll show you. Wait, give me a minute to show this to you. Uh, like now let's say you have to also upload the sitemap and robot.txt for your website, right? So with this plugin you don't have to do that. They themselves they have added that feature. Okay, so if I have to show you how does that look like. Give me a minute, guys. There is some problem. If it doesn't reflect over here, I'll show you in the all-in-one. But why is it not reflecting? I'll have to check it. Mm, Yeah, see this technical SEO. Can you see XML sitemap? So it's the sitemap for my website is already created. I just need to turn on this toggle. So if I tap on view XML sitemap, it will show me. So my sitemap looks like this. So it includes all the URLs which are there on my site. See this. So I don't have to create a sitemap. It's already done by the tool, right? Like if I have to show you the robot.txt file as well, it might be somewhere over here. If it's not here, then I'll show it for another plugin, or I can show this to you in all-in-one SEO as well. So the all-in-one SEO also does the same thing. The Yoast SEO also does the same thing. I just tried to explore both the plugins for my use case, and it looks like where is our robot dot? See, this also has a sitemap thing, so you don't have to do much on this. Like the sitemap automatically gets created. I wanted to show you the robot.txt file, so give me a minute. I'll just quickly show you that. Yeah. So in my all-in-one SEO, I went to the tools part. Okay. And here, can you see robot.txt? Now I have to create a robot.txt for my website. How would I do that? Okay. So first I have to enable this. It's closed. So I have to enable this. Okay. So the tool by default excludes the WP admin page. The WP admin page is this page. So why you want the crawler to crawl your website backend, right? You wouldn't want the crawler to crawl that. So it's by default, excluded from here. Okay. Now, but if I want to disallow any further pages, let's say, okay. So what I'll do is this two, you can't play around with this two. One and two is like correct. This WP admin page should be disallowed and this particular page should be allowed. But if you want to add more rules, you can say add rule. Here again the asterisk side, which means it's applicable for all the search engine. Ideally I never write allow page because it's very common sense thing that if something has been disallowed, rest all the pages are allowed, right? So I'll say disallow and here I'll give the URL. Now let's say on my website I don't want the crawlers to crawl my this page. Let's just say, okay, like it is still under development and the SEO is still not fixed for it, so I can put this over here and done. I can just say save changes, and can you see how it looks like? It says automatically the code gets created. User agent asterisk disallow this, disallow Techrosime AN page, allow this, and I have to say save changes. I won't do save changes because I want the crawler to crawl this page, hence I'll remove it from you. But that's how easy it is for you to create the robot.txt file. So basically on WordPress, if you want to do any SEO optimization, it's easy to do because the plugin will guide you, the plugin will give you the analysis, and you can do it over there itself. But yes, like for a coded website, you need to take an help. Like if you, let's say, I'll just show you other example. Now for all your pictures, now you want to add an image alt tag. How would you do that? You have to go to your media. Now I don't remember for all the pictures I've added image alt tag or not. So let's say this is my picture. Okay, this is where you put your image alt tag. So I haven't still not added it. I have to write an alternative text. Image alt means alternative text, so I have to explain what this picture is all about. And done, you have added image alt tag, right? You want to fix your h1, h2, h3 tags, that can also be done. So on WordPress, you can make your website SEO friendly by yourself. You wouldn't need an help of a developer to do it. Even for Shopify, Wix, for platform wise, you can do the integration, but for the coded one, you can't. Am I clear, everyone? Yes, no, anything? Guys, am I the only one who's speaking for a while? And you guys, I hope you're listening to what I'm saying. I mean, I've been putting my lot of energy to show you whatever I could practically. So I hope you guys are paying attention to whatever I said. Guys, Pooja, Kranti, Subiksha, Madhuri, Aksa, Kartika, Megha, Mirinda, Bharat, Aman, others, everyone whom I've missed out taking their name. Thank you. Otherwise, it's only me who's speaking, and you guys might have kept your laptop aside and you might be watching some match. Please do not do that, guys. I'm putting a lot of effort to show you whatever I could from my end in this duration. Okay, so I think, I mean, guys, SEO is still not here. There's a lot of thing to SEO. You learn SEO much more in detail in your upcoming lectures out there that you might have for SEO. But like SEO is changing. Okay, SEO won't remain same. SEO is one thing that keeps on changing based on algorithm. As I said, the recent trend says that people are searching for less educational based query. Transactional queries are still there. So now for educational based queries, brands are focusing to rank their website on the AI tools, right? By the way, AI tools in future will have ad section as well. So things, let's see how far AI would go. But there'll be a shift from search engine to AI, not just with SEO but for ads as well. So now obviously when the AI tools will monetize this, right? They would want people to, obviously they're taking subscription, but they would want to monetize this further. So what they'll do, they'll allow brands to run ads on the tool, 10 other things. So as a digital marketer, you'll have to make your shift from this to AI, right? So you'll have to be flexible on whatever you're learning. Now again, for SEO also, there are a lot of AI integration that we are doing. There are a lot of tools, like SEO has a lot of tool that you work into, okay? Like there's a list of tool that we work into, and now all those tools are adding their AI integration to it. So I mean, it goes hands in hand, but yeah, that's how things works. Now coming to the next part, as I said, like I don't think I'll be able to cover everything today. I give a list, I believe. Where did I wrote that list? Or somewhere over here only. Agenda. Where's my agenda? I do remember, though I remember my agenda, but I believe it got deleted over here in the doc. Yeah, like I spoke about this, but then the other agendas are not coming up. But yeah, we spoke about overview of SEO, overview of ads, guys. Let me just Okay, like we'll just cover the overview of ads and then the remaining topic we'll take in the last lecture. I don't think it's possible to take it today. Okay, so coming to the B part of today's call, which is your ads. Okay, now, I think I've already spoken. Nowadays, people call this as performance marketing. Before that, people used to call it SEM, PPC, whatever you would want to call it. The current jargon is performance marketing. Consists of lot of things. Like again, it itself it is like a very big department where there are so many platforms to explore and work into. Okay, so performance marketing is all about running ads, not to drive or grow business ideally. Okay, not just like for, plus obviously you look after the branding side of it. You also have to do lot of media planning and buying. You have to do lot of strategy, client servicing part of it, vendor management, servicing, vendor management is part of this, right? Like this, it is itself, like you do a lot of reporting as well over here, optimization, presentation. Like you have 10 things to do in a day when you're working into this department. Okay, so as I said, one of the most demanding, how should I say, one of the most growing department. um So for now, it is all about get creating a good website content as of for now. Okay, um, like I'm still working into this AI side of picture, so I'm still exploring. Okay, like majorly we are focusing on how we can make our website content sound for with respect to what the AI wants. Okay, to be very honest. Apart from this, I'm still figuring out things, so I don't have a proper answer to this, Subiksha. Like right now, whatever changes we are doing on the website is more with respect to how AI want the content to be sound like. Okay, or what will make the AI make our content ranked. Okay, like the keywords, or the way it is getting framed. And we are trying to list ourselves, because AI also takes information not just from your website, from but 10 other sources, right? So we are trying to do a lot of off page as well, because more the people speak about our brand, better can be that image of our brand, right? So for now, these are only few things that we are exploring. SEO, from SEO wise, with respect to ranking it on AI section, I'm still exploring. I'm also pretty new to this part of it. Ads wise, there are a lot of integration that I've done, because obviously one person can't get exposure of all the things in one go. Like we it takes time to do it. So currently, if you would ask me what I'm doing the AI side of it, but majorly for the ads part. SEO part, not that heavily, because it's like what happens ideally is, if you ask any brand, like right now, the brand that I work with, or if you work with any brand, they don't want their business to compromise, so they'll ask their employee to focus on something that can quickly grow their business. They'll always ignore this side of marketing, which is taking time to grow. So you would see that, like if a person is working into the overall digital marketing side, they're always pushed to work into that side of the business where the business can grow properly, or can be grown in a best possible way, and they allow you to explore 10 different things. So for performance marketing, like if in my day, out of 100%, my 70% of time goes to performance marketing. 20% I would be doing some SEO social check, that is also on a very top level basis. 10 to 15% goes into communicating with the client and the team and all of that. So the focus by default comes to the performance marketing side, is because that's the pressure that the client also create. So if you ask me from an SEO perspective, I'm still exploring. I really don't have an exact answer to this, Subiksha. So when probably you can connect with me in LinkedIn and we can speak further, and you can check with me few months back. Probably I'll have a more better answer to give it to you on this. Okay. Now, yeah, coming back. So I think did I give you a list of what all things comes into performance marketing, guys? Like, did we ever discuss that? Yes, no. Can anyone give me a reminder just in case I don't want to repeat the same thing? So I did give you a list like search engine, social media, affiliate, all of that part is performance marketing. I think I spoke about it, right? Okay, great. Then I won't repeat that same part. I'll directly jump into the first part. The first part is, guys, always media planning. Okay. Media planning is, as I said, I'll show you some media plan to give you an idea what do I mean by media planning. So a media plan, you usually share it in an Excel sheet. You can use Google Sheet. If you want to use any fancier tool, you can do that. But this is what a media plan looks like. Okay, now it's a very I'm showing you all the older media plans, not the new one. But basically in a media plan, like, see, there are two ways these things work. First is like, either the client will come to you and tell you that, see, our goal of running ads is that every month we want to generate a business of, let's say, 1 crore. You tell me how we can do that with help of performance marketing. That can be one brief if it's a new client. The second would be, they'll come with the money that, okay, see, every month we have a budget of 50 lakh per month. You tell me how would you spend this 50 lakh and what kind of business you could get for us. This is for a new client. For an existing client, what happens is, they might be working with some agency, they might be working with some freelancing and consultant client, and then they're not liking their work. So obviously they'll come to you and they'll tell you that, okay, we've been already doing ads, but we are not satisfied with what the person worked on. So you tell me what kind of improvement you can bring into picture and give us some forecast that if you do it for us, what kind of results we can expect, so on and so forth. Okay. Now, so in a media plan, basically you give a forecast. Okay, forecast of how would you spend the money, what kind of results they can expect. But still, very important thing, it's a forecast. So we always write a disclaimer like this, which says that this forecasts are based on the industry standard. If something goes wrong geographically, this number will obviously vary a lot. Now, for example, war is going on between Iran, US, Israel. It is impacting the business, right? So let's say I have given this media plan three, let's say, before the war, and now the war is going. Do you expect the same kind of results? No. Especially when that business is kind of has a lot of relation, not relation, but it's one of the business which will get impacted by the war and all. Obviously their performance campaigns will also get impacted. So we always not take that bet that, okay, no matter what happens, we our campaign will do well. No. So we always give this kind of disclaimer. Okay. We never we never say that, okay, what these numbers are. Like, this is more of like for their idea. Okay. We don't commit as such, because there are a lot of unpredictable things that can happen, right? So this is more of like a overview or an idea or an estimate. Obviously when a client come on board, the things won't go as per you have planned. Trust me, it doesn't go as you plan. So there are a lot of hypotheses. There you'll do a lot of A/B testing. Like, if I have to give you an idea, my first client that I took on board for performance marketing was, like, say, 5 years back. And a very different experience that I had. So I'll give you a quick story, like short story. So they used to sell wipes. I hope you all know what is wet wipes, guys. Yes, no? Everyone, guys, do you know what is wet wipes? I hope everyone should know what are wet wipes, right? Okay, so they used to just sell wet wipes, okay, and they were an e-commerce company, and they came to me, and they were my first freelancing client, okay, not job, but that was my first freelancing gig, and I was setting up campaign for them. Trust me, 6 month, I might have spent 50,000 per month for them, and I can't even get a break even business for them. So I gave a good media plan. My forecasting, everything was good, but when I started working, it didn't go at all as it was planned. Okay, obviously there was various factor that I couldn't break even, as in like I've spent how much I've spent, uh 3 lakh in 6 months. So I couldn't even get a 3 lakh of business is what I'm trying to say. So the ROAS was in negative for that brand. But still that brand was very patient enough with me to give me that 6 month of time period to test out. But later on the brand also realized that it is not profitable for them to run ads, basically not just with me but with any other person. Why was the what was the case, I'll tell you. So I don't want to disclose the name, but their wipes, they were only selling wipes. The problem was, how frequently do you guys buy wipes? Can anybody tell me over here? Like, do you buy wipes every month like the way you buy face wash, or you buy only, let's say, every quarter, or once in a year, or in 6 months you buy it once? Like, how, what is the frequency? I mean, there are so many people over here on the call. What is your frequency of buying wet wipes, guys? Yes, no, guys, anything? Not very frequently, correct? What about others? Guys, is it only Aksa who's listening to me and others are just keeping their laptop aside? Correct. 6 months ago. A classic example with what Subiksha is saying. So that was a problem. We sold wipes, but there was no repeat order. Repeat order not because of the product is bad, to be very honest. The product was good. The problem was there was no other inventory that we could sell. The second thing was the wipe was very expensive compared to the Indian market. Like that wipes was for 400 rupee per packet in India. You get a lot of brands who sell it for 100 rupee and all. So like the problem was I couldn't scale. I couldn't do anything. We tried B2B as well. B2B as in like we tried doing some campaigns where we tried to reach out to salons and all of that. But again, it didn't went the way we thought. So now such things does happen, okay, like that brand. But thankfully that brand was very patient to work with me for 6 months, right? And then we realized that no. So what did the obviously the brand in future integrated more products, but still they were struggling. Obviously pricing matters, the product matters, there are 10 things matter. Although brands who do so many ads, guys, not everyone is running ads they are not profitable. Like, uh, there are people who are burning money with running ads. Their ROAS might be negative, but because they want to acquire customer, like let's say the product is for 100, but the customer acquisition cost of running ads goes to 500, 600, and they're burning money. The only reason they're burning money is because they want to beat the competition and they want to acquire the customer. But how sustainable it is a questionable thing. Like, so hence, like when we give a media plan, we clearly say it's a forecast. Things can go haywire as well, and we don't give that commitment because there are a lot of things that keeps on changing. So here, if you would see, I gave a very, this was also for my freelancing client. Okay, it didn't came on board, that's a different thing. But if you would see, like, it was the how what was the budget? It was 1,50,000 for uh like for one entire month. Okay, so I told her that where we could spend, what kind of money we'll spend, what kind of conversion. So they wanted to do lead generation. So what kind of leads we can get, what could be the cost per lead. If you go further, here I've given like a proper detail, like how much impressions you could get, what could be the CTR, what could be the clicks. Again, I told her, okay, what kind of audience targeting I'll do. So to run ads, what would be my strategy? Okay, I obviously we'd never really reveal the entire strategy, but we give them an insight like this, that okay, what would be my strategy when it comes to the targeting. If you see, I gave her some sample keywords as well for her. So you have to give such kind of media plan before taking them on board. So brands do take media plan from multiple companies or multiple agency, and they shortlist the one which is profitable for them. Now what happens in this game is that, there are brands who take the there are agency who take the client on board by giving them wrong expectation. Okay, now what goes with this is, with wrong expectation, there's a lot of to and fro, and there's a lot of relationship that get hampered between this process. So let's say if I take this client on board by saying that, oh, I'll tell them that, okay, you are cost per conversion, what is the cost per conversion? I'm telling 876. I'll give you a cost per conversion of 500 for first month. I would take them on board. Now if I'm giving such high hopes and I don't deliver, trust me, there are clients who default the payment. Okay, They probably, I'll have to chase them, and I had such kind of experience. You do some legal signing and all as well if you're working as a freelancer, but still, there's a lot of battle over there. So I always say that instead of taking a client with the wrong expectation, it's okay if you let go of that client, because there are some clients who won't understand performance marketing. They might see, because it's very easy nowadays, there are so many people who will quote a very lesser amount and people get attracted to that, but they don't know that it is not fruitful in long run to work with those people, because they are also giving you wrong expectation, right? I've worked with many brands in an agency side, where the agency took those clients on board by giving them lot of wrong expectation. Then what happens, they ask the employee to not manipulate but try to retain them by managing them every month, listening to what they're cribbing on. They might bash you also for that. Like, I had some very bad experience with performance marketing as well, where the client bashed me because the campaign was not performing. Now, it wasn't my fault, it was the fault of the person who gave this media plan. So the hired people gave the media plan with the wrong expectation, the campaign was not performing the way it should, and the client was bashing me because I was the person he was speaking to, right? So things like this happen, right? So I always say that taking client on board is easy in performance marketing, retaining them is a headache. Like, every day, every month, every week, they'll ask you for insight. Imagine, I used to work with one brand who used to ask me to share daily insights or daily new strategy. Do you think it is possible that on daily basis you can give a new strategy? I don't think so, right? Not possible. So that client used to had that hopes that every day I'll give them a new strategy, a new optimization. It didn't retain, right? So there's a lot of headache in performance marketing. At least when you're a freelancer or a consultant, job wise it's still okay. It's up to the agency if they want to entertain that brand or not. But if you're doing a freelancing gig or you're taking as a consulting project by yourself, um like, it's up to you how well you'll be able to retain them. Like, it is, you need a lot of resilience over there then, okay? And especially if you come across a very frugal brand, god bless you. Not god bless you with the resilience, okay? Like, first time you might be petrified, you might be scared to deal with those clients, but to be very honest, you become very thick skin in this profession. Like, I am very thick skin person that way. When I started my career into this field, I used to cry, because the kind of client I worked with, they used to bash every day. Whether it was my fault, whether it was not my fault, I had heard lot of bashing. But over the time, you just accept it and you become thick skinned person, like, at least for performance marketing, okay? So yeah, basically this is what a media plan looks like. I'll show you other media plan as well. So this was like one media plan. Now, this was a very big media plan that I gave. Again, it was for much more higher budget. It was for a budget of around 49 lakh 30,000, spread across in Q1 and Q2 for like 2 quarters, basically 6 months. Again, like, they had different categories, so I told them, okay, from each category what kind of ROAS I can bring. Can you see? So for beauty and product, I said that the campaign can give them a return on ad spend of 3x. Then the kitchenware will give them an ROAS of at least around below 2x, right? So overall, if like for first 6 months, they can expect a return of ad spend of around 2 to 3x, right? Here I've given them a very in-depth number forecasting. Can you see this? So to do this forecasting, guys, it how should I say, you need experience for running ads, because to do this forecasting you should know. See, where do we get this forecasting from? One is with our experience, because if you're running campaign very in and out, you will get an idea that industry wise how things work. Second thing, there are a lot of tools which help us with this forecasting. And third one is we refer to industry benchmark. Fourth thing that we do is, because I know the industry, I know many of my friends and colleagues who work with different brands, I take some stats from there, that okay, have you worked with such kind of client? Can you tell me what was your experience? What kind of number you generated? So you have to take insights from 5 different places, and then you have to create a media plan like this. So hence you need an experience. Like, it can't be taught. It comes with an experience, and no one would expect you to do this. It will happen in your third or fourth year of your career. But like, you share, like, again, share some targeting and all. Again, this was for an e-commerce brand that I created this media plan. Again, like, telling them which platform, how much I would spend. Now, if you are giving a month on month media plan, you have to show an improvement as well. You can't show the same number. For example, if you see over here, see this, here my cost per sale is 1189 in month 1. In month 2, it goes to 998. So I'm saying that yes, I'll reduce your cost per sale. In month 3, I'm telling them, okay, it will come to 910, right? So you have to show those improvement in your media plan as well. Guys, are you understanding what is media plan? So this is what we call as media planning. Basically, you have to give a forecasting, needs and experience to do that. What your help would be taken, so let's say I'm a manager and you are my intern, so I won't ask you to do the media plan, but I'll take your help in finding the targetings and the strategies, okay? Because you know the platform, you can fetch out some targetings, okay? That doesn't need focus, that needs basic common sense, that okay, for kitchenware, what kind of targeting we should do. Like for example, this brand was into what, I don't recollect now. They were into some machinery, okay, some machinery trading. Now, for them, I told them, okay, if I'm running ads on Facebook, what is the audience I would target? Then this was for UAE location. So, can you see? I've given them a targeting that I'll target this age. I'll target people who have interest in hand tool, power tool, torque wrench, or wrench. For Google, I told them because I was pitching Google and Meta for them. So for Google, I'm telling them, look, that okay, I'll target all this website where we will try to show our ads, right? Can you see? Also trying to tell them what are the keywords that I would target. So this thing I can take in help of an intern, because this doesn't need experience. This needs some logic and a lot of research that an intern can do. Guys, am I clear with media planning? So you decide what platform you want to show ads on, what kind of ads you will run. All of that is done in the media planning. See this here, I've wrote that okay, for Facebook, I'll show static ad, video ad, what would be my targeting. On search ads, what I would do, display ads, what I would do. So I give them the overall plan on the media plan. Okay. You also share, I'll show you one more thing. Give me a minute. I would have one more over here with me. Yeah, plan. So sometime you also share this kind of things in a PPT format as well. I can show you that as well if I have one with me. Yeah, I have one with me. So sometime a client has a demand of very in-depth PPT presentation and all. Then you have to give something like this as well. Like, can you see I'm giving them what are the kind of audience I'll target on Facebook and Instagram. So you have to give them multiple permutation combination. Like I've given them how many combination, if you could see, almost one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight targeting option. Now this client is still not came on board, but still I have to do all this research work for them. Like that research will give that confidence that yes, I can work for them, is what I'm trying to say. Sometimes you have to give all this detailed targeting. Now here, can you see I'm giving them a strategy for how I'll allocate the budget. Here I'm telling them what kind of ad copy and creatives I would be using. Here I'm telling them how I would optimize my campaign in future, both for Meta and Google. So there are times when a client has this kind of demand as well before they come on board, just to check your knowledge, okay? So the kind of media plan you pitch, that creates an impression that how well versed you are in this field. Like, how should I say it again, it's your first impression. So I think you got an idea now. So the first thing is always media planning. The second thing that you do is, you either, like if it's a new brand, then you need to create a ads manager account for them. You have to create their business page again, depend where. You have to create their business page on Facebook, Insta, LinkedIn, other platform if they would want to, right? If it's a new brand, if it's an existing brand, then you need to take an access of all this platform. So how it works is, it depends, okay? So there are brands who create account on their end and they give you an access of that account. So let's say Karthik is I'm an agency and Karthik is a brand. Karthik is working for, let's say, sorry, Kartika is working for, I'm so sorry, Kartika is working for Mintra. So Kartika has created the Google Ads account for Mintra. She'll just give access to me, okay, and my team members. So it happens that way as well. Then you have to work on code, okay? So all this platform has their individual code that need to be added on the website, okay? Why? To track the performance of those ads. Okay, so you before again before so this is all steps you have to do before running the ads or before working on the campaign setup. So every platform, Google ads, Meta ads, LinkedIn ads, Snapchat, Pinterest, you tell me any platform, every platform, if you're working on any of this platform, before starting running your ads, the platform gives you a code that you need to put on the website, because that does the tracking, that okay, how did that ad that you run has got a business or not. So to that tracking, you have to add those platforms individual codes. Okay, once you do that, you have to do the payment setting. Now what is payment setting? So there are brands who now, and trust me, bigger brands, they work in this way. So either they will add their credit line to the account. Okay, or there are times when they ask the agency to spend on their behalf, and they'll give that money towards the end of the month, or after the quarter ends or after the year ends. So you have to work on this payment method. Again, most of the big brands, they add the credit line. Okay, they don't add 50,000 every month and all. They don't do that kind of work. Once you do that, you have to add two factor authentication on the platform. Okay, very important. Because as I said, all these accounts has lot of chances of getting hacked. Your Google ads account, Meta, any ad account should always had a two factor authentication on. Basically, what is two factor authentication? Once you sign in, it also asks you to give the OTP, right? So the two factor to sign in into the platform. The reason being, the only reason being we do this is we want our account to be safe from the hacker. And if the account gets hacked and if there wasn't two factor authentication, then the platform also won't give you any reimbursement. So let's say my account gets hacked and I go to Google saying that okay, I want a reimbursement of this amount. Google will first check that was my account set properly, do I have a two factor authentication or not, 10 other things. If that check is clear, then only they'll give me a reimbursement of whatever amount that the hacker has spent from my account. So that to trust me, you should never get into that problem. Like it's you, because your client will also bash you, the company will also bash you. So touch wood, I never came across that experience of getting my accounts hacked, but I know many of my colleagues, many of my friends who like they, it wasn't their fault. Like they, what happened, like if you're working in a bigger organization, you get a lot of spam email, and one of my friend mistakenly clicked on it and the account got hacked. Now again, like it wasn't done purposely, to be very honest. No one purposely would want their account to be hacked. So like you should never get into it, is what I'm saying. Then you start with your research. Okay, research on what would be your targeting, what would be your keywords. You will start working on your ad copy creation, creative creation, graphics creation, video creation. When all of these things are ready, okay, then you start working on the platform. So you have to first get all these things ready before getting on the campaign creation. Did you understood? So this is the process that you have to do before setting up any campaign on the platform. So if you remember, in the first or second lecture, I've shown you, right, how does a video campaign setup looks like. Do you remember that? So we don't directly jump into video campaign setup. I told you, right? Like no one directly goes to Google Ads account and say, yes, we'll set up a video campaign today. No, this is the process that one should follow. Media planning. Either you create an account and business page for the company, for the brand, or if it's an existing the brands who's already running from the past, you take access of their account. See the payment method thing should be fixed. The payment setting, two factor authentication, all your research with respect to targeting keyword, everything should be ready, and then you go to the dashboard for the campaign creation. And also the code needs to be placed. And by the way, once you place the code, you have to do a pilot run as well. So pilot run, to check if the codes are working properly for tracking or not. That is also that you have to do. Once all these checks are done, you can start working with your campaign setup and running your ads. Are we clear? Okay. Now, I don't think today I'll be able to take you to more platforms, but I'll just give you like few checks and then we'll stop. Uh, so okay, guys. Uh, Rookie mistakes. Okay, trust me, and these are very rookie mistakes that interns does. Okay, interns tend to do, not interns, even it happens with a working like a proper experienced person, that they do with performance marketing. Okay, and trust me, it has very dangerous repercussion. Okay, hence like you have to be like this industry, this part of department, you have to be very vigilant is what I believe. Now first rookie mistake is adding incorrect daily or lifetime budget on the campaign. Okay, I've seen this. Let's say your client tell you your daily budget should be like, you did a calculation and your daily budget came around 500 rupee per day. Mistakenly you added one more zero, game is done. Okay, now a client, it depends. If your client has a lot of money in their pocket, they won't cry that okay, like you were supposed to spend 500 but in one day only you spend 5000, right? It depends on the client as well. If the client itself doesn't have that kind of money, they will crib. And trust me, there are clients who ask the agency to give that money back. They'll say that it's your lookout, you have spent extra money, you give me that extra money back, right? So one thing, people add wrong number. I mean, what happens, you're working on multiple things, and again, no one would do purposely, no one want to spend one zero extra, right? But you have to be vigilant. So what happens, still till date, whenever I work on any budget thing, I ask someone to QA my work. QA as in like, I ask a second person to check if I've added proper budget or not. Till date, like till 7 years, I still get it checked, because you are human, you are tend to do error. Okay, you should like, confidence is fine, but there shouldn't be any confidence in performance marketing. Second is currency conversion. Okay, and I have a very good case study on this. So okay, so I work for Japan market. Okay, and this was an incident that happened in my organization. um so when I work for Japan market, the media plan, okay, so what happens, the media plan that the client give us is in Japanese, like it is in yen. The budget that they give us is in yen, but our platform is set on in dollars. Okay, it is not set in yen, it is set in dollars, right? I hope you're understanding. So the media plan, the Excel sheet that I've shown you, the client also, like we also create those Excel sheets, and the client also gives such kind of Excel sheet for the budgeting part, and they give it in yen. The platform is set in dollars. One of my not for my brand but for another brand, same market, Japan market, that person didn't do the currency conversion. So if the media plan is coming in yen, you have to convert into dollar and then you have to put that in your platform. The person didn't do the currency conversion. The budget was, I think, 5 lakh yen, but the person added 5 lakh exactly over there instead of doing the conversion, and that day they spent, in one day they spent 5 lakh dollars. So now you do the comparison, what is 5 lakh yen and how much is 5 lakh dollars. So you're understanding this, guys? Guys, yes, no? I hope I'm not the only one who's speaking. So, okay. So, like that person, the company took an action and that person was given, like, so when you do such huge mistake, there are times when the company can fire you for this, to be very honest. But because this was a very old employee, he was asked, like they've been asked to be in bench is like, this is your last chance, if you do something wrong you are fired, right? The only reason that person was paid because it was like he was an old employee. If it would have been an intern or a new employee, and if it, like, I just joined that company, the company very recently, and that time this incident happened. So if I would have done something on those line, like I'm only 2 months old employee, I would have got fired for sure, because it was like everyone in the organization got to know about this, because and the client was also very big, like 5 lakh yen, $5 is a very big difference. So I'm laughing right now, but trust me, for a few months everyone cried because of this, because it every what happens then, obviously the client will pinpoint, they will lose trust on your work, the manager will also lose trust on you, every monthly review it will be brought into picture. So that person goes to a next level stress, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, then incorrect targeting, a classic example your client will bash you for. Like you were supposed to target 18 to 50, you are targeting 18 to 65. The client will, because see, performance marketing is like whatever you have spoken to your client and whatever has been finalized, things should work like this with respect to what you're putting on the platform. If you do any mistake, the client will bash you because you are spending their money in a wrong way. That's the whole point. Okay, like you have decided 10 things that okay, we'll do this 10 things, the client approves those 10 things. Now when you go to the platform and when you put all those 10 details, if you do anything apart from what you have said, like you have told your client will target only male, the client also agreed, now you're targeting female and unknown and everyone, you're spending money for it, right? It is not happening in free. If this would have been happened in free, the client won't crib. So anything that you decides with your client, and if you don't put on the platform that in that similar fashion, trust me, it's a different conversation that you'll have with your client, and to convince them, to tell them that we won't do next time is again like you lose trust. There are many brands who lose trust on those agency who do such kind of mistake. So every bigger organization, if like I work on daily basis, it's been years I've been working, my every work gets QA'd by a second person because no one want to take that chance of getting into that client's radar. Though it's a double work, imagine I have so much experience but still there's more experienced person sitting on my head who's doing QA. Now QA happens before launching the campaign and after the campaign has launched. Because what happens, what if the person who has done the QA has done some mistake? You never know, right? Like again, human tend to do error. So at least in my company we do two-time QA. One, when I'm setting the campaign, my campaign setup is done, a person will evaluate it. Once they say like okay, all good, Jigisha, what you're saying, you have done it exactly in the same way, all good, we can take it live. Once it goes live, there's a second person who does a post launch QA because no one want to take the chance. Like that's how critical it is. So that's how your days goes into performance marketing. Like you, apart from campaign creation, you'll do QA work, client communication, strategy. All of this is part of performance marketing. And trust me, um, again you have to give exams and all of that as well. Like every year I give exams of Meta, every year I have to give Google certifications because the platforms keeps on changing. We have to like if you are someone who want to do a job which won't change for the next 10 years, do not get into this performance marketing at least, because it changes every month. Every month on platform we see a different thing, right? So I can't, like as a performance marketer, if someone asks me to become a full-time trainer, I can never become that because I know that it won't have any validity in next few months. Because what I'll teach, like I can't teach any past data as well to anyone, right? Because the field keeps on changing so much, you have to be updated and you have to work in and out with the platform to make yourself updated in that way.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. We hope this session helped you understand the basics of digital marketing, how brands use website, SEO content, paid ads, social media, analytics, and AI tools to grow online. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. And also don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who wants to learn digital marketing, and subscribe to Simplilearn for more career-focused learning. Thank you guys for watching this video and keep learning with Simplilearn.